Steps up the break-off frame, number 7. It's a race to 9. At the moment, you can't separate the man from Stoke and the young Frenchman. Potts still not got a ball off the break, or has he? No, the yellow has rattled.
Table.
Very much the same as Phil Harrison in the last quarter-final. I mean, he's hitting the pack hard enough, and I expect you can't really believe it.
No, as you know, I was out in the middle for that one, Tony, and like I say, the balls were split, and we just couldn't get one. I think there was a little ironic cheer from the crowd about 9 or 10 frames in when I think it was the first ball that was made in the whole game.
Well, I had Lee Kendall in the commentary box with me at the time when we were both blaming you for racking the balls badly.
Well, I thought you'd have done that, Tony, but I think I can be exonerated from that because Darren Appleton virtually every time looked at that pack and gave it the nod, so it was nothing to do with me.
Well, just look at the open table now for Beaufils. Once again, Beaufils has got a great opportunity to take the frame from this visit.
Yeah, and he's, as I say, it's a seesaw match because, if you like, it's like tennis where they're breaking each other's serve. Each time one of them breaks, doesn't pot a ball, they're the other one stepping in and taking the frame.
Seconds.
I'll tell you what, Laurent, how many pieces of chalk do you think Yannick Beaufils actually goes through in a whole pool season? Because if you look at him, he must have chalked that cue 20 times around the table then.
You're right, it's probably getting through a few boxes a year.
It must cost him a fortune.
Yeah, that's always been a feature of Yannick as well. I remember a couple of years ago we said we've seen different break styles and different actions from Yannick over the year. I think a couple of seasons ago what he was doing is he'd chalk his cue maybe sort of 15-20 times, and each time he'd have a little blow on the chalk just to blow it away, and then he'd chalk it again and blow it and chalk it away and blow it. It was just incredible to watch at times. I think he spent about 30 seconds of his minute doing that.
And I just think this is one of his mannerisms again, Laurent, isn't it? That he does. It's like again like his break-off ritual. When he's actually at the table, he's got another ritual where he chalks, blows in the chalk.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right when you use the word, ritual. That's exactly, he's putting himself into the pressure, into the position.
That's right. That's his match mode, if you like. Beaufils now. A simple task of just depositing these yellows. He's just giving you the guided tour around the table of the route he wants to take. It all depends now on the preference, because he's got the 2 yellows at one on each rail at the bottom of the table. It just boils down to his preference of which one he wants to take first. Either way really should be pretty simple.
Yeah, you can guarantee, Tony, if we'll sit here and say, well, I think he'll take the left-hand one first, he'll definitely take the right-hand one. So, like I say, I think we'll sit here and just watch him and let him decide which way he's going to go. Looks like he's close to that red that he's leaning over.
And again, if Yannick goes and clears this table, we can realize how important the break is. And it could be quite frustrating if players could not pot balls at the break.
Very good point, that, Laurent. The break, often regarded as the most important shot in this World Pool.
Yeah, I think we've seen that now, Tony, that more and more players now are actually practicing that break shot, whereas before it was only 1 or 2. I know Chris Melling was practicing his break shot 2 or 3 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago he was doing that, and it's caught on now. Other people have actually realised how big the shot is. I think Gareth's probably sat in his chair now thinking that if I can get out of this 4-4, then at the interval I'll be really happy.
This is a big shot now for Beaufils. He's played that very well indeed. Great cueing from the Frenchman. Just now got to play a good positional shot now onto the 8.
Again, he's going to have to be very careful. He's reaching down the table for this last yellow. He's got those 2 reds at the top of the table. I'm sure our referee Kevin Armitage will be close in there, giving it his full attention here with his waistcoat.
Well, he's very, very close to it now.
Time out.
Does he like using the rest? I'm not sure if Yannick's a great rest player, is he? are on.
Well, I'm not sure neither. Actually, he does play with quite a short stick. His cue is quite
Time
short,
running.
and playing with the rest might not be quite easy for him.
30 seconds.
I noticed he does like to, well, he does prefer to stretch right across the table and play with the rest, and you can see different type of style to the likes of Melling and Appleton, who are very confident with the rest.
This is a big shot in this match, Tony.
And there it's happened, and that's all down to not being able to practice with the rest often enough. And it's cost him. And not only has he missed the yellow, he's left it safe as well, as you can see it going off the two jaws and along the bottom rail. Less pressure now on Potts to take out this finish.
Yeah, he's actually caught that thick, and it's hit the...
Well, fortunately for Gareth Potts, that yellow had gone safe. Well, it's Beaufils now, and he's in a lot of trouble, even though Potts did let him come back to the table. As you can see, you can only just see the thin edge of this yellow, and I think he's just got to try and hit this full ball and leave the... Oh, he tried to bash it around the table.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tony, where I come from, that's called a Sydney slam. Because that's what you do when you're in trouble. You just get down and can launch it round the table.
A Sydney slam, eh, Sean?
Named after the famous Sydney Arms pool team.
And I should get a plug in there. But anyway, it's Potts, the man with the opportunity. We've seen Beaufils have his bite at the cherry. And now Potts. Really, you've got to expect the Englishman now to knock these in. Give himself that lead back again. He just wants to be very sure of this. He's taking a little bit of extra time now.
Yeah, thinking that one, it's just sort of knocked him out of his stride a little bit, missing that ball into the top pocket in the previous visit. I think, I say, he's just taking those extra few seconds just to compose himself. Although he's got down rather quickly on this one, having said that. But, he stroked that in nicely.
We can see the confidence returning again to Potts with every shot. Now he's just got to get on these two reds in the middle of the table. He's probably going to leave the one over the left-hand centre till last. Gains him easy position onto the black.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot there. He's just left himself a little bit awkward bridging over that yellow, but I think he's left himself almost perfect just to knock this into the right-hand centre, as you say. That ball on the... Oh, is he looking at taking the one into the left-hand centre first? No, I don't think so. He'll knock that in and leave himself a simple black, as you say, to put himself into the lead in this match.
And here we go. Just going to dribble this red into the centre pocket. Now he's left with a simple 8 ball. Down it goes, and Potts edges in front once again. He leads 4-3.
So Gareth Potts then with a crucial break to go 4-3 up, but that was nail-biting stuff, and really, in a way, Gareth was handed that chance because of what happened to Beaufils and the rest.
That's right. I mean, Gareth would be happy to be 4-3 up because Yannick's had a couple of chances to go probably 4-3 or 5-2 up, but...
He took the rest because obviously he's worried about the possible foul, wasn't he, with hitting the red with his waistcoat. But he obviously not comfortable using the rest.
He never looked comfortable at all. When he first picked the rest up, it was like something foreign in his hand. He didn't look like a snooker player holding the rest. And he didn't even get close with the yellow.
And that was the beginning of his troubles because Gareth Potts eventually going on to take the frame. But this was an expensive error.
That's right. I think with him looking so uncomfortable with the rest, he should have stretched over the table. He wasn't that close to the red.
But in fairness, he wasn't that close to making that pot, was he, really? I mean, it wasn't a very good shot at all. And it's been quite a high-standard match so far.
Yeah, we're only talking about 1 or 2 mistakes out of 7 frames, so it's a good standard.
OK.
Beaufils breaking us off now, frame number 8. He trails by the odd one. Be looking for a ball off this. And that's not the ball he was hoping for, the cue ball.
One visit.
And what's that now, Sean? Is it's not. It is a foul shot, but it's
Time
not
running.
2 visits, is it, from the break?
No, it's what's called a non-standard foul, Tony, where you only get 1 visit with cue ball in hand. And it's an interesting little point as well. That cue ball must be behind the line. We've had 1 or 2 instances in the qualifying rounds with some of the newer teams. Not quite sure about that rule. And I was asked a couple of times during the previous week about the cue ball, where it must be. The point of contact must be behind the line. It cannot be on the line. Otherwise, that would have been a foul back to the opponent.
And if he
Yellow
broke
ball's in
from
play.
on the line, would that be a foul in 2 visits or 1 visit?
It would be a foul on 2 visits, Tony, because that's a standard foul.
He's going to try and move the black out here, Potts. Played it very well. And all of a sudden, the Englishman is now dictating things out on the table.
No, you notice as well, he's just picked the pace up a little bit as well, Tony.
Well, just checking his route. It's Gareth Potts. Perfectly onto the yellow, into the right-hand centre now. And he's going to be playing the yellow now into the top left-hand corner. Guaranteed position as long as he doesn't drag the white back on his next yellow. In fact, he's changed his mind and going for the middle. Be playing the one down the bottom left-hand corner now.
Yeah, I think
And this is looking ominous for Beaufils.
I think he may have just been a bit concerned about getting his position on the black. So he's obviously decided this is the route for him.
Lovely strike of the cue ball there. Very firm indeed down that rail. Simple stuff now for him to do. It's going to be a simple 8 ball. And that's 3 in a row for Potts. He leads by 5 frames to 3.
So just about the halfway mark then in this third quarter-final here in Blackpool between the Frenchman Yannick Beaufils and England's Gareth Potts. It's advantage to Potts at the moment, but only just. Let's see what happens now as we return to the action with Sean Baker and Tony Holgate.
Needs a big split here, does Beaufils. Well, he fairly clattered into them, but again, the break is now starting to desert Yannick Beaufils.
It's a pity that Yannick didn't pot any balls now. It's starting to be critic actually. The red seems to be quite good, but I don't think he's got any start actually. I don't think Gareth got any start on that.
Well, you see the break once again. A lot of topspin on the cue ball, sending it forwards.
I think that's helped him in the end because it's left it, as Lauren said, he's not left himself an easy first opening pot here. That's a fantastic
Yellow
shot.
ball's in play.
It's a great shot from Gareth there, taking that yellow into the top left-hand pocket.
Well, that shows the confidence that the man has got now. He knocked in that ball like it wasn't there, length of the table.
And this is what Gareth will start to do now. He'll start to flow around the table. But in a similar vein to what Chris Melling does. Once he's on a roll, he just seems to flow around the table, and it's just frame after frame. It's relentless stuff.
Well, just how straight was his cue in there, Gareth Potts? Straight back, straight forward, never moved at all on his cue.
And now it seems that he just cleared the black ball in the middle pockets.
Yeah, that's a very good spot there, Lauren. Black ball is now available in the centre pocket. He's making life easier for himself as he goes round the balls. He's not landed in an order position there. May well be forced to take on that yellow either gently into the centre pocket, but it's very, very tight, or even length of the table. I'm not sure if he can get to the yellow at the bottom. If he can, that's his only ball.
I don't think that ball will go in the middle pocket, Tony. I think he's going to have to take it up the rail, and that's what he's going to do now. This is a big shot here for Gareth. Potts this, you should see him take the frame, and I think he's got that. That's perfect, that is. That's
Absolutely brilliant there from Potts. That's 2 big long shots he's knocked in, and just look at this. As it just glided up the rail into that pocket.
It was an excellent shot there, because what can sometimes happen with those shots, they can just drift a little bit on the nap of the table. But it's a very fast table out there, and he's played a great shot.
And now he's on the yellow at the bottom of the table. He's going to drop this in and play the last 2 balls into that right-hand centre pocket. He's got a choice now. He can actually run through and play the black into the left-hand centre, which I think he'll do. And now Gareth Potts is on a roll. One-way traffic now here in Blackpool as Potts knocks in another black. That's now 5 frames in a row. He's now burst in to a 7-3 lead against Beaufils.
7th frame, Gareth Potts to break, leading by 7 frames to 3.
Where's the young man from Stoke-on-Trent breaking off frame 11. He's got himself into a 4-frame lead now. It's going to be hard to stop. And just look at the break now. Potts
Red ball potted.
is absolutely flying.
Red ball's in play.
He's made 2 red balls there, Tony, on the break. And looking at this, he will probably take reds, I think, as well.
Well, it's Gareth Potts. There's never been a truer thing to say. Potts by name, Potts by nature.
Yeah, I think he'll hear his friends. Ooh, his waistcoat is extremely close to that yellow. It would have been a foul there if that waistcoat had touched the yellow. And he's missed the red as well.
Yellow ball's in play.
Well, that was an unbelievable miss. So I think he was conscious that the waistcoat was quite close to the ball, and I think he rushed his shot a little bit.
Yeah, you can't see there. He could be sort of above the ball, but it's certainly extremely close to it. I'm assuming the referee, Kevin, we couldn't see him the shot there, was close to the action, obviously paying close attention to that.
Well, it's got to be Hardler on now for Beaufils, because he's had a lot of time sat in his chair to think about what's before him. You know, how's he really going to affect his mind now?
Well, you're right, but at the same time, there's no doubt that Yannick stayed focused, and actually he's got a good chance here to maybe come back in the game and break a little bit out of the Gareth pace, you know.
I mean, does Beaufils, you know, is he a good comeback man, or does he collapse, like, you know, when he gets 3 or 4 frames behind?
No, it never collapsed. Really, really strong player, actually. Always stay focused, always until the end of the game, pretty much, until the last ball.
He's a very dogged character, Beaufils. Now you see, didn't go for the pot there. Decided to try and just block that bottom left-hand corner. Try not to leave Gareth anything easy. The only option he really has got is a very thin cut into the bottom corner, and that's a tough shot.
Looks like that's a shot he's taking on, Tony. I'm surprised, but...
Well, there's just nothing else there. And just look at that pot there from Gareth. Brilliant shot.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot, and he's landed quite nicely here. Again, I should imagine you'll see him take this frame out here. Put himself into an 8 frames to 3 lead.
Just look how long he stayed down in his cue there, Gareth Potts. I mean, the cue ball was nearly all the way around the table before he actually got up. If anybody watching at home, young players that are just thinking about starting to play, the cue action and the stance of Gareth Potts is one to be followed.
Yeah, like I say, as I said earlier in the commentary, Tony, I think he modelled himself very much on Lee Kendall in the early days, but he's found his own style now. And I think it's a bit the other way now, that Lee Kendall's trying to model himself on Gareth.
Well, he's landed a bit awkward there. Played the plant, length of the table. Did exactly what it's supposed to do, but the cue ball finding its way right next to that yellow ball. He's going to have to go into the centre pocket with his next shot. Just got to be very careful here. If he was to make this red into the centre a little bit too thin, he could cannon both of those yellows up at the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, and that's always a dangerous thing. You're in no control there where the cue ball or where one of those yellows could finish up. He's actually looking to take the one top right first.
Well, this is a lot tougher. You can see it's not right over the pocket, that red. This has to be hit correctly. There you see, he's hit it too thick. And just look at the yellows now. Beaufils must have thought it was the end of that frame and he was out like a jack in a box. As we just have another look at that red. Had to be hit very thin. And you can see he just came across the middle of the red ball and into the jaws.
I think that was the result of playing that plant, Tony. It's always a dangerous thing when you're playing a plant. The ball that's not going to be potted, you're not quite 100% sure where it's going to finish up. And Yannick's not played the best of shots there.
He's still in not bad position though. He's got the yellow at the top of the table. And he needs to get his frame to stop the rot.
Yeah, I mean, if Gareth had taken this frame, put himself in an 8-3 lead, he's just one away from a place in the semi-finals.
Well, Beaufils is going to drag the keyboard back 3 or 4 inches
30
here.
seconds.
Slight bit of right-hand side you can see there on the cue ball, just to come across the table. Now again it boils down to which way you prefer. If you're feeling confident, you knock in the yellow that's to the right of the black as we look into that corner pocket and screw it back. If you're not so confident, you play the little plant down the rail. This is going to tell a story. There you see Beaufils going for the latter. Refused the longer pot.
You see what I said there, Tony? I mean, it's a similar situation to the shot that Gareth played there. That yellow is not over the pocket now. All right, it's not in a bad position, but Yannick's just got to make sure he gets this shot right now.
Well, he's got to take the yellow now into the right-hand centre, but the cue ball's always going to be travelling away from black and yellow in that area. So his next putt after this is going to be a long one. And as you can see where Gareth Potts' 2 reds are, you can't afford to miss it. In fact, he's playing a screw shot. Now, this is dangerous. This is going with pace. Yellow could jump out the pocket
30
here.
seconds.
Does not want to catch any part of the jaw. And didn't he play that well? Could have done with coming a bit further, though.
Yeah, I say this is not an easy shot now because he's got to get. Just looks like that yellow's off the cushion a little bit, which makes the shot slightly easier. So perhaps not in such a bad position as we thought.
Foul.
Again. Oh.
2 visits.
And there you see the referee's called the foul. The waistcoat has touched the red ball, and it's now 2 visits to Gareth Potts with a simple finish. Kevin Armitage, jolly on the spot there.
Yeah, that just shows the beauty of being in exactly the right position there. The referee's good positioning, and he's in there straight away and spotted it.
Well, Gareth Potts now, he's not going to need his extra visit on this black, and this will put him 1 away from the semi. Down it goes. Potts continues his run, 6 frames in a row now. He leads Beaufils 8-3. Knows exactly what he's got to do now. He needs to win all 6 remaining frames to keep his dream alive of lifting this year's 888.com World 8-Ball Pool Championship crown. One mistake will cost him. Well, he's made
Red ball potted.
a couple of reds off the break. In fact, just the 1 red.
They've not split particularly kindly here, though, Tony. So I'm not quite sure what he's going to decide to do. He might have to take the reds just to have so it's not an open table.
Actually, I wonder if that red ball in the bottom left corner goes in the corner, because if it does, he will probably draw back and maybe
Yellow ball's nominated.
clear the
30
other
seconds.
red balls in the middle. Try to go for the clearance.
Well, there you see
No,
the red is completely stuck behind the yellow. So he's opted to take yellows, but he needs to not want in to be on them.
That's a great
Yellow
shot
ball's in
that is
play.
from Yannick. He's not finished perfect by any means, but he's certainly got himself out of a bit of a hole there, because if he'd have missed that, as you say, he could have been in deep trouble as he's 8-3 down. 1 mistake is going to cost him a place in the world semi-final here.
Well, it's a big ask of the Frenchman. And this will be the biggest comeback, I think, of his life if he should progress to the semi-final.
Yeah, but if you remember,
30
Tony, from a
seconds.
couple of years ago, it won't be the biggest comeback of the tournament. If you remember, I think it was 3 years ago, Lee Kendall was 8-3 up against Phil Harrison in the quarterfinals, and he's come back and he's won every frame and beat Lee Kendall 9-8. I'm sure Lee won't mind me reminding him of that one.
Red ball's in play.
Anyway, Yannick Beaufils playing the containing shot there. Try not to leave Potts anything. All he's got is a long red into the top right-hand corner. And if he knocks this in, it's still hard work for Gareth Potts. But he has got that cushion. What a great shot there from Potts.
Fantastic shot there. Like you say, he's still not got anything easy from here, though.
Well, he's a man on a mission, Gareth Potts. And we'll have another look at this. Phenomenal pot into the top left-hand corner. Just easy its way up the table. Now, has he left a gap? Will the yellow pass in the bottom right-hand corner? If it will,
I think it will, Tony. I think it will.
Beaufils will have a chance. If not, oh, just look how tight that is. I don't think he can get to the yellow enough to actually make contact to knock it in. It will go past that red. But the yellow seems just a bit too far forward and close to the red on the right-hand side as well.
And what you tend to find sometimes on these tables, Tony, you can get it into that knuckle and it will just flick the red out. But it has got to be absolutely spot on.
Well, if he's going to attempt to play it now, this shot will determine whether Beaufils stays in the tournament for a bit longer. Because if he double kisses that red and knocks it in, it will be the end for him.
Even if he misses, Tony, I think if it doesn't go in, I think you'd see Gareth come back to the table and probably finish the match.
30 seconds.
Well, he didn't knock the red in, but Potts is now in a driving seat and he knows it.
I tell you what, he's left Gareth in an absolute perfect position. He couldn't have put that cue ball in a better position, I don't think, for Gareth, because he's moved that red out of there and he's left him the red into the top right-hand pocket. He's just draw back for the one in the middle. And he's missed it. I can't believe it. That's unbelievable.
Well, he hit that one too thin. On the cut, you can see the way it went up the rail. Well, too thin there. Just wonder, sometimes the last frame, the one you want to get to win the match, can always be the hardest one to get.
I tell you what, having seen that again, Tony, I'm not convinced he did overcut it. I mean, it has hit the far jaw, but it's come back and I just don't know how it hasn't dropped. It's right on the edge of the pocket, that is. I mean, you watch this,
30
look.
seconds.
You know,
He's a good 2 inches away from the rail, Sean. I mean, it's caught the far jaw. Some of the tables, I mean, TV tables in the past have had big pockets where, you know, we saw in the black earlier that Gareth Potts knocked and he hit the cushion halfway down. But with the pace, he didn't hit it slowly. Maybe a bit slower, it might have just slid into the pocket. But Yannick there tried to cover the pocket with the double. He's played it too heavy. And again, he's left Potts with a chance to finish this match.
yeah, he just got that little. The awkward one was that red that's next to the yellow. I'm not sure if he can put it into the left-hand middle pocket from the right-hand corner here. If he knocks this in, can he get on an angle to knock that red into the middle? I'm not sure he can. He's actually played there to cannon it out. That's a lovely shot. That's perfect. And it's finished next to the other red, but they will both pot. So I don't see any problem there for Gareth.
Well, the only problem is position. He'd ideally like to be on that red ball and right behind it down that rail. Now he's got to play a thinnish cut, come across, but there's a black and yellow in the way, so I feel that he's going to maybe have to take either the ball into the top right-hand corner or maybe one of the reds into the right-hand centre.
Yeah, I think the bottom one of those two reds will probably go into that corner pocket.
30 seconds.
Into the middle pocket, rather, but no, he's electing to stretch down. Again, Kevin Armitage, our referee's in there, very close watching that, and he's potted it.
Well, we know where he's going to go now. He's going to play the one over the pocket and try and bring the cue ball down by the centre pocket on the right-hand side. If he gets anywhere near that middle pocket, the match is over. Another inch would have been better. When he cuts this red, he's going to just make contact with the second one. Played it well, and Potts now can pot this one into left-hand middle, bring the cue ball off the top rail. He's just looking at his path. Cue ball off the top rail, back down the table, and black in the bottom right-hand corner. And there's Angie, his girlfriend, and she'll be willing her man on. He's just taking a bit of extra time, a bit of extra care.
Yeah, he's just composing himself here. He knows this is a big shot.
"30 seconds.
Well, he's canned into the yellow, but he's been a bit fortunate. And he's landed perfectly onto the black. This black ball for a place in the semi-final. It's there, and Potts is through. Great performance from the man from Stoke-on-Trent. He's beaten Yannick Beaufils by 9 frames to 3.
So an impressive victory in the end then for Gareth Potts. He's gone through 9-3. Lee Kendall watching the action with me. That was good stuff from him.
Yeah, he played very well. He's got his break working in the second session of the match, so he'll be very pleased how he played out there today.
He was a little fortunate because Yannick just gave him a couple of chances when he needed them, and in the end he took them and he made the Frenchman pay.
Well, to be fair to Gareth, you just take your own chances. I mean, you hope your opponent makes mistakes, and that's all you can do. Take your chances and progress.
But he looked nice and solid throughout, Gareth, didn't he? He didn't really get too down. He played at a steady tempo. One or two things didn't work, but he kept going, and in the end, he got the reward.
That's right. He's probably missed 2 balls in the match, and he'll be not too displeased about that.
So he is safely through now then to the semi-finals. Let's take a check then, shall we, on the situation at the moment. Chris Melling is through. Phil Harrison is through 9-8, just against Darren Appleton. And now Gareth Potts moves through to the semi-finals, having put out the Frenchman Yannick Beaufils. Next up, it'll be Jason Twist against Keith Brewer. So there we are. That's it. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's been fascinating stuff. More great stuff to come from Blackpool. We'll see you next time. Bye for now. Big clap to this. Big clap to this. Big clap to this. Big clap to this. Welcome to the World 8-Ball Pool Championships 2005, sponsored by 888.com, coming to you from the Hilton Hotel on the seafront in Blackpool. The world's best players have been here for some time now, chasing a total prize fund of £30,000. We're now down to the quarter-final stage. Indeed, this is the last quarter-final coming up. That's what's happened so far. Chris Melling through, in the end quite comfortably against Keith Jones. A real marathon match between Phil Harrison and Darren Appleton. Phil just shading it 9-8. And Yannick Beaufils, the Frenchman, going out to Gareth Potts 9-3. So it's now between Jason Twist and Keith Brewer. That's the match we're about to enjoy. And with me, the studio guest today, Joe Fanto, the president of the World 8-Ball Pool Federation. Joe, this should be some match.
Should be a great match, David. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing the young veteran in Keith Brewer make it to this level again. Just to see his foxy tactics against the Flash.
He's won it twice before, of course. I mean,
yeah.
Great record Jason's got.
Yes.
But Keith, as you say, keeps going on and on.
Yes, and it's just going to be interesting to see the attacking style of Jason Twist against Keith Brewer, who still seems to be able to play the defensive game, and just to see his experience out there at this level again.
And what sort of match are we going to see? Is it going to be a slow, patient attack from both players, or is it going to be rapid fire?
I think it'll be rapid fire from Jason Twist, and Keith will try and control the temperament of the game to his style and see if he can possibly offset Jason's rhythm.
And in terms of current form, which of the two players would you say is playing the better pull?
I would have to say Jason Twist would have the edge.
Yeah, but Keith, people keep writing him off, as you say. He's this experienced young veteran, but he seems to have been going on forever, but still plays to a very high standard.
Yes, Keith has seen many young players come and go, and he's dealt with them, and still manages to make these quarterfinals, and it's a real credit to him. He's a great ambassador to our game.
So Jason Twist, then, he is the man that you would put your money on. He's probably got the slightly better record, well, certainly got the better record here, but at the moment in slightly better form.
Yes, I'm predicting Jason Twist win.
OK, thank you very much indeed for that, Joe. So still to come, of course, commentary on this match. That'll come up from Tony Holgate in just a moment. But first of all, let's join our MC, Alan Hughes.
Thank you, David. And the last quarter-final is about two of the game's all-time greats. First, a legend, incredibly looking for his first world title in what has been a fantastic career spanning nearly 30 years, and an opponent who's captured the world title on 2 occasions and now looking for a record in the blue ribbon of 8-ball. Ladies and gentlemen, together will you welcome the Brew and the Tornado, Keith Brewer and Jason Twist.
Well, we're back to our last quarter-final now here in Blackpool. This year's 888.com World 8-Ball Pool Championship. And it's the old campaigner himself, Keith Brewer. And he'll be up against the flamboyant Jason Tornado Twist. As Brewer comes across to shake Twist's hand. And there you see the Tornado, a 2-time former world champion. And he's going to be playing Brewer, who's about to break us off in the first frame. Amazingly, never won a world title.
Foul.
And he's gone in off the break as well at the start. And that's not what you want to be doing in the World Championship against Jason Twist. With me in the commentary box, of course, our referee, Sean Baker. And that's not the start Brewer wanted, is it, Sean?
No, I think Keith would have been looking out to come out here and get a breaking dish, keep Jason away from the table in this first frame, and just get his nose in front early doors and hope to put some pressure on Jason's game. But he's handed the advantage straight back to Jason here, and I think Jason will be taking yellows, and it could be 1-0 and not too distant
Yellow
future.
ball's in play.
Well, Twist, one of the faster players in World Pool. He's been a great champion previously, and like Chris Melling, that's in the top half of the draw, both players looking to go into the record books for being the first player to win 3 world titles. The other one, of course, is Rob McKenna, who's been knocked out. He's also won 2. He did land very good there, Jason Twist. Bit stuck to the yellow.
Yeah, I don't know whether he can quite get through to that yellow into the left-hand middle pocket. Doesn't look like he can, but we can't quite see from where we're looking here. But as you said there, Jason's bidding for his 3rd title now. We can see that shot, that he actually can't see that ball, so he's going to be looking for a possible safety shot here, but I don't really see
30
what
seconds.
he's got. Is he looking maybe at a double? Coming off the side cushion and into those. Oh, he's trying to bend this.
Twist attempting a swerve. Not
Red
got it,
ball's
but
in play.
second prize. And then we'll have another look at this attempted swerve shot from Jason Twist. See the cue ball bend, he just wanted to come over a bit more.
Yeah, he didn't have a great distance there between where the cue ball started. His travel to the object ball he was aiming at, so he's not been able to bend it enough in time. But it's left it awkward for Keith here. He's bridging over these yellows.
Well, certainly we're going to see a big contrast in styles in this match.
30 seconds.
We've got Jason Twist, of course, the fast, exciting, flamboyant character that he is, against Keith Brewer here, who is probably the best tactical genius of all time. What a great shot there from Brewer. Decided to come off the rail first because he was bridging straight over that yellow. Give him a little bit more cue ball to aim at.
Yeah, I mean, he had to make sure he got that right as well, because by coming off the cushion first, after he's hit the red, obviously a ball has then got hit a cushion or be pocketed, or it'd have been a foul shot. But no, it was an excellent shot there from Keith, and he's given him a chance here to get back into this frame.
Seconds.
The thing you were saying there about the tactics, Tony, is Keith will only play tactical if if the frame doesn't open up at the beginning. If he gets an opportunity, he will go game. It's not like he's as we'd say under the old rules, a fudger. But I say it's just if the balls don't split nicely, or somebody lays a ball over a pocket to try and block the pocket, that's when it starts getting tactical. And as you say, that's where Keith does come into his own. But I can see Jason's very direct when that happens, and he doesn't like to see that happen. So he'll get straight in there, start playing maybe a tactical foul, and open the game back up again, trying to work it back into his favour. But at the moment, Keith looks like he could be going 1-0 up here.
Well, Brewer, of course, getting to the quarter-final, beating Pat Holtz from Scotland in the last 16 by 8 frames to 5. I believe you refereed that match, Sean, didn't you?
Yes, I was, and I was the referee for that, Tony, but I think by both players' admissions it was not the best match that you'd ever want to see. Pat was certainly struggling with his game, and every time he sort of came to the table, he wasn't getting it right, giving Keith an opportunity, and Keith didn't have to play that well to win that game. He was handed it to him a little bit by Pat. He played well enough, it was solid pool, but he didn't have to do anything fancy. And I say, Pat, I think, was a bit disappointed because he came into the tournament with a bit of form from playing in Scotland, and it just didn't work for him. I mean, having put out the former world champion Carl Morris in his previous match, I think Pat was quite confident. But I say, it just didn't happen for him, and that was how it went. Keith's just played the solid pool and gone through 8-5, as you said.
Brewer just going to squeak this red into the centre pocket. You see the last check side bringing the cue ball back into perfect position, and now Brewer, as you see, just takes his time. He knows he's got a simple red into the centre, and that's going to be followed by a very easy 8-ball into the bottom right hand corner. Brewer likes to play at his own pace. He will not be hurried, but this is a good start for Keith. Down it goes, and Brewer draws first blood. He leads Jason Twist by 1 frame to 0. Let's see what the Twist break has to offer.
He made a red there in the middle pocket, and so the break's obviously worked for him there straight away. And this is what you'd like to see from Jason. Here's the break shot again. He's got into them quite well. Nice split, but just a little bit awkward with that black, because seems to be tied up with a yellow and a red. But I say, that's the sort of thing Jason likes to do. He'll get in, be aggressive, and he'll try and develop that.
Well, I know earlier that I was talking to Jason Twist, and he wandered into the practice room, and Keith Brewer was practicing covering pockets. And Jason Twist said to him, he said, I don't know why you're bothering practicing them, because you're not going to get the chance.
Yellow ball's nominated.
We'll wait and see if he does or not. But that's a great shot from Jason Twist. Just look at that cannon into the balls. Play the yellow into the corner, knock the reds out of the way, and just look at that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about, Tony. That aggressive nature of Jason's. He's got straight in there, cracking flick off the red, potted the yellow, and broke out and opened the black up.
Well, the only negative thing that did do was block off that yellow that's at the right-hand side of the table, just above the middle pocket. But he's got an angle here to knock it out straight away. Oh, and hasn't he played that well? He's even left the angle to get to the top of the table for his last remaining bad yellow. And this would be such a great finish from absolutely well. You think that he had nothing.
The thing is, this is the sort of form that's won him those 2 world titles, Tony. You know, I remember when he played, when he last won it, He's come out, he's played really aggressive like this, and it's done it for him, and he certainly appears to be on form.
Well, Twist victories were 99. Was it 2000, 2002, I believe, actually, Sean. The 2 years that Twist won it. Sandwiched in between 2 Melling wins.
Yeah, you're correct there, Tony. It was 2000, 2002 that Jason took the title, and he's certainly looking on form that he could be that first person to take that third world title.
Well, I think there might be a man in the top half of the draw. Chris Melling might have something to say about that.
Well, that's it, but I don't think Jason's worried about him at the moment. He's concentrating on getting himself back into this game, one frame all.
Well, this has been a tremendous finish from Jason Twist. The simple 8, down it goes, and Twist fires a reminder at Keith Brewer that he's alive. It's 1-1 here in Blackpool. Well, Keith Brewer now comes to break off in frame 3. It's a race to 9. So be careful with that cue ball. He's put it very central. A lot of the players are breaking from the side. When you play it central and screw into the top ball, you can flirt dangerously with the middle pockets. Not a great break though, was it?
No, they've not seemed to split very well at all there. I mean, there's Reds would look to be the ball potentially here, but there certainly doesn't appear to be there's certainly not straightforward clearance anyway. But having watched Jason in the last frame, we know what he's capable of, and he could quite easily develop those 2 Reds out of there, engineer an opening for himself, and get his nose in front in this match early on.
30 seconds.
Be interesting to see Keith actually swap sides there on his break. He broke from the other one, from the other side in the first frame when he went off, and he's obviously decided he's going to go the other way.
Red ball's in play.
Well, there's a great effort there from Twist. Dislodged the Reds, but just wondering if that red will go past the yellow and towards the red that's covering that bottom right-hand corner. If it does, he's got a chance of a finish. And that looks very tight indeed. He can consider himself a little bit unfortunate. But once again, it's Twist firing from the hip.
30 seconds.
Well, if he does elect to play this plant, he's got a bridge over that red ball. But again, he's one of the steadier cues, isn't he, Sean?
Yeah, he's got a rock solid action. So, I mean, he's been playing for a fair number of years, so he's potted that. That's a great shot. Fantastic shot from Jason Twist there.
Well, I thought he just landed a bit too close to be playing that one, but what a great shot. I mean, just look how close he is to this red. And that is a superb pot by Jason Twist. Well, he lost that first frame and Keith Brewer mopped them up, but he's certainly not bothered about losing that opening frame. And this isn't what Brewer wants. And there you see the steady grip of Jason Twist. I know what Brewer wants to do. He'll want to jump out of his chair and smother that table with a blanket and try and stop Jason Twist potting.
Yeah, but that's exactly what Jason will stop Keith doing, or try to stop him doing by this aggressive play. You know, where Keith's maybe covered a pocket or he's tied a ball up, Jason will just look at breaking it out.
Well, early alarm bells are ringing in Keith Brewer's ears as Jason Twist plays a great positional shot there. He's on that awkward red now. He can play the plant into the middle pocket. And he's naturally taking a cue ball into a nice open area of the table, so he's bound to be on his next ball. Just as long as he plays the plant and the second red doesn't slide up the rail, everything should be pretty plain sailing for Jason Twist.
Yeah, that's always a danger of playing these plants, where the ball that's not going to be pocketed actually runs away, and I think he's had a little bit of fortune there. It's just...
Well, he's left himself a little bit thinner than he'd liked. We'll have another look at his plant. You see, he makes that no problem, but the cue ball kissing the black ball. And if you look at the second red near the middle bag, It's over the far side, so he needs to get the cue ball up the table a bit here. And you can see Jason Twist, he's just looking to play this red off the cushion, off that yellow that's near that corner bag, to give him a bit more leeway to get the cue ball up. Oh, what a great shot from Twist. Played that to perfection. And just look how easy his next shot is to get on the black.
I'll tell you what, he nearly potted the other red as well. He just flicked it on the way past. Just a slightly heavier contact, and I think he might have potted it.
Well, there you see him play the cannon into the yellow. Also freed that pocket up completely as well to leave a path for the black ball. And this is vintage Jason Twist. He's now got the simple 8 into the bottom corner. And Twist fires himself into a 2-1 lead. Well, the tornado up at the table, breaking off, frame 4. Just scored 2 in a row, quick fire succession. And again, he's made another ball off the break. And if he can get to the red ball in the right-hand centre, apart from the red at the bottom of the table, he has got a good chance of going out again.
The thing is, though, he might elect to take yellows if that's a plant over the top, over the bottom left-hand pocket. He could elect to take yellows because all the yellows are in the open as well.
Well, I believe the plant at the bottom of the table has to be made. It's not a straight, dead set one. And the two balls look very close together as well.
Seconds.
I think red's may be the option for Jason Twist.
Yellow ball's nominated.
Well, he's defied me. He's gone with your selection of yellows.
Yellow ball's in
Well, I'll tell
play.
you what, by knocking that red into the open, if he does miss a yellow now, he's left Brewer with a very easy finish.
Yeah, I've got to admit, though, I don't think Jason will miss from here. I think he knew yellows were the ball for him now, and he didn't actually take the shot we were talking about, the plant, but I think it's still there, and if he gets in the right position down the table, he won't need to worry that the fact it's not an actual dead plant. He can just manufacture it, and it won't be a problem.
30 seconds.
Well, I think this is a tricky little finish here, Sean. He's got to get to the yellow at the top of the table as well. He might not elect to go for them. He might just pop this in at the centre pocket and try and cover that bottom left-hand corner, and that will put Brewer in all sorts of trouble. That was amazing, that pot. Do you see how close that was to the two balls? I mean, nobody ever thought of it going in the corner.
No. I just wonder whether he was at that pace, though. He's hit it hard. I just wonder if he was going to just try and flick off the yellow and just open him up a little bit. But I say he certainly hit it with pace, so it was a dangerous shot if that was a shot he was attempting, because the yellows could have gone anywhere, to be honest. With that red close there, could have quite easily got blocked off by the red. So no, it was an excellent shot, that was.
30 seconds.
Just look at the spin on the cue ball there from Twist. He's come a little bit too far, has he? Now he's going to have to start looking at the plant. The other shot he could play is to play the cut into the bottom right-hand corner, play a lot of right-hand side on the cue ball, and kiss into the two yellows that are over by the bottom left-hand corner.
That's a dangerous shot, though, that is, Tony. It is a dangerous. It looks like he's playing with some right-hand side here, as you were saying.
And that was his shot, but
as I say, I was going to say, that's a dangerous shot, Tony. Why move the balls that were in a virtually a potable position? He's now left himself in a really difficult shot here.
well, I think he's had two goes to move these yellows, because I don't think that it was a plant in the first place. So he did have to get into him, but like you say, Sean, that was very dangerous, because you're always going to be in trouble if you don't land on one of those two yellows. Well, Brewer will be getting himself ready to get out of his chair.
30 seconds.
There's no way you fancied Twist was going to attempt anything too rash there, but he's left Brewer a red on the right-hand side that he can have readily available.
Yeah, I think the only problem Keith's got is those two reds that seem to be stuck together. I think if he gets in the right position, the right-hand one will go in the right corner pocket, so I don't think this will be a problem. I think Keith will just be having a good look and plotting his way. Looks where it actually might be touching the cue ball there, the yellow.
He's elected to play the double back, and I'm not sure that was the right shot, but it's turned out well for him. And now he's got Twist in all sorts of trouble. If he didn't get that, that could have spelt danger there.
I just wonder if it wouldn't cut Tony, probably because it was. They say the cue ball was actually touching the yellow.
Well, this is what Brewer wanted. He wanted to try and cover pockets, get Jason Twist in tactical drawn battles, because he knows that's his strong
30
point.
seconds.
And he's got Twist in a lot of trouble here. Well, that's all that Jason Twist could do. He had to get that yellow into the open. But Brewer will be looking for safety. Well, again, it's a very good safety from Brewer.
30 seconds.
There's not a lot of options here for Jason Twist. Going to try a cross double. Very low percentage shot. He's gone for that in the top corner. What a shot from Jason Twist!
That was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, he's just pulled that out of... That's a rabbit out of a hat, that is.
Well, you just think that there's no way in the world that he can get the yellow up to that top corner.
So he's obviously...
Brewer's got to be absolutely devastated with that. This black for 3-1 for Twist. It's there, and Twist has done it. Pulled the rabbit out of the hat. He leads 3 frames to 1.
Well, that little bit of magic there from Jason Twist, giving him not only that last frame, but also he just really made his stamp on this quarter-final. He looks really to be playing well.
Well, up until that point, up until that great shot, it looked like a 2-all scoreline would be fair. But to pull off a shot like that under those circumstances was absolutely brilliant, and it's got to be one of the shots of the tournament so far.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone thought that that shot was on, apart from Jason.
Well, he worked...
Perfect. I mean, all the way around the table and back again.
But not just to work it out, but to execute it.
Yeah.
The perfect angle from there.
Yeah, and Keith thinking he'd done a nice safety shot, there was no real problem, he got Jason in trouble.
And as I said, he's pulled a rabbit out of a hat and goes 3-1 up.
3-1, this is looking a bit ominous for Keith, isn't it? Because he's done pretty well so far, but already Jason's just easing away.
Well, he looked to be doing well to stay in the match at that point in time. Just that shot, it's really left me stunned. He really deserves to be 3-1 up. And Keith is going to have to improve on his break to take control when he breaks, because so far he's had 2 breaks, 2 poor breaks.
Trailing 3 frames to 1.
Keith Brewer up against it. Let's see what happens.
Well, it's Keith Brewer now breaking off in his 5th frame. Here in this year's 888.com World 8 Ball Pool Championships, and he put a little bit more force in the break there, Brewer. He's been rewarded with the ball. And like I was saying in the studio there, Keith Brewer has not done an awful lot wrong and finds himself 3-1 down.
No, but the thing about Keith is he's got this, you know, he will never give up. If you go back to the early qualifying rounds of this tournament, he was playing a young lad from Hertfordshire called Danny Miller, and he found himself 5-0 down in next to no time, I believe, and he's come back, and I think the final score was either 7-5 or 7-6 to Keith. And so that's the sort of character he is. He's got this character where he won't give up, he will just keep going.
Well, the main problem for Brewer is the way Twist is playing. Brewer's opting for the reds. And now he's going to try and take out his finish. He'd like to have a bit more angle than that. He's on this red on the bottom rail. We know exactly where he's going to go next. He's got to drop that in. And then he's got a tricky little shot into that left-hand middle.
Yeah, I just wondered why he sort of cannoned that yellow. I know he may be trying to get the cue ball in a better position, but it's not worked out that way.
Well, no, I bet it's crossed Keith Brewer's mind to try and cover this bottom left-hand corner. If he feels that he can't get great position on the next one, he might do that. But I wonder if he might have learnt his lesson from the last one he did. Jason Twist taking a yellow off 2 rails round the table and potting it.
30 seconds.
But no, he's gone for the cover.
Yellow ball's in play.
Thought he might. That's Keith Brewer's game. Doesn't want to risk anything. Play the percentages. Well, I mean, that is the difference between maybe Keith Brewer, Jason Twist and Chris Melling type players. There's no way in the world Jason Twist or Chris Melling would have covered that pocket, then they'd have gone game.
No, they would definitely have gone game. I mean, with the Q power, certainly of Chris and Jason, they would they'd have been punching that ball in and getting back up the table. And I think the referee by now, certainly if Chris had been playing, the referee would have been racking the balls up for the next frame.
Keith Brewer just wants to buy himself some time. Make sure he gets his finish, and Jason Twist being forced to try and block off Brewer, but he's not succeeded in doing so. Brewer now just going to play the red ball up towards the top right hand corner area. Might be going for a finish here, that's for sure.
Just trying to see what he's weighing up here now. He's, like I say, yeah, he's just going to play the tactical shot again there.
Well, what Keith was worried about, there was a little gap there for maybe a yellow to go past that red in that corner by just nudging it right over the bag. He's now took any of that out of the equation.
Yeah, Jason's in a little bit of trouble here now.
Well, we thought that in the last frame. I wonder if Jason Twist might try and cover the top left-hand corner. Also gets with that ball on off the rail. This will be played very slowly up the cushion. No, he played it fairly pacey.
Yeah, I think he's gone for the pot there, Tony. Feel like he'd gone for the pot. Certainly at that pace.
Yeah, but he wasn't on anything if he did pot it. Well, you wanted to drop this in dead weight if he's going for the pot anyway, because he'd have been on the yellow that's at the top of the table. By hitting it pacey, he'd have landed on nothing. I think we might see Brewer have a go now. Just plop this into the middle. The next one will go into that centre as well, but he'll also have an angle to try and move the red and yellow apart that's just below the cue ball.
Well, that's the thing with these games, Tony. Sometimes, we've proven the last one, you can sometimes get too overcautious and think, well, no, I'm not going to go for the finish here. I just want to get this into just a slightly better position. And all of a sudden, you find your opponent pulls a shot out of nowhere, as Jason did in the 4th frame, and all of a sudden, you've lost the frame that you should have been looking favourite to win.
Very true, Sean. Now, Brewer, I don't think he quite likes the angle. He wanted to be a little bit thinner on this red. He's had a go to move it and he didn't do it. Now he's got the choice of whether to pop the one over the pocket and try and nudge the red out, which is no way in the world Keith Brewer is going to do. Or skim the other red towards the middle bag and bring the white at the top of the table.
I'm not sure that red goes in there, actually, Tony. I mean, it's certainly sticking out far enough. I think it's a dangerous shot because it's very close to the yellow, but I think it'd be the sort of shot that, again, you'd see Jason or Chris Melling maybe have a go at. He's certainly playing it.
Well, this has to be played at dead weight. As you can see, it didn't go. He just nudged it over the pocket. And now Jason Twist has got his back against the wall again. What can he pull out this time? Well, Jason Twist, as you can see, the main problem for him is a yellow ball at the left-hand side of the table, Sean, and he's got to try and get on that one of those yellows to get over there. But Brewer's played a clever shot because he has covered that left-hand centre pocket, and that stops all those 3 yellows going over there.
I'd say Jason could get, like I say, you said, back across the table, and in behind those, it gives him a chance.
Well, he's made a good pot there, Jason Twist, but he needs to get to the left-hand side of the table off this yellow. If you can get over between those two reds that are in the centre, just below them, then he's got a chance. It's really a big ask for Twisty to get these. He has the angle, but again, it's cue ball control that's going to be paramount.
Yeah, well, that's what Jason is very good at, as I said earlier on in the match. He's got excellent cue ball control. I wonder if does that yellow go past that red into the middle pocket? That's what he's obviously played for.
Well, if it does, he's going to be a bit stuck on his shot afterwards. You can see it goes in, but it's getting back down the table for the others. It's going to be the big problem. Again, he's going to have to play this at pace.
The problem he's got as well is that red that's in the middle of the table. It's probably hindering his path to the cue ball.
And there you see, he went with the pace. He's tried to go off the red to clear it out of the way of that middle pocket. And by doing that, he's missed a pot.
You'll see it hit the far jaw here and come back. Yeah, so he's done its jump back on him.
It's always a danger when you're cannoning into a ball so close to that middle bag. Had to hit the red a lot thinner than that. Now Brewer left with the finish. See, he's really got to play the red that's over the pocket first. And I know he doesn't want to do that, because if he does make a mistake after that, he's leaving the frame open for Jason Twist. But he needs to just get up anywhere where the cue ball is now, from the one over the bag, and then it's just simple. You pop the red into the bottom right hand corner, the black goes bottom left. But
yeah, but to be honest, Tony, if he doesn't feel he can clear these from here, then he's very low on confidence. To be fair, a play of his ability.
It's just a positional shot from red to red. And he's opting to take the one over the bag last, and he's probably going to opt for the middle bag with the black, which is the harder route. Well, you just know exactly where he's going to be putting the black now, be in the middle bag. Just got to bring the cue ball back straight across the table off this cushion. Just avoid the three yellows. And that is inch perfect. This black for Brewer to stop the rot. And in it goes, and Brewer pulls one back. He now trails Jason Twist by 3 frames to 2. Strides to the centre of the arena, ready to break off in frame 6. He's just seen Brewer fire one back at him. Nothing off the break for Twist. What's he left Brewer?
Not a great deal by looking at, Tony. He's possibly got a red in the top right, whether he can quite get the one in the bottom right. So here's his break shot again. As you see, they split nicely, but he's just not found a ball.
Steely-eyed Jason Twist, plonked firmly in his chair now for this frame. It's just the first shot for Brewer that's going to be the awkward one.
The awkward Q&A, he's got his fingers very close between those balls. You see a good shot of that there.
I'll tell you what, he missed that by some distance.
Open table.
And has he left Jason a chance? Well, he has, because he's got a ball certainly in the bottom left, and he could take this one bottom right as well, if he'd want to take the one that's near there first. So that would give him an angle bottom right to come round.
Well, Twist going to have a little go at the reds now.
Red ball's in play.
Did that very well. He's got on the 2 reds now into this right hand centre. Once again, it's Twist doing the attacking. He's going to get first opportunity. Knows he doesn't want to hang about and play any tactics with Brewer.
That's what I said earlier. Like I say, he'll try and stop Keith's tactical game by just getting out there, total aggression, and take the clearances out. Don't give Keith a chance.
I think Jason wanted to come back a bit further.
Yeah, I think he was looking to take the red there into the left centre pocket. Look, he's only too great danger here.
Well, he can still play that shot. It's just a little bit more awkward than it should have been.
Yeah, he's taking the cue ball towards the yellow, which he didn't want to. The sort of middle one of those three on the left-hand side.
He's made the pot. And now really you feel that he's going to have to play the one which is the security ball over the bottom left. And again, by taking that away, you're leaving Brewer a chance if you do make a mistake, which might guide him to maybe take one of the reds at the top, but no. Going for the jugular. Again, nice control from the Tornado. Lives in Ilfracombe in Devon. It's not an awful long way from me.
I was going to say that's your neck of the woods, Tony, isn't it? Or, you've been a little bit of a traveller recently. You've been moving around a little bit with your pool.
Oh, I've been to Ireland and back from over there. I live in Cornwall. It's not too far from Devon, obviously, but Jason Twist, even if he potted that red, he was snookered.
Yellow ball's in play.
Well, his own worst enemy there, but it wasn't an easy shot. Just undercut it. You'll see this red hit the cushion on the way down. Now, this is what Brewer needs. And again, Brewer went for that pot. There's no way he tried to cover that. And just look where he's left the cue ball. He's left Twist a chance now to play the plant across the table. It'll be red on the red. Just look at this again from Keith Brewer. Now, you wouldn't expect that. I mean, he's very close to the yellow, and it really, that was a straightforward pot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's missed that by a long way. A long way. It seemed like the initial sort of contact was it took it straight away from the rail, and it was never seemed to be going in.
Very thin plant this for Twist, but it's a chance still the same. And he's got it. Great shot from Jason Twist.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Jason there. Played it nicely controlled, because the danger of those shots is that he could have quite easily, again we said earlier, that the ball that's not going to be potted goes safe. So he's played a great shot there.
Well, this has really got to hurt Keith Brewer.
Foul.
And there the referee's called the foul. We saw that in the last quarter-final, where Yannick Beaufils against Gareth Potts moved aboard his waistcoat, and Jason Twist has now done the same.
I can't believe he's done that. I mean, a player of Jason's experience, that's incredible. I mean, he's got down, he's looked, then he's sort of gone a little bit further down, taken another look, I think, and then he's just gone down and given the foul. It's incredible. Well, this has handed a chance back to Brewer now that he should never have had. And this could be a turning point, this. If Keith gets back in this, is just one frame in it. And the referee was positioned sort of down the table, so he was looking straight up underneath there. And it was a great spot by Martin Pearson, our referee there. In exactly the right position for that shot.
Well, it's very, very careless of Jason Twist there. A player that knows that's Martin Pearson there, our referee. He was spot on with his call.
He might have just been off Jason's Christmas card list now for a couple of years. But that's what he's out there to do, to make the right calls and to be in the right position, and that was an excellent piece of refereeing there from Martin.
Well, Brewer, of course, still got the extra visit in hand, should he need it. I'm not sure he will. Just going to cut this yellow now into the bottom left-hand corner. He knows the frame's at his mercy. Gently does it for Brewer. There you see he's just stopped in the right place to get to that yellow in the centre pocket. Any more and he would have had to maybe use one of his extra shots. But now Brewer got this great chance now to level this match. And Jason Twist will be kicking himself. Simple black ball. He's got the extra visit, but he's not going to need it. And down goes the 8.
Fine.
And Keith Brewer pulls level. 3-all here in Blackpool. Keith Brewer now. Just won the last 2 in a row. It's him to break in frame 7. Confidence has got to be on the up at the moment. He's made a ball off the break.
Red ball potted.
He made a red there, Tony. And looking at those reds, it could be reds he's going, I think. Here. He's got the one over that's over the bottom right-hand corner pocket.
Red ball's in play.
Yeah. You see Martin call there, that the referee call that Keith elected to take reds. Like I say, if Keith gets his chances, he will take them. He won't. He's not going to play tactical when the balls are there. He's quite capable. As I said earlier, he's been playing the game for many years, and he knows at the end of the day the game's all about potting balls, and that's what he's doing.
Well, there is a finish available there now for Brewer. I don't think we'll see him play safe in this frame. Keith Brewer, of course, lives down in Dorset. And that red has turned into that pocket. That's the nap of the cloth. It was going straight towards the jaw. It's gradually leant to the left. Rather similar to a bowling ball.
Yeah.
You see the nap just take the ball in, Sean.
Yeah, and as we said earlier on, when somebody played a steady shot up the table in the previous quarter-final, again, the nap can just affect it when you play those steady shots. But it certainly helped Keith there, and he looks to be going to be clearing these up and taking a 4-3 lead.
Well, Brewer looking good at the moment. He's in a great position. Just wants to take this inside red now into the corner. He's got guaranteed position onto the black from this red. And Keith Brewer now start to believe that he could maybe topple the tornado. Just going to drag the cue ball up now for the black in the centre pocket. And there we are, Brewer looking very composed. No hurry, just wanders around the table. And this simple black to get his nose in front. And in it goes, and Brewer now leads by 4 frames to 3 against Jason Twist. Well, Twist breaking off in the 8th frame. He'll be disappointed that he's behind in this match. Probably thought he was good value the way he started. That he's going to sail away with it, but Brewer's making him think again.
He's made a yellow ball there, but again, I think he might elect to take reds.
Well, now it comes down to preference here. Yellows are probably slightly easier, but it's getting the first pot where reds are available.
30 seconds.
I think he may have that red in the right-hand middle pocket, Tony.
Yellow ball's in play.
Yeah, as you said, he's taking yellow, so it's slightly easier, but he's got to get this first shot right.
The only real problem for Jason Twist is the yellow ball that's on the side cushion, and I wonder if he's on it now. Looks very much like he is. And he could afford to take this into that bottom corner pocket. Well, he might have to come cushion first if he's going to play that. I think that's what he might be looking at. Cushion first, because if he misses this, he covers that corner pocket, and you can see, obviously, Brewer's red there. I mean, he could actually play this off the red. And in fact, I think he might be playing it off the red.
Red ball's
covered the bag, but there is a gap there. And he won't be too pleased with that.
No, he isn't. You can see just a little bit of frustration there from Jason. That's unusual. Don't you see any emotion from Jason? I think he's felt that that ball should have dropped. But it did it that knuckle a long way out. It settled back with that red. Like you say, he has left it open for Keith. If he can get back up the table, he can take a red into that pocket, disturb the yellow and get the other red out.
These are the frames that Brewer likes. Likes to get it all enclosed around the corner pockets. Try and get the frame one the tactical weight. Now Brewer has a chance here. He might play this red into the cushion, into that yellow in the bottom left-hand corner and kick his other red out. And there you see, he's got the opportunity now. Let's play this with a fair bit of power. He's played that very well indeed, Keith Brewer.
Yeah, and the bonus there was, no matter what happened with the balls that are coming out, he'd always got that red on the right-hand side.
I have to say, Sean, this is as well as I've seen Keith Brewer play for a number of years. I mean, he's always been a great player and a great competitor, but he just seems to have that little bit of extra sort of, you know, the extra sort of buzz or gear than he has had in previous years, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I said that in that last 16 match, although he didn't play brilliant. He didn't have to play brilliant. He just had to play nice, solid pool, and that's all he's doing here, really. He's playing, you know, some good, solid pool, not taking any chances, and when he gets a chance, he takes that. You know, that Jason's given him a chance.
Well, he's landed a bit awkward there.
That was the old commentator's curse there, I'm afraid, Tony. I think we've just maybe spoken a little bit too soon. But he's still got a chance. He's still got the red up the table. It's not easy. He's got to try and get back for those two that are on the right-hand side. I'm not 100% sure that certainly he'd have to take the outside one first.
Well, see, he's got no choice. He's got to play the red up into the top right-hand corner. Slightly awkward queuing. And it could be a case of very similar to what Jason Twist did. Had a great chance and blew it from nowhere. Brewer's actually now looking at trying to skim off a red and try and cover that back, but I don't think that's the correct shot. He's going to have to play that long red, and he doesn't like these shots. Well, he's opted to place that. Now, I find that extraordinary. I mean, there's a finish there for Jason Twist.
Yeah.
He just came off the side of the red and put the white on the top cush.
Jason just needs to play one good shot here onto this yellow into the middle, or he doesn't have to take that. He can take one down the bottom.
Do you think Keith Brewer's running very close to the time then, because he got down and hit that very quickly? I think he was running out of time and he just fired his cue at it.
He could possibly have done that, Tony, yeah. I mean, we've seen that happen, that players just sort of get down and play a shot that they've not really thought about. I say Jason's played an excellent shot down there into the middle, and Keith could have quite easily handed this frame now to Jason.
Yeah, I think between the two of us, we've done up Keith Brewer like a kipper. Built him up just to bring him back down again.
Yeah.
Well, Jason Twist just needs to maybe screw into the black ball. That's a great shot there. The trouble is he's got the wrong angle now on his shallow. He's going to have to go up the table and back down again. And all of a sudden, Brewer might have another chance in this frame. There's a lot of cue power if he's going to go for this shot. He's playing a thin cut into the bottom right-hand corner. The cue ball's then naturally going to go into that right top side rail, but he's got to also come around the table, missing that red that's at the top of the table. There's a lot that can go wrong with this shot. Lots of power here. Where's the cue ball going? He was close. Now this must be tight down into this bottom left-hand corner. I don't think it goes.
Oh, it does. Yeah. See there from that camera angle.
It might be going cushion first and off the red. Oh, he's gone straight in. And what a great shot from Jason Twist. Well, just when you thought he was going to be in a lot of trouble, he's back. Down goes the 8, and Twist levels the match at 4-4.
There'll be a 5-minute interval.
And welcome back to Blackpool. You really do have to give credit to Keith Brewer. He was in deep trouble early on in this quarter-final, but he's really fought his way back into the match. It really is anyone's match. Let's now rejoin the action. Here's Tony Holgate.
Well, it's Keith Brewer now breaking off. Frame 11. He's just lost the last 3 frames in a row as Brewer. And he's got
Open
nothing
table.
off that break.
Yeah, he was very unlucky there. You see, if we see a replay of that, there was a red that actually jawed the right-hand middle pocket and came away. He's not made it, and he's given a chance here back to Jason. You'll see there that red. It appeared to be going in, just flicked to yellow, and it's actually then hit the jaw and come back. He's very unlucky. But I say, this is Jason's chance, and he just picked up the pace a little bit in the last frame with the break and clearance, and he could be looking at trying to do the similar
Yellow
thing
ball's
here,
in
although
play.
that's probably not the best shot he's ever played in the world. So he's now covered that yellow in the bottom left-hand pocket. So he's got a little bit of work to do again now here.
That's very right you are there, Sean. Next shot's going to be very hard indeed. He might just try and cover. You don't really feel that there's a finish on now.
30 seconds.
Well, Twist wants to go for the finish, but he's a little bit frustrated that he can't, because 2 yellow balls are tied up. He's going to have to try and cut this one across the bottom rail. Just bump the reds away instead.
Red ball's
That's
in
it.
play.
See, that's not Jason's game. Just rolling the ball along a rail or something, or trying to cut it along the rail. He just tried to say he's got that yellow out and he's moved those 2 reds, or attempted to move those 2 reds out of the way. So, and that's the way he plays. He's positive all the time. So he won't get caught up in this tactics, and so that's the way he wins matches and the way he's won world titles.
Seconds.
Brewer's going to take this red into the centre. Now he'll be looking in a second to try and get a red ball in front of those 2 yellows, bottom left-hand corner. I think he might double this across. If he can get this one over the pocket, he knows he'll be in the driver's seat. He doesn't want this in. He's played it very well.
It's not right in the jaws there though, Tony, and I think if Jason gets a chance, he'll be able to get a yellow in there. Not directly, but certainly in there, and perhaps shift the red out.
Well, Twist knows what he's got to do now. He's got to try and get wedgy yellow behind that red. Either that will kick it out into the open. He might be playing the yellow now. Yellow onto red, not the red in. Get the yellow ball over the corner pocket. And all of a sudden, you'll see Jason Twist playing Keith Brewer's game and playing it well. The danger here is if he plays his plant and doesn't hit it in exactly the right spot, the yellow won't cover the bag. And if that doesn't happen, the frame will be Brewer's.
Yeah, you'd expect that if you were to give Keith 2 visits from here. I say he's just playing now, trying to get a better position. I think he wasn't in the right position on that yellow. I think you might now be seeing him play the shot you were talking about, Tony. No, he's looking at something else here. I just wonder where he feels he can get that yellow in there.
Well, again, instead of playing the foul, he's gone for the attacking option.
That's a fantastic shot again. It's a fantastic shot. Like I say, he's bumped into the rail, moved the ball out of the way and allowed the other ball into the... It's a great shot from Jason Twist there.
I think he's not got the angle to go into the bad yellow that's tied up in the middle of the table, so he's going to have to pot this and come down. And this isn't easy. And there you see he's missed the pot.
Oh, look at this. Oh, flick the red and that yellow nearly found its way into the top right-hand corner pocket. I think that would have been a bit cruel on Keith there because he missed that pot by quite a long way.
We'll have another look at this. Didn't cut it thin enough. Tried to borrow a bit of pocket. Try and wreck the cue ball back down the table. Really now you've got to fancy Brewer to get some sort of stranglehold on this frame.
30 seconds.
Well, he knows he can cover this pocket, but the trouble with him playing the red that's nearest the bag to cover is he's leaving Jason Twist on that other yellow that's nearby. He wants to cover that pocket and not leave the cue ball down there. Well, he's covered the bag. Now will the yellow pass into the bottom right hand corner? If it does, Twist would have half a chance.
It's a very good, very difficult shot there, because that cue ball and the yellow are very close together, so it's to get the right angle, and if it's got to just slide past the red. No.
Well, he's gone for the cover. Might buy him a little bit of time. Brewer's got to be careful again now. Next shot that Jason will be playing will be trying to develop his one awkward one now that's situated below the red left-hand side of the table. And Brewer will be looking to run and hide as quick as possible. Failing that, he might try and cover the top right-hand corner, get the red in front of the yellow up here.
Yeah, just looking at the table, that's probably about his only option,
30
Tony.
seconds.
And he's not managed it.
Played it too hard, hasn't he? Now can Jason Twist manufacture something from here?
I'm just thinking they could try and screw back down the table into that, but he can't, because it looks fairly straight. Might just have a slight angle, but I think going the wrong way. But, so certainly Jason will be looking to be aggressive here and try and develop that yellow. So he's got that yellow over the corner bag as the insurance. He'd be very unlucky if he snookered himself on that. So let's see, he's just trying to weigh up how he can get to that red and that yellow.
Well, it's a big deep screw shot to get the cue ball down the table. To the left-hand side as well. Spin off this side rail. There's the left-hand side kicking in. But again, not left himself an awful lot. He needs to free that yellow. I don't think the option is there to pop the one over the bag and try and get on it.
I'm just wondering, is the double on Tony? Could he double the yellow past that black?
Well, it's a very tight gap. It's got to come between black and red. I'll tell you what, he's certainly nudged off the black, and that would have been very fortunate indeed if that had gone in.
Well, he nearly had a result there, Jason did. I mean, the way it was, if he'd have played it clean, it wouldn't have made it, but off the black there. I don't really know how the yellow hasn't now stayed out. He seems to have been right in the jaws anyway.
I think Brewer must have been sucking that yellow back out of the pocket. Well, Brewer surely now has got to go game. So he's got to get on that red at the bottom of the table. So he's got to bring the cue ball into the area where those two yellows are. If he gets anywhere down there, he can play a plant across the table. Well, I find that a very strange shot that Brewer's played there. Why on earth did he not play the red at the top of the table and come off the two rails and down? It was a dodgy shot to play that plant because the red wasn't right over the bag, and just look what he's left Jason Twist. Played for the double kiss on it, did Brewer, and didn't get it. And Jason Twist has only got rid of one of his yellows. Second yellow's gone. And now he's got this straight black in the middle pocket. This for 4 in a row. Jason Twist picks Keith Brewer's pocket. And now he strides away into a 7-4 lead here in Blackpool. The Tornado comes to break off frame 12. He's got himself a 3-frame lead over Brewer. He's also got himself a red off the break. And just look
Red ball potted.
at that for a split.
Yeah, looking at that quickly, if the red goes past the bottom left-hand yellow, then reds would be the ball. But other than that, he could take yellows, and that may be his first ball if he can get through to it. Because he hasn't got, other than that, he hasn't got a particularly easy pot on any of the other yellows.
And I think reds are the colour there.
30 seconds.
She hit the 30 seconds called.
Yellow ball's
Well,
nominated.
he's nominated the yellows. We tried to play the plant with the red
Open
onto
time.
the yellow, and he's made a bit of a mess of that. And now Brewer has come to the table with choice of colour, Sean.
Not only that, he moved that. Jason's moved that bad red that was on the left-hand side. He's moved it over to the right-hand side of the table, and he's given Keith a chance. But I think looks like Keith's going yellows. He still thinks yellows are the ball, which is fair enough. I mean,
I'll tell you what,
Yellow ball's in play.
that could have been very naughty for Keith Brewer if they got in off there.
yeah, he's
Very
had
close.
been a bit fortunate there. Keith, he ran into 2 balls there, and he still managed to hold position. That he's got this plant along the bottom rail, and the balls are all there for him.
Well, again, it's just the simple stuff to do now for Brewer. Twist made a bad selection of shot. He came to the table, and Brewer's shaking his head there. He's not looking the most confident I've ever seen him. He's probably shaking his head because he wants to cover the bags.
I don't think he'll be covering any bags in this frame. I think he's realised now that there doesn't seem to be any value in that game. Certainly not against Jason Twist, because Jason's just getting down and opening them back up again.
Well, that's a great positional shot there from Brewer. He now wants to take one of those yellows on the bottom right-hand side of the table. Doesn't want to be leaving himself a plant into that corner. Just wants to steer the cue ball away from that red. He doesn't want to make any little clips on this. Played it very well.
Yeah, it was an excellent shot. I mean, if you remember back to the European finals last year in Nottingham, Keith didn't play particularly well on that day. He kept running into balls, leaving himself out of position, and that's what can happen on a different day, as he did early on in this frame. On the first shot, he ran into 2 balls, but he was fortunate he left himself still on a pot.
Again, he's got the cue ball nicely under control. Brewer should have pot this and bring the cue ball through the gap between the black and red. And he's left himself bridging over the red. He should still make this, but he's just put the difficulty level up a couple of notches.
Yeah, he's got to be bridging up in the air here to get for that black, unless he runs through. And maybe thinks about taking it into the left-hand middle, but he definitely wanted to be screwing back here and taking it into the bottom left-hand corner pocket, but I don't think he'll be seeing him try that from here now.
Well, you can still get the cue ball back if he just punches down just below middle of that cue ball. He can still come off the side rail and back out for that black in the corner. Well, this is no easy shot. He's now left himself a fairly thin cut into the bottom left-hand corner. Cue ball travelling off the rail and back into all those reds in the middle. And he's just having a look to see which path he wants to take the cue ball, because it's got to avoid either going in off or knocking one of the reds in.
Big turning point in this match here, Tony. If he doesn't knock this in, it could be all over.
30 seconds.
And he's missed the black. And now Jason Twist with a great opportunity. Brewer's got to be absolutely gutted. He's now missed another great chance, and that was all because he left himself bridging over that ball on the yellow. And Twist must be absolutely delighted. This is his chance to get to within one frame of the semi-final. And a line-up against Gareth Potts, fellow Englishman.
I don't see any problems here for Jason. He's just going to roll these balls in. Not going to do anything special with the cue ball here. It's just 3 good cues here, and he'd be knocking a simple black ball in, as you say, to take him 1 frame away from the world semi-final.
He just wants to run this in gently. In it goes. Ideally, he would have liked to have been further down the table, but it shouldn't make too much difference for Twist. And that's an unbelievable miss. But where's the cue ball going? Is he snookered Brewer? Well, that's incredible. He's laughing at it, but he knows he had a chance then. Brewer could still play a swerve shot here and get this. But unbelievably, Jason Twist misses that red. The cue ball coming all the way down and hitting both jaws. And snookering Keith Brewer on the black. He's having to bend round. Brewer needs this ball so badly. Has he got it? Great shot from Brewer. Right. What a black. Drags one back. Trails Jason Twist by 7 frames to 5. Well, it's the Brew, Keith Brewer. Ready to break off. Frame number 13, unlucky for some. Keith Brewer will be hoping it's not unlucky for him as he tries to get a ball off this break. He's made the red in the centre pocket, but
Red ball potted.
doesn't look too pleased with the collection of balls at the bottom right-hand side of the table as we have another look at Keith Brewer's break.
Tell you what, Tony, he hasn't got control of that cue ball. It went across the table and then back across and just at the knuckle of that middle pocket. Could have quite easily found himself giving the advantage back to Jason there if he'd have gone in off.
Well, I think he sacrificed control for power on his break shot at the moment.
30 seconds.
There's no easy way of taking these out. You've got to feel, I'd certainly feel yellows is the controlling colour here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an opportunity to probably take that one into the top left pocket.
Red ball's in play.
Well, he's gone red, so I won't carry on with that one.
Well, the reason he's played that is because he didn't have to pot a red
Yellow
to be
ball's
on
in
them.
play.
But he's just played an absolute nothing shot there. I know he's blocked off that yellow into the top right-hand corner, but Jason Twist can see dislodge that one. And that's exactly what he's going to attempt now. He's going to try and cut this in and kick that bad yellow out off that rail. And what a great shot there from Twist.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot there from Jason. I mean,
well, I'll tell you what now, Sean, he's left himself a cut into the middle pocket, and the other problem ball he's got is obviously the red bottom right-hand corner. He's got a perfect angle now to come down and dislodge this one.
yeah. Well, this is what I was going to say about Keith. If Keith had taken that yellow that was on that Jason's just potted, he had he would have had a similar angle to pot into the yellow into the middle and run into those 2 reds, and the yellow's going to go towards the pocket.
Well, I did think yellows were the better colour.
30 seconds.
Well, he's missed a pot, and he's also put the red in front of the yellow down the bottom. As he bangs his cue on the floor in frustration. Have another look. Now you see he undercut that one, and he missed it by a fair distance as well.
Yeah, I think he was just looking more at running into those 2 reds, freeing that yellow up, and he's taking his eye off the pot there. He was cueing rather awkwardly though. He got his hand over the red, and he was near to the other red as well. So didn't make it easy for him.
Well, Brewer's got game on here. And the red will go into the right-hand centre pocket. And all of a sudden, just when you thought Brewer was fading away in his match, he's getting back into it. Let's get rid of the one in the centre now. Put in this bottom left-hand corner and trying to get the cue ball in up the table. Get rid of the two top reds. In fact, maybe we'll probably be playing the other bottom red.
I was just going to say that,
even
Tony,
easier.
yeah. Because it's always taught the pros do about clearing one end of the table and then moving to the other end of the table.
Rest, please. Time out.
Well, I'm pretty sure he didn't want to be that close to it, but you can see he can get through.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to be playing with the rest for this shot either. But, he's called
Time
for the
running.
rest. And,
Well, one thing with this shot, he's going to have to screw the cue ball up the table. As he plays his shot, he's going to get the rest out the way in case the cue ball bumps into it.
that's it, and that's the danger. And the thing is, he's got that in his mind. You just take your eye off the pot a little bit, and he might pot the ball, but he just doesn't get the right position. Here we go. I decide to play it very slowly and go past the black for that red.
Well, he's probably chosen the right shot there. Just make sure he can't come back and contact all the equipment. He's got a natural angle hill to drop this in and come out for the second red in the same pocket. And that's pretty good position.
Yeah, this is exactly what Keith wanted. As I said at the beginning of the frame, if he broke and cleared, or if he takes this frame, it gets him right back in it at 7-6.
Just the simple stuff to do now for Brewer. Black ball available, bottom right-hand corner. This to get within one frame of twist. And down it goes.
Prime.
And Keith Brewer now just trails Jason Twist by the odd frame. It's 7-6 to Jason Twist here in Blackpool. Jason Twist lines up to break us off. Needs a ball off this break. Wants to restore his two-frame cushion. He's not made anything. And all of a sudden this game has just spun on its head. See another break off there from Jason Twist, and it was a great split, wasn't it, Sean? But just
yeah, I mean,
lucky. I thought that red was going in the top corner.
But there was 2 or 3 balls there that nearly made it the way into middle pockets, and he's been very unfortunate there that they've not dropped. But as I say, this has given Keith a chance now, a lifeline back into this game. You can take this 7-7, and it's playing best of 3 for a place in the World Semi-Final. Incredible stuff.
Well, this 888.com World Championship's really thrown up some dramatic matches. Appleton and Harrison's 9-8 match went to the wire. That was our second quarter-final. You never know, this one could go the same way. He's put one of each in the same shot there, Sean.
I'll tell you what, I think that he's played a very, very clever shot, because he wanted to take yellows, I think, and so what he's done is he's played it in a way that the yellow would follow the red, and now he has the opportunity, he has to nominate, and whichever ball he nominates, that again, that's what the ball that he's on, because he's legally potted one of each.
Just look how easy these yellows are.
Foul, 2 visits. Failure to nominate.
Well, Sean just heard the referee call 2 visits.
He has. Keith should have nominated. After he potted a red and a yellow, Keith has to nominate. And so the referee, Martin Pearson's quite correctly called foul and 2 visits.
Can you believe Keith Brewer, the man that's been playing pool longer than anybody else in the tournament, has forgot to nominate his colour?
That's just unbelievable, Tony. Absolutely unbelievable. I can't believe it. It's just incredible. But the thing is, Tony, it's a situation that doesn't happen very often. You see, normally you nominate only on the break shot, because you pot a ball, you know, on a break shot. You have to nominate. It's very rare that you pot one of each. And but I'm sure Keith played it that way because he wanted to be on yellows.
Well, Jason Twist there wasting his first visit. Luckily for him, he gets another bite at the cherry.
Yeah, I don't think he deliberately wasted that visit, Tony, because that seemed to be a fairly straightforward shot for Jason.
Well, the nerves are now creeping into both players. Brewer forgot to nominate. Jason Twist forgot to pot.
Yellow ball's in play.
But at least he gets another go. He's going to have to take these yellows at the top of the table. And surely Jason Twist can put this one to bed. But if Brewer was to lose this match, he will look back at this frame and wonder how in the world he forgot to do the most simplest of tasks that the game requires.
No, that's just unbelievable. Like you say, I think it's just...
Well, it's not even down to the cue. It's not even down to a shot, is it?
No, it's just incredible that... you know, I say he's the man that's been playing pool for what, over 20 years at the highest level. I mean, I know the rules have changed a few times over the years, but they've never changed in terms of that. Not for certainly the last 15 years. If you potted 2 balls, one of each, you had to nominate. Simple as that.
Well, and it was also on probably the frame with the easiest finish available that we've had so far. Jason Twist did have 2 visits on this finish. He's only got 1 left.
I'd say it might have been the easiest finish, but Jason's not made an easy job of it, if you like. He could have left himself a little bit better on this, just to get a little bit down the table. He's probably got slight angle, so he might just be able to stun down the table for the black into the bottom left.
He's left himself in a very good position here now. Simple black ball into the bottom corner, and Twist has really kicked Brewer while he was down. In goes the black, and Twist is now 1 away from the semis. He leads Brewer 8 frames to 6. Brewer trailing Twist by 8 frames to 6 and can't afford 1 more error. Should have won the last frame. He's indeed had a couple of chances well earlier on. Got nothing off the break, and there's an opportunity now for Jason Twist. If he can play that plant with the reds into the left-hand centre, he has a chance and a route to the semi-final.
Yeah, got a great chance here for Jason. This is probably what he wanted.
Well, this could be match ball for Jason Twist. If he misses this, he's going to leave a simple finish for Brewer, though. Twist has made it, and now the opportunity is there for Jason Twist to march on to the semis. He knows it's there. Now he's just analysing the table.
I'm just wondering if he's thinking about that red that's on the left-hand side, up towards the middle pocket, whether it'll go past that yellow into the bottom left-hand pocket. That could be his one problem ball, if you like.
So I think he goes, Sean. I think he's just making it doubly sure that he takes this in the right order. And he might just sneak past there. Maybe ideally might want to play it in the centre. So if he does have to play that in the centre, that's got to be his last ball.
I was just going to say that, Tony, yeah. That's the ball that gets him on the black. So, here we go. It's going to answer the question for us.
Well, he'll be going up to the top of the table now if that's what his intentions are, but... no, maybe he does fancy it in that corner. My word. Jason Twist's stomach must be churning. He's coughed and spluttered a bit through the game, in the middle part especially. Start off like the tornado of old, but Brewer ground him down for a while. And then we had that twist in the tail in the last frame. Just when you thought it was going to go to 7 apiece.
30 seconds.
Brewer made a most fatal mistake of all, not nominating. And now Jason Twist has such a great opportunity here.
I think whoever does take this match, Tony, they're going to have to play a lot better than this in the World Semi-Final against Gareth Potts, because certainly in the back end of the match, Gareth Potts was flying. He certainly looks to be a man in form.
Indeed, Sean. And Jason Twist would have loved to just come down the table a couple more inches. Even if he pots this in the centre, his next ball's going to be difficult, and that's why he's refusing it. And he's huffing and puffing on this finish. And now he hasn't quite got the angle. He's got to try and get the cue ball over to the centre of the table just to get the 2 reds that are available top left corner. But as you see, if he plays this shot, he's going to kiss into that yellow ball that's on the rail, and he's going to have to play this quite firm, and it's not easy. Well, my word. Just look what he's left himself,
Time out.
Sean. This can't be the right shot.
Well, I can't believe he's just played it that slowly. I know it was difficult, but where he feels he's had a bad contact there, he's asking Martin Pearson, the referee, to clean the cue ball, but he certainly didn't seem to play that right. He's got to get back across the table.
Well, the only shot he's got here now, he's going to have to play the red into the other red in the corner. We'll have a look at this in the middle again. Well, I don't think there's a bad contact there. I think he's bought himself a bit of time, Sean. But the only shot he's got here is the bottom red. He's got to play it onto the other red, into the top left corner. And this is to hold on the last red ball. Now hold on to your hats, because this is such a massive shot for Jason Twist. He's missed the red. He tried to clip off it, hit it too thin, and now left Keith Brewer at the bottom of the table. And you just know Keith Brewer is going to stick the cue ball in behind those 3 yellows on the bottom of the table.
He'll have to be a bit careful though, because if he does, and if he leaves a route on the right hand side of the table for Jason to get back, he wouldn't put any money against Jason not coming off the side rail and knocking one of those balls in.
30 seconds.
Well, Brewer just be trundling this into the corner and looking to stick Jason Twist behind these yellows at the bottom of the table. Just going to glance off one of them and tuck him in behind her. Is he actually going for the game?
Yeah, I think he's decided it's not working for him, the tactics, and he's going to go game, although that's not the best shot either, because he's going to have to force this in to get that cue ball back up the table here.
I don't think you'll see Keith Brewer forcing anything. It's not in his nature. He'll try and run this in and play the tricky yellow into the left-hand centre. But while he's going for this finish, he's also giving Jason Twist maybe a glimmer of hope that he might get another go. Oh, what a great shot from Brewer.
Yeah, fantastic shot from there. Keith has developed that yellow out, and here we go.
Brave shot to be playing there when you got yourself dangling over the cliff, ready to drop out of the tournament. Well, Brewer's dream is still very much alive. Now he's just got these 3 simple yellows. He's going to take his time. These will just get perfect position. And now he's got a nice angle. He's going to play the yellow bottom right hand corner, bring the cue ball off the bottom rail and back up for the yellow in the centre.
Yeah, you're going to have to be careful with that waistcoat here, Tony.
I don't think he's going to make the same mistake as Jason Twist did earlier in the match. And that's pretty good indeed. And Brewer is not going away. In goes the last yellow, and now the simplest of 8 balls into the bottom right hand corner. Down it goes, and Brewer's still alive. Trails Twister by 8 frames to 7. Jason Twist to break off now. Frame 16 out of a possible 17. Twist just requires one of them. Brewer wants both. And Twist has got nothing off the break.
Open table.
Just having a quick look there. It doesn't appear to be anything easy. Reds might possibly be favourites. It's just down to his choice here as to which he wants to take.
Well, I think at the end of the day that
30 seconds.
maybe red balls are probably a slightly better one, Sean, as you said. But Brewer, in his own mind, he might decide to take a different path than anybody else and maybe pot one and cover a pocket, try and get a firm grip on the frame. He's opted for the reds.
Red
Having
ball's in
said that, he
play.
attacked the last one when he had his opportunity and it worked for him. So maybe he's decided to abandon his safety game altogether and take a more cavalier approach.
Yeah. Well, that was what was happening when he was trying to play the tactical game. Jason was just getting in there and breaking it up. So I think we say a change of attitude here from Keith, and let's go for this. At the end of the day, he's the one that's down in this match, just one frame away from being eliminated. He's just weighing up here now where he wants to be on this next shot, Keith. So I think that's his only problem ball really, is that one that's closest to the black. He's just weighing up if he can get in there, maybe take it into the left middle.
Well, at the moment, the left middle is the only place it goes. It's not only just got to be on it, it's got to be on it with an angle to get onto the last red, which will be the one that's on the rail, because that gives him the easier position onto the black. He's left himself an angle now. The red on the far side. This by no means is an easy finish, especially when you consider that one error could lead to the exit of this year's 888.com World 8-Ball Pool Championship, and he's Coney
Yellow
covered the
ball's in
bag.
play.
He didn't mean to do that. The only bonus for Keith Brewer is he's not left anything easy for Jason Twist.
We've seen earlier though, Jason doesn't need anything easy at times. He just takes it by the scruff of the neck and away he goes. He's got one ball, so it's or either ball in the top right middle, top right pocket, sorry. And
you're going to perm every one of the pockets on the table, Sean, aren't you? Is that because of that shot he played earlier in the match?
yeah, it was the one that went round the table. I thought, well, he's got to go in one of them.
Adopt, I think, a more conservative approach here, Jason Twist. He's obviously starting to doubt himself a little bit. He just missed an opportunity to win this match in the last frame. I think he might be electing to just cover. And he's not covered. And there you see he's left a gap for Brewer. And again, the only red that Brewer can see is the one that's next to the black. I'll tell you what Brewer's going to do here. I think he's going to play the red that's just above the black, knock that yellow that's to the left of it, and try and knock that safe where Brewer's controlling that bottom left-hand corner pocket.
And not only that, try and free that red up, and he's done exactly what you said there, Tony. He's moved that over there.
Well, it just buys Keith a bit of time and also puts Jason Twist in a bit of bother.
He's given Jason the opportunity though to block off this other, the right-hand corner pocket though now, and again possibly leave him with nothing on. No, he's going to pot it, I think. Play the tactical foul.
Foul.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what he's done, and Brewer now has to go for the finish. There's no way that he can cover that bottom right-hand corner. He's going to have to waste a shot first of all, which is obviously the red that's nearest to the cube. He's going to have to knock that in the open, and he's going to have to get game. I think Jason Twist has played a very positive shot there.
I'm just wondering here whether Keith is he weighing up that trying to flick that red away from the bottom left
30 seconds.
and take the red that's on the side rail out as well and free them both up into potable positions.
Well,
It's
that's
a
an
risky
option.
shot.
It certainly is a risky shot, but it is an option, Sean, because there's not a great deal that he can do here.
Second
Well, that's
visit.
not a great position. He's going to have to play now. There's only one shot, and that's to cut the red ball that's on the rail down into that bottom right-hand corner off Jason Twist yellow and bring the cue ball back across the table. And this, on a scale of 1 to 10, this is about a 15.
Yeah, I mean it's quite easy from that distance and this angle that he'll overcut this and either knock Jason's ball in or.
Well, it's just so much that can go wrong, Sean,
Yeah.
with this shot. Well, what a brilliant shot from Brewer. The man has played such a great shot there for the The amount of pressure he's under. You know, he's 8-7 down. And that's the, you know, if he misses this, plays this wrong, he doesn't get position, he could have kicked into the black, he could knock the yellow in. Anything like that is the end of his tournament. Great shot.
Yeah, and he's still got some work to do here as well.
Well, that's correct as well. He's just climbed K2, he's got Everest to go.
30 seconds.
Just wondering, does that red go into that middle pocket?
Very, very tight indeed, and queuing again close to the jaw of the pocket where his hand is. He's gone up in the top corner and he's clipped the yellow. Now Jason Twist is now a massive favourite. Brewer knows it's out of his hands now. He can just sit there and all he can do is hope and pray.
Well, Jason won't get a better chance now than this. Take this frame and the match and put himself in that world semi-final against Gareth Potts.
Well, as soon as he can, I think you'll see Jason Twist attack the balls at the top.
30 seconds.
Not touching the cushion.
Well, would you believe it? Jason Twist decides to adopt the safety approach.
Yeah, I think the problem with that, Tony, was those yellows weren't sitting particularly cleanly to be potted. I think he'd have been. He was concerned that if he tried to force the one that was nearest the pocket, it wouldn't go.
Well, I think he knows that Brewer's red at the bottom of the table and also the black are in trouble anyway, and he wants to really make sure and make Brewer maybe coming out of a snooker in a minute and try and get 2 visits for this finish, because he did have an opportunity in the last frame. He's not made contact.
2 visits.
Well, that's unbelievable. Brewer just plays the foul shot there. Tried to hit that very thin to try and cover that corner pocket. And Twist has played a great shot there. And now really, Jason Twist knocks this yellow in at the top. It's just the simple stuff to do, and he's got 2 visits to do it with as well. He can hear Gareth Potts calling out to him to meet him in the semis.
Don't quite know what Gareth will be calling out though. I think Gareth's game was on earlier on, and Jason has struggled this afternoon. Ever since those early frames, he took a 3-1 lead. He struggled badly, and his game is certainly going to have to improve if he's going to progress to the final.
Well, that's a great positional shot there from Twist, and now the door looks like it's going to be firmly closed on Keith Brewer's 2005 attempt to win this 888.com World Championship. Still got a visit in hand, Jason Twist. Left himself close to the rail, but he won't bother. This is all over. And Twist has played that perfectly. He'll be a relieved man. He did miss a chance last frame, but this black for a place in the semis. Down it goes, and Twist is through, finally defeating again Keith Brewer by 9 frames to 7.
So Jason Twist then finally taking it by 2 frames, 9-7 he goes through to the semi-final stage, but it was hard work. Joe Fanto's been watching the action with me here in the studio. Joe, it was nearly the full run, wasn't it? We very nearly went to that final frame, but credit to Keith, he made a real match of it.
Yes, it was one of those games where it looked like Jason was going to run away with it at the start. But then fortunes changed and things happened, and somehow it just seemed to nearly go the distance.
Yeah, well,
just one of those matches.
There we go. It was Twist who goes through. So now let's remind ourselves of what happened in the quarterfinals and indeed what will happen in the semi-finals. Chris Melling beat Keith Jones 9-5. Phil Harrison just shaded a marathon against Darren Appleton 9-8. Yannick Beaufils went down 9-3 to a very informed Gareth Potts. And as we've just seen, Jason Twist has got home by 2 frames from Keith Brewer. That means that the semi-final lineup looks like this. It's Harrison against Melling, Twist against Potts. An awful lot to look forward to here at Blackpool. So to make sure you don't miss out on that action, join us next time. In the meantime, from all of us here, it's goodbye for now. Welcome once again to Blackpool, the 888.com World 8-Ball Pool Championships for 2005. We're now at the semi-final stage. The players chasing a first prize of £25,000. Let's just remind you of the semi-final lineup. These are the matches to look forward to. Phil Harrison against Chris Melling, and Jason Twist will take on Gareth Potts. I'm delighted to say that Lee Kendall, a former finalist, is with me here in the studio once again. Lee, this should be an exciting and entertaining first semi.
That's right, you've got two of the world's best players here today, and it should be a great match.
Do you think it's going to be one of these tactical battles, or are we going to see some explosive action?
Well, if Chris Melling has his way, there'll be no tactics at all, but I'm sure Phil will be playing open as well as a few tactical shots as well.
Let's take a check then on the player profiles. Let's look first of all at Chris Melling. As you can see, seeded number 7. His route has been fairly straightforward, but he actually had a bit of a shaky start against Keith Jones, didn't he?
He did, yes. It was all those players are quality players, and he's had a tough route through to this semi-final.
And as for Phil Harrison, well, he was involved in a true marathon. He's seeded number 4, but he shaded it just in that quarter-final 9-8. Equally, he'd had to work fairly hard on the way through. So would you say that his form is not quite as good as Chris's at the moment?
Well, he's had the test, though, and that's one thing Phil Harris can say. He's come from 3 frames behind, knowing he's got to win all 3 of them. Played a great swerve shot to stay in the championship, so it could be his year.
OK, so just in brief, your prediction for this semi?
I'll go for the second favourite. I'll go for Phil Harrison.
OK, there we are. That's a surprise. So there we are. We're all set up, ready to go. Let's now go to the commentary in a moment from Tony Holgate and Alec Evrianadis. But first of all, our MC, Alan Hughes.
Thank you, David. And the first semi-final was a mouth-watering clash between a colourful and exciting young Kewis, twice a world champion and a joy to watch, and an opponent, one of the most talented and consistent players in the game. Will you welcome together the magician Chris Melling and Phil the Farmer Harrison?
Well, it's semi-final time here in Blackpool. And first up is Chris Melling versus Phil Harrison. Melling, a former 2-time world champion, bidding to go into the record books and claim his 3rd title. And he'll be playing against Phil Harrison. An explosion of a match, and in the commentary box with me, all the way from Australia, Alec Evrianadis. And Alec, how do you see this match going?
First frame, Phil Harrison.
Good afternoon, Tony. Well, who knows? Let's just see the start. I mean, Chris is, as you say, just got so much enthusiasm and just runs around the table, where Phil's a bit more steadier. Could be an interesting matchup here.
Well, it's going to be Harrison to break us off in the first frame. Came through a nail-biter 9-8 match against Darren Appleton in his quarter-final. He's got the toughest opponent. You see Harrison's break once again. Melling, you won't see any messing about from him. And Harrison will want to keep him off the table as much as he can.
Yellow ball's in play.
When Melling hits his groove, he's as near to unstoppable as you can get. And the speed that he plays out, like you said, Alec, is just phenomenal.
Well, he's so quick to work out the route in which way to play the balls. He's amazing how he just takes his time at the start of the frame, works it all out in his head, and then gets down there and plays a shot, and until he actually falls out of position. Like the options are opened up in this next shot here, and he just revisits the table and works out again.
Again, that long cue action and the pause just before he strikes the ball. Superb to watch. So we've got to pop this one into the left-hand centre. Get on the yellow at the top of the table. He's played that shot well. And leaves him pretty straightforward. Pot this into the top left-hand corner. Cue off the top rail and down for the other yellow to left-hand centre. He decided to play the screw shot to get on it. Either way, he's in prime position. And what a start from Melling. Just asking for the rest.
Time running.
No stranger to this sort of equipment, Melling. Obviously, great snooker player as well. And once again, Melling starts off as he means to go on. And down goes the black ball, and Chris Melling races back to his chair. And he leads Harrison by 1 frame to 0.
Chris Melling to break, leading by 1 frame to 0.
This Melling breaking off in frame 2. Expect a big thump here. Didn't seem to get right into the balls there. He did have a little bit of this in his quarter-final where he didn't put an awful lot.
All the reds are in the open. He's just got to basically make position on them.
Red ball's in play.
Played that one pretty well. As you say, Alec, the reds are all there, all quite close together. It's around that black ball. And that black ball might even pose to be the trickiest one to get on.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Tony. He's also got the 2 reds in the bottom left of the table there, where maybe be able to play plants or maybe kiss into the high red, which will open up the other red into the bottom corner. So it's got a few options here.
30 seconds.
Well, Harrison knows all about going through the mill. I said he's had 2 one-frame deciders to get here to this semi. So he won't be panicking just yet. He'll take his time, try and keep Melling sat in his chair for as long as possible. Like Lee Kendall said in the studio earlier, Harrison played some great shots, especially a certain swerve shot that he played when he looked like he was gone and leaving the tournament, and he kept his dream alive. He's playing some great stuff. Again, he's just taking his time. Knows he needs to be in the exact perfect position to knock this finish in.
30 seconds.
Well, what goes through your mind, Alec? You know, you're playing somebody like Melling who just gallops around the table. Can it affect you psychologically?
Well, I think it can, because there's one thing I hate is when you work really hard for a frame, and you know, you might take a good 45 seconds per shot, and then you finish the frame and you've been out there for 6, 7, 8 minutes, and then all of a sudden Chris breaks, smashes them open, clears the balls within a minute and a half, and all of a sudden he's pegged back that frame he just worked so hard for.
Yeah, exactly right. Sometimes Melling does make the game
Yellow
look
balls in play.
preposterously easy. I'm sure Phil Harrison didn't want to hang that ball.
I don't think it's all that bad, Tony. The red that he knocked over may just pass into the other corner, but he still had the same problem with the black. So I think he's probably happy to have that over the hole right now.
30 seconds.
Well, it does make it a lot harder for Melling to go game. And he's jawed that one. He had a go. He looks a bit annoyed with himself. He obviously thought that yellow was in the pocket. We'll have another look at it. He just caught the jaw.
Isn't it funny what sort of pressure putting a ball over the hole can do? You know, you just think you can. You just got that buffer there where if you think you're in trouble a bit, you've got that ball over the hole to fall back to, but also applies the pressure to the other player, and you see Chris missing a ball straight off.
Well, he's got to take on this cut into the centre pocket as his starting ball. And has he come round far enough? I don't think he has. Once again, you know that Chris Melling is going to be coming back to this table. I'll tell you what, he's just got to be very careful here, because you just know that Melling, even in the situation where you think that the frame's locked up, can suddenly spring a surprise and get a finish from nowhere. And Harrison knows this. Hence he's putting one of Melling's yellows right over by that red.
I actually thought he could have played that red off the black then, Tony, and also got the same result and pushed the yellow over to the side rail. That way at least he's opening up the black for more options, because the black still doesn't go into either bottom pockets.
Well, this isn't Melling's forte. He doesn't like the safety game. Finds it frustrating. Once again, I think Melling's going to be trying to get on that yellow just below the, well, to the left of the black, and maybe try and kick the yellows out. So know how his mind works. He is the big showman, the Yorkshireman. And here you see Melling. Well, if he gets this finish, just incredible. Now you're going to see him attempt a ridiculous thin cut now into the bottom left-hand corner. He's landed a bit too close for it, but he's going to try and cut that yellow across into the corner and kick out the bad yellow. Well, he tried to cut it in and he missed it on the way down. Luckily for him, he caught it on the way back up, so he didn't give the foul, but Harrison now has been dropped into perfect position to win the frame.
Yeah, he's left him an easy red into the middle pocket, straight across into the other centre.
There we see Harrison plotting that red easily into the middle. Well, he's going to have to take the one over the pocket now. Just draw it back onto the red into the left-hand centre. He's played that shot very well indeed, Harrison. It would have been quite easy to leave that a long way away. And now Harrison, this black ball to level things up. Well, Harrison's win wasn't quite as quick as Melling's, but just as effective.
Right.
And now it's 1-1 here in Blackpool. Well, it's Harrison to break off frame number 3. Notice he's moved right to the side now of the pack. Well, he's got the black off the break. And as you know in pool rules, all that means is it's a complete re-rack, and Phil Harrison will be breaking again. Well, Sean Baker now racking the balls up for a second time.
No penalty.
Harrison to break now in frame number 3 of a possible 19. Well, he's made a ball off this break. He's made 2 balls.
Red and yellow balls.
One of each. What do you think, Alec, there? Would you go reds?
Well, you don't want to be dealing with that pack of yellows in the middle there. There's 4 yellows that sort of block each other off. Well, the reds are pretty well open there, so that's there's nothing wrong with the reds there, Tony. You see there on that last break, he just changed his angle. He went down for the second ball. The second ball down off the side,
in play.
And, not as hard, controlled the break and got a result.
Well, Harrison has the balls available. And if he's going to defeat Chris Melling, these are the sort of finishes he has to knock in. The one omen he does have going for him is that he's playing out of the left-hand chair that we look in the arena, and every player that's won so far has come from that seat. So Melling, if he's going to get through, he's going to have to break the omen. Or he could steal Phil Harrison's chair. Well, he's not convinced about the position he's got on this red in the middle. The pot's easy enough. He just needs to be inch perfect up at the top. So he wants to play that plant up there, but he wants to get rid of both balls.
he's got a bit of a problem here, Tony, with these reds. He can play the plant, but the problem is staying on the other red. I think he might lose the red into the side rail a bit. He may have to play the plant and then screw back for the other red back in the middle of the table
30
to
seconds.
have more of an option. Of course, he still has the red up the other end of the table, which he's probably going to leave for second last to run the white around off the two cushions to get back into the middle of the table again. So he's got a lot of area to cover here.
Well, the momentum is with Harrison at the moment. Psychologically, he's winning that battle. Melling just planted firmly in his seat. There's nothing you can do when he's sat over there. And he's just come a little bit too far there with the cue ball. Wanted to be bang in the centre of the table. Well, Alec, which would you play? Would you go down for the one in the corner and back around, or I think he's probably going to choose the red into the right-hand centre, back off the top rail?
No, I think I'd go this way. I think I'd go this way, Tony.
Well, it's not ideal position there for Harrison. Now Harrison, his position on the black, that's going to be tough. Wants him to make the pot. Where's the cue ball gone? And that does not look very nice for Phil Harrison.
Total snooker.
Well, there you are. It's a total snooker on the 8 ball for Harrison. Like referred to, you knew Harrison's going to make the pot, but he's always going up into a bit of traffic up there. And to come back down for the black was always going to be difficult. And he won't be too impressed with that.
30 seconds.
He's really going to have a go at this, Tony, and try and fluke the black, because looking at where the yellows are, Chris is just going to eat these up.
Well, he's playing the shot off the top rail to try and check back. Well, he made contact with it, so it's not a foul. But I don't think Chris Melling will worry about that. He'll fancy these with one visit.
Well, he's opened up the yellows there and made them all very easy now. He just knocked one off.
Well, sometimes with Chris Melling, he's his own worst enemy. He can be a little bit too quick, a little bit too casual, and that's when you'll see him make the mistakes. Never from nerves. But he gave himself a little smile as he did knock into that yellow. And I'm sure you still see him attempting to finish. Oh my word. What on earth was that? And he's fouled as well.
2 visits.
And can you believe that, Alec?
No, I don't understand. I mean, he's tried to break them 2 yellows out, but to miss the pot is not like Chris. He's come off the yellows, which is why it's gone in off.
Well, he missed the pot and he pulled on his arm, and that's the first time I've seen him do that in this whole tournament. His cue action has always been so straight. And that was just the one time that he let it go. Well, I think that's just because he had that nudge on the yellows. But he's going to waste his first visit here. Phil Harrison just trying to set this black up to make it as easy as possible to knock in the corner. Played it very well.
Second visit.
Should be okay just to cut this in the corner. Take the cue ball to the top of the table. Just got to avoid centre and corner. Down it goes. And it's Harrison who's looking the better player at the moment.
Greg.
He leads by 3 frames to 1.
Phil Harrison then has got the lead, but Lee, watching that frame with me here in the studio, we can't quite believe what happened in that last frame to Chris Melling.
Yeah, it was a scrappy frame. Went one way, then the other way, and it was a surprising miss there, considering there was no reds left on the table.
That extraordinary shot just coming up here, when not only does he miss it, but the cue ball goes down to make the foul.
Yeah, he didn't cue that shot very well. His cue slightly moved on the shot. That's why he missed the ball, and unfortunately for him, he went in off as well.
The commentary point was made that he at times is almost too quick for his own good. He's rushing into things. Is that fair?
It's fair, but that is just his way of playing pool, so if he changed it, he'd probably miss more balls.
You could see actually when he missed that and put the cue ball down for the foul, he was sort of baffled. I mean, he was smiling, but he was still baffled that he'd done it.
That's right, but you've got to remember he is using a different cue as well, so that could make a difference.
Well, we're going back now for the pick-up of action, but just briefly, Harrison's made a pretty solid start, hasn't he? I mean, he hasn't been fazed by Chris Melling.
He'll be happy with the lead after that frame, after he made a mistake, definitely.
Fourth frame, Chris Melling.
Here comes Melling now.
Trailing by 2 frames to 1.
Break it off. Frame number 4, he's trailing by 2-1. Harrison's won the last 2 frames. You saw Melling put a bit more force into this one. Close with the 8 ball.
Yellow ball potted.
Well, if you can knock in your 7 colours, you know the black's going to be easy.
Yellow ball's in play.
And now then, Alec, what's Melling's response going to be from here? We'll have another look at his break. And now then, Alec, Melling's going to have to reply to Harrison's good start.
30 seconds.
He's going to have to iron out those mistakes.
What a great first ball, Tony. That was a great shot, that. He didn't have an easy colour. Any colour was hard, and he's taken the tough yellow there, half ball into the blind corner. That's a great shot.
Well, this is just like Chris Melling. Made a terrible mistake in the last frame when given a chance, and then pulls out a fantastic pot. Another one he knocked in first.
But to be fair, he actually spent some time on that shot, Tony. If he'd maybe spent a fraction more time on the one he missed in the last frame, it might have been 2-1 up, not 2-1 down.
We've still got a little bit of work to do. Just for a split second, I didn't think he did that hard enough. Well, this is another big shot for Chris Melling. Just wants to screw it back 3 inches. And now this simple yellow into the centre pocket. Just got to steer the cue ball out the way of those reds. And now he's got a chance to make it 2-all, or has he gone in off? Very lucky, Chris Melling, indeed. You see him put his hand up and apologise to Phil Harrison. Shouldn't have been anywhere near that middle pocket. But he knocks the black in just the same, and we're now back to 2-2. Where's the farmer? Phil Harrison breaking off frame number 5. Trying to edge himself back out in front of Melling. A bit of a softer break this time into the side, and unbelievably knocked the black in. Well, that's the second time that he's knocked the black in off the break. Quite unbelievable. Well, there's no penalty once again for Harrison. You can see him having a bit of a laugh about it. I mean, it's quite a rare thing as well, you know, and isn't that right, Alec? And to see him twice in a row do it.
Phil Harrison to restart the frame. No penalty.
Well, it's going to be Phil Harrison to break off frame number 5. Wants to give this all the force he can.
No, I think he's changed his break, Tony. He's just going with a second ball down and controlling it. And,
open table.
Here he's come up dry.
Yeah. Time out.
Well, he's controlled the cue ball okay.
Chris.
We'll have another look at Phil Harrison's break. So he kept the cue ball out, but didn't make any ball. And it's always very dangerous to do when you're playing Chris Melling. If he starts to find the gears, as he just had the cue ball cleaned, very dangerous player.
Well, I tell you what, he doesn't mind the look of the reds here.
Red ball's in
He
play.
didn't play a very good first shot there. He's left himself a plant. into the centre pocket. But
well, no, Melling doesn't really bother about plants. Quite likes them. Doesn't mind kicking into balls either. You see, just steadying himself down there. He's about to get down and just pot that one in the middle, and he just stopped himself. Now he's just maybe rethinking his plan. He's still gone in the middle. Come down a little bit too far, maybe. Can still make the pot, but now he was going to go up the table with the cue ball. But we've seen so many times how quickly Melling can just reel off frame after frame after frame. And a great positional shot there. Just use the yellow as a buffer. Get himself on the red in the centre. And all of a sudden, the Melling juggernaut is starting to fire up. Simple red into the centre. And Chris Melling made absolute mincemeat of those reds. And down goes the black, and Melling is now starting to fire on all cylinders. He now leads Harrison by 3 frames to 2. Well, Chris Melling steps up, frame number 6. He's got himself in front now. And if the break starts to go for him, Harrison will be in a lot of trouble. But again, there's nothing.
Open table.
But this is where Harrison needs to up his game now. When Melling doesn't get anything off these break, he needs to take out the finishes, doesn't he, Alec?
yeah, most certainly. I mean, you let Chris back at the table again, and you know, he's just going to clear the balls up. So most certainly, Tony, he's got to take his opportunities.
Well, I'd say yellows are probably the better colour. But it's trying to find an easy pot.
30 seconds.
In fact, reds aren't bad either. But again, the problem, I think, for both sets of balls is actually next to the cue ball. He's opted for the yellows.
No balls in play.
Now his next ball's going to be in right-hand centre.
It was a stroke of luck to be on through that tight gap there, Tony, to pick like one hard yellow out.
Well, that's exactly right. And Harrison now is trying to fight fire with fire and deliver an 8-ball finish straight back at Melling. We've just got to gain decent position again. That's all it's about. It's the cue ball control. So if he keeps hold of the cue ball, every ball is available and pretty straightforward.
Well, he's taking his time. He's just checked out every ball on the table, and he's worked out the roadmap in his head. And now he's here he goes.
Again, he's got good position. Just got to keep the cue ball away from the red on the top rail. Well, Harrison doesn't like it. He's just a little bit concerned about that red ball on the top rail. He's worried about kissing into it and leaving himself maybe snooker behind it. He's played a good control shot there. The only problem is going to be getting that yellow that's on the right-hand side of the table. It's only available into that top right-hand corner.
He could actually come straight back, Tony, and fall between the two reds and put the yellow into the centre pocket, which would then still link up with the yellow in the other centre.
He played that beautifully. A lot of top and left-hand side. And this is the shot. This shot will win him the frame or lose him the frame. Needs to pot this into the centre pocket. Drag the cue ball back just below the 8-ball and leave himself in that gap of black and red. Well, he got a nice kiss there. Or did he? Well, I'll tell you what, that cue ball never stopped going, did it?
It looked good for a minute. It looked like he was going to be straight on that, and it just travelled on. It looks like he snookered himself behind the black there.
Well, he's having a good look.
He may be able to see an edge of that yellow, Tony. Maybe just off the red, played off the red into the corner pocket.
Well, it's a very tricky shot. He's got the referee to ask if it's a total snooker, so you can tell by that. He can hardly see any of this yellow. He'll try and play the swerve. A lot can go wrong with this. Well, it was a valiant attempt.
Red ball's in play.
But it's not going to win him the frame. And now it's the Yorkshireman, Chris Melling, comes to the table with everything once again open for him.
Time running.
And you just see Harrison, he's absolutely fuming with himself. It was a good effort from the swerve, but like I said, it's not going to help matters now. Melling has got the frame at his mercy. As he could deliver another blow to the body of Phil Harrison. You can't say Harrison hasn't had his chances.
No, well, Chris is it's getting easier for him now. Like, he's just getting frames given to him like this. And it's relieving any pressure that may be applied by Phil.
Well, again, good cueing from Melling.
Time out.
Might just need to put one in the centre here and go up the table and back down again. Obviously not happy. He didn't get any sort of kick there. He's just, I think, buying himself a couple more seconds.
Time running.
And needs to get the weight right. He looks pretty happy with it, and what a great shot. Lovely control from Melling this. And now a straight black ball into the top corner as he looks up to the sky. And 3-2 becomes 4-2. Chris Melling starting to stride away here in Blackpool. Well, this is key now at Harrison. He needs a ball off this break, and he's got to start finishing as well. One thing you fear now that Melling is starting to fire up on all cylinders, and he's going to run away with it if Harrison doesn't get a little foothold in this match.
Red ball potted.
You start well, he's got a ball off the break, Alec.
Yeah, he's got a red off the break, but I think he's going to try and take yellows. The yellows look fine. There's all linking balls, blacks on. It's just a matter of whether he can hold himself together and put them away.
Yellow
Because he
ball's
had the opportunity
nominated.
last game as well, so he's probably thinking, I can't stuff this up again, otherwise I'm going to lose another one. So the pressure just builds for Phil.
Well,
30
Harrison
seconds.
looking for the yellows.
Yellow ball's in play.
He's just going to pop this one in the right-hand centre and try and take out the two at the top. Leave that one that's very close to the right-hand centre till third to last yellow. Maybe he might even decide to take it now and use the one at the top of the table to come down. Maybe feel that's probably a better option. Now he just wants to roll this yellow in now, Alec, and just put the cue ball bang on the top rail, leaving that angle just to screw down in between the two yellows at the bottom. Well, he just decided to leave it short. He's still got the same angle. And that looks pretty good for Harrison. Drops this left-hand corner. You can't see him missing from here, Alec.
Well, he needs the same sort of angle on that yellow on the bottom rail. He doesn't want to be straight, otherwise you start forcing it, you're going to have a problem. So he's just played it pretty good, but it's got enough angle there just to come back out.
Yeah, exactly right. Just going to punch this one into the bottom right-hand corner, bring the cue ball out for the black in the centre. Played it very well indeed. Black ball right centre. And Harrison drags one back. He still trails Chris Melling by 4 frames to 3.
So Phil Harrison with that crucial frame, putting himself right back in it. Lee, your tip is starting to look a little better. His tempo was better there. He was a bit faster, a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, he speeded his game up. He has started the match well, so as Chris, it looks like it's going to be all the way to another deciding frame.
And you get the feeling from Chris Melling that he's not entirely sort of happy with his rhythm at the moment. He's smiling and happy 1 minute and fluent, but there are times when he's making mistakes.
He knows he's playing a very good player, so it's very hard to play fluent all the way through, but he is playing well as well.
Yeah, and Phil has got this ability to hang on in there, as we know. He's not phased if things go wrong. He's got the temperament to put up with a setback and fight back.
Okay, that's right.
Looking very determined. He's actually moved the cue ball now more central for his break. We started off breaking right at the far side. Obviously not happy with his break shot at all. He just does not seem to be putting the power in, Alec.
No, he loves to wind it up, doesn't he? He really crashes into him, and this time yeah, he's half as hard, probably. Which is very strange for Chris. He loves to give him a crack.
It does just go to show that maybe his mind is starting to wander a little bit, and you can't understand why he's not getting balls off the break. And Harrison maybe getting to Melling a little bit.
30 seconds.
But the 2 times that Melling did win the world title, I can tell you that he was breaking far better than this and making less mistakes.
Red ball's in play.
Phil's ended up on the reds here, but just unfortunate to not be on the ball up in the top right-hand end of the table. If he could clear them 2 reds up the right-hand side, you would have thought he would have finished from there, Tony. But he's now got to take the red down the bottom left-hand corner. That's the way we look at it. So he's not happy with that shot at all, I wouldn't think.
30 seconds.
Well, he's still in a decent position, and he can get now through past the black ball and attack the reds at the bottom half of the table.
Certainly the finish is on, but it's a little bit more difficult than what he would have liked on this.
The farmer looks at these 3 reds. Just got to be very careful again with position. Ideally, he wants to attack those 2 reds at the top of the table as soon as possible, so he has an angle to get up there. He's not entirely happy. Well, he's missed the part.
Yellow ball's in play.
Now that you feel that you got some sort of kick there, don't you?
Yeah, it looked like the red spun on the spot. Now he's asked to have the white ball cleaned. So when you have that doubt, when you're not sure, you've got a bit of doubt in your mind, things go wrong, and kicks come along, and funny things happen, and you can see the pace change in motion there.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. As the Yorkshire Potter comes to the table now. Some of these yellows, just going to pot this yellow into the corner and drag the cue ball into yellow and black, I would have thought. Well, he's got straight on it. That's a super positional shot from Melling. As Melling now ups the tempo once again. So he glides around the table. It's not a case of how he pots them. It's a case of when he pots them. He just wanted to be a little bit further down, didn't he, Alec? Again, he's just slightly out of position. He was complaining, oh, well, not complaining, but he was saying after his quarter-final game that he felt the table was really, really fast. So maybe he's just come out to this match and thought, well, I'm going to hit them a little bit softer because of the speed of the cloth, and now he's gone over soft. That's a great shot there as well to get on the black for Melling. Melling once again restores his 2-frame cushion. He now leads Harrison by 5 frames to 3.
And welcome back. Really not much in it then at this stage in the first semi-final. The brilliant but at times erratic Chris Melling is being frustrated sometimes by the steadiness of Phil Harrison, but still an awfully long way to go. Let's see what happens as we rejoin play now with Tony Holgate.
Well, Harrison adopting that left-hand side of the table, so he plays it. His second ball down and screw into the side cushion. And that's his brace shot. He considered himself, I was about to say, a little bit unlucky not to get one, and as the ball drops in the last second. There you see Harrison's break. Let's just hit the second ball down and just drag the kibble into the cushion. And just when you didn't think he was going to get one, the red creeps into the centre. Well, it's got to be red balls for me, Alec, just merely because that red that's guarding the right-hand centre is covering a yellow.
Well, that yellow does go in the other corner, Tony, so it's a touch and go, really. He may take, if he takes that red, which red is he going to take to start off with, Tony?
Red ball's in play.
Well, he's going to play that one that we're on about, that's near that middle pocket, and bring the kibble down the bottom of the table.
Yeah, well, all of a sudden, that's not guarding the yellow.
He'll need to guard the yellow if he knocks these reds in, though, Ace.
Yeah, good point.
Well, Harrison now is in prime position. You see, the thing is, Alec, he doesn't want to let Melling get too far away from him, because Melling's the sort of player who can just reel off 2 or 3 frames in just lightning fashion. So he's got to hang on to him, keep him in his sights. But as we saw in his quarter-final, Harrison against Darren Appleton, he battled and battled, and he hardly ever led that match, and he trailed it 8-6, and he won the last 3 frames in a row to get over the line. So he showed his fighting qualities. That's a very nice positional shot. Red's going in the bottom right-hand corner next. Doesn't have to do a lot with the keyboard, just bring it back about 4 inches, 3 inches even. And this is a good finish from Harrison. Considering Melling's just plonked him in his seat in the last frame, it's a good response. And this has been very tidy indeed from Harrison. Melling now knows he's in a match. This man's very, very determined. He feels it's his year. Simple black into the centre pocket. And in it goes, and Harrison's keeping him in his sights. But Melling still leads by 5 frames to 4. Well, it's Chris Melling coming to the table. Got his nose in front, breaking off in his 10th frame. It's a best of 19 semi-final encounter. And just look at the cue ball, straight into that top left-hand corner.
1 visit.
And he's not happy with his break. So he slumps back over to his chair. We'll have another look at it, Alec.
Look at the red jump. Oh, I thought it jumped out, but actually jawed in that top right-hand corner. And the white just, like a tracer bullet, straight in there.
Well, unbelievable, the breaks that we've had in this tournament so far. I think it's only Gareth Potts that's really been using it as more of a weapon. It's getting to a stage now where the players don't really want to have the break. Well, Harrison
30 seconds.
left with the finish on now on yellows as he
yellow ball's in play.
Gets rid of the most awkward one.
Yeah, well, it looks pretty good from here, Tony. He's obviously just going to take the yellow in the top left-hand corner. And come down for the yellow on the side rail there, next to the red over the centre pocket, up in the other corner, and it's not too bad.
Well, he didn't want that kiss there, Harrison. Fortunately for him, I think the yellow still passes into the right-hand centre, the one that the cue ball's directly next to. But it could have been a whole lot better.
I don't know what he was trying to do there. I think maybe he was just trying to get further down, maybe onto that yellow. But see, the yellow does go in, but he's going to lose the white ball, so he's got to play a very good shot with position here.
Well, it's very tight in there. He's going to have to play it and try and drag the cue ball back and maybe play the other awkward yellow
30 seconds.
after this. And that's unbelievable. Well, he owns that middle
Red ball's
pocket,
in play.
but that might not be any consolation to him. We'll have another look at this yellow. You see it just double kiss the other yellow, and both sat in the jaws. Well, Melling's real big problem is the red ball that's next to those two yellows that are guarding that centre pocket. Little shake of the head. There is one way he can get to that awkward red, Alec, and he could play a double back into the middle pocket.
I think that's what his plan is, Tony. He'll clear a couple of these reds and open up for the double into the other centre pocket. Obviously a low percentage shot, but if you're right behind it, it's not all that tough a shot. He also just lined up there to see maybe run it down to the corner, but I think he's just sizing up his options there.
Well, he's got no problem with the long shots, and I think he might have dropped onto this red now and play it down into the bottom right-hand corner down the line. And that could be staying out. Well, he's covered the bag, but the good news for Chris Melling is there's a couple of yellows of Harrison's round there. Seems bemused by it all.
He just hit it a fraction wide, chipped it out, as we call it. Just missed the drop of the pocket there.
Well, again, there's still the odd mistake from Chris Melling creeping in. Melling likes to play with
30
lots of rhythm
seconds.
and flow through the frames, and it's not quite happened for him.
Well, it's odd to see two mistakes in one frame. They played one mistake each in this frame, and normally you can count 2 or 3 mistakes in a match by Chris Melling.
It's very true, Alec. Harrison trying to get on the awkward yellows. I don't think he's landed ideal there.
But the yellow does go into the centre pocket, but then now he's still contemplating what to do with the other yellow, so it'd be a tricky shot to try and hold the white. He's probably going to try and run around and maybe... Does it pass? Oh,
that is very, very tight indeed. It will go, but it'll have to go dead weight and just trickling off the jaw of the middle pocket. Well, this will be a frame-losing shot should he miss it. It's not guaranteed to be a winner should he get it. Well, he's opted for a safety, and he's not got it. And Melling returns to the table.
It's not that bad a shot, Tony. The red doesn't pass on to the red over the hole. The other red next to the centre pocket does, but he's still really not a bad shot by Phil, considering what position he was in.
Chris Melling there, knocking in the plant. His next shot, though, he's going to have to cut the red into the centre pocket. We'll just see this plant again. You see, just made it off the side rail. He's got the cue jacked up in the air. Hasn't he played that shot well? Just knocks the red a bit nearer the bag.
He probably would have preferred that to fall in then, Tony. It would have been nice just to finish that yellow with a bit of angle to get on the black for the centre. But I don't think there's any problem here.
Well, I still think he's going to play the one over the pocket first. On one leg as well. And that's perfect. Just drops this red now in the corner. The black goes off the yellow into the centre pocket. Well, he's played it for the corner. And this simple black, again on one leg. And down it goes. And Melling fires back again. It's Man in control. He's leading Phil Harrison by 6 frames to 4. He's got to be careful he doesn't see Melling trot off into the distance. There's going to be nothing off this break.
He's gone with the second ball down again, nice and softly controlling it, but still no result. He's given Chris Melling the first opportunity here, and I don't think Chris will be arguing with that.
Nice positive pot there from Melling. Like I said, when he won his previous 2 world titles, you'd see him knock these finishes in half the time with his eyes shut. He's just taking a little bit longer now.
He usually does take a bit longer on his first shot, Tony, and just works it all out and then flies around the table. Once he's got it worked out, he's there.
Well, the only problems are those 3 yellows that are congregated in the middle of the table. And this is the key shot. Needs good position. He didn't want to be landing there, bridging over that red ball. And Alec, that's made it a whole lot harder, isn't it?
It's so much harder when you've got a tough bridging. He's got to jack up on. It's really high. Just kind of stun up next to the black somewhere there to get it on them yellows.
And didn't he play that shot well?
Fantastic. Could not have put it in a better position by putting it there.
Brilliant control from such an awkward shot. Just look at the cueing. Fantastic.
Time out.
He's not happy with that. He's got another kick. Maybe he's asked for the white ball to be clean, but I didn't see it jump or anything.
And Sean Baker, our referee, obliging with cleaning the cue ball. Also, we've had the pleasure of him in the commentary box a couple of times. He's asking for the yellow to be clean now, Chris Melling. Tell you what, I've got a few shirts upstairs in my room. He can clean them while he's at it.
Time running.
And now Melling got everything polished for him on the table. Just overrun that slightly. Should be okay though. He's quickly down to this last yellow, Melling. And this is more like the Melling of old, the magician.
Right.
Wanders back to his chair and he's now starting to pull away from Harrison. He leads by 7 frames to 4.
And it's looking pretty good now for Chris Melling with that lead, 7-4. And really in that particular frame, Lee, I think we saw him at his best, didn't we? Nice, steady, solid, sensible break.
Yeah, very fluent, cueing the cue ball very well, delivering the shot perfectly.
That's really him at his best, isn't it? When we talk about how brilliant, but he can be erratic. That's him at his very best.
That's right. He does pause at the back if you watch him, then he goes straight through. Such a great delivery of the cue.
Yes, he's certainly easy on the eye, but certainly for Phil Harrison, he's got a problem now.
He needs to get a couple of frames now, stop the rot.
And he needs to get back double quick, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Referee just making sure these balls are racked solidly.
12th frame.
It's going to be Chris Melling.
Chris Melling to break, leading by 7 frames to 4.
And Melling now with a more determined look about his face. He's gone back to his old breaking style. He really tried to bang those ones. And again, he's got nothing off the break.
Open table.
And just look at the smile on Melling's face. He can't believe it.
He's not getting the ball in, but he's still winning the match, and he's got to be happy with that, Tony. You know, you can complain and whinge and At the end of the day, you're not getting the ball in. You're 7-4 up. You can't be complaining.
There's plenty of power in there, but you can always tell when... I think there might have been a couple of gaps in there because the black ball's not even moved off the spot. Everything around it shifted.
30 seconds.
It's Phil Harrison at the table.
I think red's here, Tony. Do you think?
I'll go along with that, Alec. Pretty good call.
Well, his toughest red is he's right on it. There it is, straight on the rail.
Got
Red
rid of
ball's
that.
in play.
Made it look very easy indeed. But he can't afford any more mistakes. He's already 3 frames behind Melling now in this race to 10. If he wants to keep his hopes alive of landing this year's 888.com World 8-Ball Pool Championship, he's going to have to not miss a ball from here on in pretty much.
30
Take
seconds.
every opportunity he gets.
There's a good shot too, Tony. Just knocking the red forward, not getting stuck behind her or anything. And it's putting in a good position to link to the other red and get a nice angle to come down to the other end of the table.
Well, once again, Harrison comes to the table after a dry Melling break. He's got his angle now to come down the table, as you said, Alec. Position is the key here. If he drops this short, he's in trouble. He's come a little bit too far. I mean, you can get the red into the right-hand centre, but the cue ball's going up the top of the table.
Yeah, you don't like to be slamming these balls into the centre pocket because there's a big chance they're going to jump out. And, well, you need to be dead accurate when you're hitting with pace like this. And he's got to travel the full length and all the way back to get on that red lowest to the bottom cushion.
30 seconds.
Well, he's made the pot, but has he come too far again? He's got to consider himself very unlucky indeed.
That's just amazing. I mean, the players, they normally say this table runs slow, but this is just really lightning today.
Well, it's like playing on glass out there.
Total
And when you
snooker.
hit that, you think that's going to be sweet, but that cue ball just keeps on going and going and going. And hiding behind the yellow ball, which is bad news for Harrison.
Boy, is he in trouble right now. He needs to play a fantastic shot to get out of this snooker and hope for a result, because look at the yellows. They're just sitting up, ready to be put away by Chris.
30 seconds.
Well, it's not only to get out of this snooker, it's also awkward cueing as well. Don't know whether they might even try and play the deliberate foul, but I can't see that's the best shot. He's trying to swerve around and hit the red that's behind him.
Foul.
Well, there's
Two
the two
visits.
visits. The only thing he has
Yellow
done is
ball's
knock
in
the
play.
two yellows together and made it a little bit harder for Melling.
Well, Chris will approach that straight away. Play this yellow here with bottom left-hand side and knock it out. You see there he's massied the white, trying to pot the red, and that's how desperate that shot was. He needed to pot the ball, not just hit a red.
And Melling's going to make short work of these now. He's got the extra visit in hand, which takes the pressure off him. Already 3 of them are gone.
In a blink of an eye.
You can barely finish his sentence when he gets going. He's potted 3 or 4 balls.
Well, to be fair, the potting, the balls he's potting are not difficult shots, but the position he plays on them is what is astounding. He just makes every ball easy because he's playing every shot to perfection. He's getting on every ball where he needs to be.
That's exactly right. The cue ball control. It's like he's got it on a piece of string. Just look at his cue. His tip nearly comes right off his hand.
With the control he's got.
Well, he's made that black look very easy indeed as he goes back to his chair. And Melling now in full control here in Blackpool. He leads Harrison by 8 frames to 4. Well, it's Harrison breaking off now, frame 13. Possible 19. Now Harrison's going to have to work hard if he's going to take this all the way. And the break is just everybody's enemy.
Open table.
So we'll have another look at this. You see Harrison hit him. He's hitting the second ball down, which is a good break shot to do that, because you do get a decent split, but it's just not getting anything to the pockets.
Red ball's in play.
It's quite an interesting finish, how they've all sort of leant to one side of the table in a group there. Not often you see them sitting there like that.
Oh, and the exhibition shots are coming out now from Melling. Playing with a lot of side and going around the back of that yellow. Just landed a bit close. Just wondering if he could play this red that's right just below the black off the other red and into the centre. Well,
that's a better angle, Tony. You can now just nudge into the yellow there, just beautifully like that, just to clear it out the way.
I'm not sure he's got the right angle here now, Alec.
Well, he's going to have to probably have to go down to the bottom end of the table and put that red back into the top pocket.
Not Melling, he's off for the exhibition stuff once again. And what a shot from Melling.
Look at the side and that, just kick off that second rail.
The trouble is now he's going to have to play this a little bit harder than he'd like, and he used the black ball to push the cue ball through for the other red.
No, he's just happy to keep it in play, get a shot on the ball and play it down the rail.
Perfect. And Melling now is back to his very, very best. This to put him one away from the final. Another big finish from Melling. And Harrison is right bang in trouble now as Chris Melling leads Harrison by 9 frames to 4. Well, Melling, if he can get a ball off this break, we'll know he's going to have a chance to get to the final. An extra little bit of force went into that break. And you just thought that yellow was going to go in the middle, and it just sort of skipped around the lip of the pocket.
Well, he can smile now because he's got a big break on Phil, but you see that he's given it everything he's got, but just not coming out anywhere.
There's plenty of force in that break. Well, unbelievable how that yellow didn't drop in the centre pocket.
How's Phil going to go here, Tony? Like he's one frame away from losing this match. And really he's got to hold it together and try and win 6 in a row.
Well, one thing about Harrison, you know he won't give in. But this is a big ask for the man from Cambridge. These yellows are all there. But you just know that every ball is going to seem twice as hard as it normally would. And you stare in defeat in the face.
30 seconds.
Well, he's not going to give in. Going to pop this one down in the bottom right hand corner. Send the cue down and nudge onto the yellow that's below the black. Drag the cue ball through the gap.
Tony, has there ever been a big comeback like this? Have you ever, what's the biggest comeback you've seen? A couple of frames, 3 frames maybe?
Well, the biggest one I think that we've ever witnessed was actually, funny enough, Phil Harrison coming back against Lee Kendall, our studio guest. And he came back from, I believe it was 8-3 behind to win 9-8.
So he's proved he can do something like that.
No stranger to the comebacks, Phil Harrison.
Well, well, that's what he'll be thinking right now. Like, I can do this. I've done it before. I can do it again. Even though he's playing Chris Melling, if the tide turns, he's going to be there to get him.
He's played a great shot there, is Phil Harrison. And now just the simple stuff to do. Well, Melling's not going to get his chance in this frame to make it to the final. Now just what's required is to tap this in. It's going to have a nice straight black into the corner. And he's still going, Phil Harrison. Down it goes, the black ball. Drags one back, but it still trails Chris Melling by 9 frames to 5. Harrison comes to break off in the 15th frame. Possible 19. Needs a ball. And he's not going to get one. And now the balls are going to be there for Chris Melling
Open
to
table.
get to the final. And just look at the reds. Harrison knows it. Let's have another look at this break. Well, it's been an absolute disaster zone for Harrison, the break today.
You see there he persisted with the second ball down and no result. And Chris persisted with the same break and there's no result either. So they haven't really bothered to change their the way they're breaking.
Red ball's in play.
Well, Melling, I think we'll waste little time in knocking these in. And this is his chance for a place in the final. And you think a lot of players would just take the time, they know it's there, but not Melling, he won't change at all. He's knocking these in like he's late for a reservation in a restaurant. Well, he's got rid of the other awkward red now. He'll be playing the long red, top right-hand corner. And he's struggled at times as Melling in this match, mainly with the break, as has Harrison, but generally when he's been required he has pulled out the big shots. Just wants to get straight on the red in the centre pocket and it'll all be over.
He missed a couple of balls earlier, but really since the last 4 or 5 frames he hasn't missed a thing. Been great.
That's exactly right, Alec. Perfect on the black ball. Melling's going to be in the final. And this will be the confirmation. Down it goes.
Right.
Chris Melling has beaten Phil Harrison here in Blackpool by 10 frames to 5.
So there we did start to see the very best of Chris Melling. He really was irresistible at the end of that match. And Lee, watching that, I think we both agreed that justice was done. Despite your pre-match tip for poor old Phil, he wasn't able to cope.
Yeah, I mean, Phil was always the second favourite. I was going for the underdog, but Chris Melling on that form was going to take some stopping.
Yeah. Tell me about why he suddenly found that extra gear, because he looked a bit patchy early on. There were moments of brilliance, but he was making errors. But suddenly he seemed to move up a gear.
Yeah, you need the chances, and Phil was breaking off the second ball down, and he was just opening the pack open for Chris Melling, so he was giving Chris all the chances first time.
Yeah, but when Chris was getting his chances, he ruled out those errors. He was playing steadily. He seemed to just get a grip on the temperament.
Yeah, the longer the match went on, there was only one winner. It was a great performance by Chris Melling.
And you made the point, too, that Phil really, with the way he's breaking, you're not going to get to a world final playing like that. I mean, he's really had, I don't know if it's poor play or what, you tell me, but he just doesn't seem to get the rub of the green.
I thought he played very well. He didn't make many mistakes in the match. He just, on the break, you cannot break on the second ball down and win a world title.
No, and on the form like this, you fancy Chris Melling maybe in the final, regardless of who he plays? Well,
he's got a lot of players left in the tournament that can win. He got a 2-time world champion, the provisional #1 in the game, so he's going to take some stopping.
All right, you're not going to give me an answer on that, I can tell. Let's just take a check then, shall we, on the way it looks at the moment. So there's the result. Chris Melling is through to the final here at Blackpool, beating Phil Harrison 10 frames to 5. Still to come, of course, in the next semi-final, Jason Twist against Gareth Potts. And you can see that with us here on Sky Sports next time up. In the meantime, from all of us here, it's goodbye for now. We'll see you soon. Hello, welcome once again to Blackpool. Yes, it's the 888.com World 8-Ball Pool Championships for 2005. We have now reached the semi-final stage. The world's best players are here taking part, so let's take a check and see what the semi-final lineup has produced so far. A terrific first semi-final, Chris Melling showing true class to go through 10-5 against a very tough opponent in the shape of Phil Harrison. And next up, it's Jason Twist against Gareth Potts. Well, I'm delighted to say that with me here in the studio, from Australia, Alec Evrianadis. Alec, on what you've seen so far in this tournament, who do you think is going to be favourite for this match?
Well, I think Jason Twist's the player to beat in this one. We've got the experience of Jason. He's been here since the day one of world titles, and he's one of the players that stand out in the game.
But having said that, Gareth is in very good form. He's shown particularly good form this season, sort of almost come from nowhere. Many people are surprised to see him gone this far, but he's in good form.
Yeah, very much so. He's not missing a lot of balls and very confident out there. For a young fella, you know, he's going very well.
And this is not going to be a dull match, is it? Not lots of safety play. They're both going to go for it.
No, that'll be good. No 30-second calls, we hope, and a lot of quick pull, which is great.
Let's have a quick look then at the road to the final, or the semi-final rather, for Jason, and this is how it looks for the number 2 seed. Remember, he's won this title twice before. He's got a terrific record, and that's what he did, and of course you were one of his victims, so that means you are rooting for him especially then.
Well, it's always nice if you say I've been beaten by the favourite and the person that beat me, yeah.
Yeah, and Keith Brewer, of course, that was a tough tactical battle, but he was tough enough in the end, and he is such an attacking player, isn't he?
Yeah, he sees the outs from anywhere and really aggressive.
OK, let's take a check then on Gareth Potts. As we see, he's unseeded, but as I said, he's shown a really good vein of form this season with some good victories elsewhere, and he showed great form in his semi-final, his quarter-final rather, against Yannick Beaufils, winning that one in style, 9-3. And he really did show some good play there, didn't he?
Well, especially at the break. He come out after the break and just blitzed, really. Didn't miss very many pots at all. So it was great to see.
So just your thoughts overall about, is it going to be a long, I mean, it's the first 1 to 10, but it's not going to be a long drawn-out match, is it?
No, I don't think. Well, I mean, we might see lots of frames, and it could be pretty even at the break, but you'd like to think that Jason will get through this.
Alec, thank you very much indeed. Look forward to your company and your thoughts throughout the match. Let's now go off to the action. In a moment, commentary will come from Tony Holgate, but first of all, here's our MC, Alan Hughes.
Thank you, David, and let's welcome the players in our second semi-final. First, a terrific up-and-coming young star, the former world junior champion, rapidly making a name for himself at top level, and his experienced opponent, ladies and gentlemen, with a rock-solid game and going for a record third world title. Will you welcome together Gareth Potts and the Tornado, Jason Twist.
Well, we're back in Blackpool for our second semi-final in this year's 888.com World 8-Ball Pool Championships. It's a cracking semi-final in store. The young man there in front of you, Gareth Potts from Stoke-on-Trent. And he had a terrific win in his quarter-final, and he'll be up against the former 2-time world champion Jason Twist. And Jason, again, another player firing on all cylinders, but it's going to be Potts to break us off in the first frame. And once again with me in the comm box, referee Sean Baker. And Sean, I've been really looking forward to this match. This is going to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, I think when you saw the draw and there's potential for both these players to meet in this semi-final stage, everybody's thinking, well, that's certainly a match we want to be there and see, and this could be fast and furious.
Well, Potts, he probably had the best break shot through the quarter-finals, and he's continuing that run. 2 reds off the break, but I'm sure he won't be taking the reds. I think yellow's going to be the order of the day.
Yeah, certainly with that yellow that's finished over the bottom left corner pocket, with 2 reds close to it. What he'll have to do is find a way out of there once he gets to pot that ball.
Well, a lot of people are saying Jason Twist the favourite for this match, and OK, on paper he is, but I'll tell you what, the most impressive player through the quarter-finals, I thought, was Gareth Potts.
Yeah, most definitely, Tony. And not only that, I mean, I know Jason's got the experience on the world stage, but this season, Gareth has been absolutely unbelievable. I mean, he's moved to provisional #1 in the pro rankings. He won 2 of the first 3 tours. He didn't actually attend the other tour. And he's hardly lost a professional match all season, so he's certainly got the form. And as you say, he was certainly probably the most impressive in the quarter-final stages.
Well, he has battered his way through the players to get to this semi. Most impressively, his quarter-final win against Yannick Beaufils of France. Actually running out 9-3 winner there.
Yeah, and that was after being 3-2 down, I believe. I think he rattled off 7 frames on the trot.
That's exactly right, Sean. So this is not a man to be messed with. The hunger's there. He wants this title. And if you think of Chris Melling's already waiting in the final for the winner of this, he's already won 2 world titles. Gareth Potts' opponent, Jason Twist, has won 2 world titles. So this man is the one with the hunger.
30 seconds.
So if he's going to win it, he's going to have to put out 2 of the most prolific tournament winners of all time.
Yeah, he's been a little bit unlucky there. But I think he was just trying to nudge that red out of the way to take the yellow along the bottom rail. But he might still have a pot on the one in the middle. It looks like it's just beyond the middle pocket. But he could take that. It'll have to be a very thin cut though, and he'll have to see where the cue ball goes from there.
Well, I don't think he'll be attempting that. That just looks a bit too thin, that, Sean. I think he's going to try and come around the back of the red.
30 seconds.
Shot toward the one he just played. He did, but he's missed it and given away the 2 visits now to Jason Twist.
Red ball's in play.
I think that could cost him the frame as well, Tony. Jason's only got to get across the table for that red that's on the bottom rail that Gareth's just gone round. And he hasn't got too many problems, I don't think.
Well, Potts will just have to look on now. As the Tornado himself starts to rifle these red balls into the pockets. Want to play a lot of top spin on this up the rail, try and get the cue ball to the top cushion. Get on the red at the top. And he's missed that pot. I'll tell you what, it's not a great finish either. He's going to have to now play this red ball that he just missed into the right-hand centre.
Do you know what, Tony? We've seen that shot a few times today into that same pocket. People seem to be, I don't know what it is about that, but certainly a jinx pocket for a couple of these players today. They've just not been able to get in.
Well, he knocked the red into the centre pocket. He's going to have to take the one at the top next. It's still not guaranteed to be on. His next one, the finish is still very, very tricky indeed. The next ball's got to be the one that's over the pocket.
He's looking at screwing back here, back down the tail. That's a great shot, that is. No, he's perfect on that. I think he can just screw back across the table now. Take that red that's on the bottom rail into the same pocket.
Well, he could be maybe playing with a bit of top spin off the rail and back across for it. He didn't want that little kiss. He would have been absolutely perfect if not for that, but he's still on it. This means the black will have to go in the bottom right hand corner. You've got to fancy Jason to get this. And then goes the red, and he's perfect on the black. So it looks as though Jason Twist is going to take the initiative here in the opening frame at Blackpool. Down goes the 8 ball. It's Twist who leads Potts by 1 frame to 0. Well, good opener there from Jason. Had a little dicky moment when he missed that red up the rail with his first visit, but Gareth Potts was the one who had the original chance. He gave the 2 visits, but it was all Jason Twist after that.
Yeah, Jason's certainly taking the chance here that was given to him. And as you say, he didn't really want that little kiss on that ball, but still landed reasonably nicely for him. You see it again. It's come back across and just flick the red. Well, it's a nice little control cut into the corner pocket and a nice black.
Well, just did everything right there on that finish. It's always nice to get the first one of the match, especially when you're starting a major semi-final like this one.
Second frame, Jason Twist to break, leading by 1 frame to 0.
Well, it's the Tornado from Devon. It's going to break off in frame 2. Can he match Potts's break when he got 2 off the break? He's certainly got 1, but this is a lot better proposition to come to the table. Just look at the spread of the balls. Either colour here are easy.
Yeah, that's an excellent break there for Jason. He's got... he could, I would think
Yellow ball's in
probably...
play.
Oh, he's taking yellow. I was just going to say he's probably going to take red, so obviously he's read my mind, decided he's going to go the other way. But just thought Reds might have seen the easier ball there. But that's his choice.
Well, purely I think he's took the yellows is because of the two reds at the top of the table, and there's also a little cluster of reds just above the black, which it could be a bit more awkward to get on them, whereas the yellows are a lot more spread out and there's less chance of snooking himself on anything.
Yeah, possibly so. But if you remember back to the first semi-final, I mean, those little clusters of balls like that didn't give a problem to Chris Melling. He was just sort of getting in amongst them, playing nice little delicate shots, and then dancing around the table and just rolling the ball in. And as we see, he ran out a convincing winner.
Good position once again there from Twist. And really, this is formality finish for him. And it's just what you need. He's starting a world semi-final, and the balls are just sat there for you just to knock in, just to loosen the arm. You're keeping your opponent in his chair. It's not warmed up. When you've got all the experience that Jason Twist has, you don't want to be letting him run away into a two-frame lead, but he's going to have no choice. His Potts can't do anything about this whatsoever but watch. Twist is playing a lot faster in his semi-final than did in his quarter. He's not going to trouble the timekeeper at this pace. And there's simple black for a 2-0 lead. And in it goes. Flawless so far for Jason Twist as he flies into a 2-0 lead against Gareth Potts. Gareth Potts now to break off frame number 3. Had a great break in his first one, but ran out of position, and he hasn't left his chair since. Plenty of power in his break. And he's made a ball.
Yellow ball potted.
And again, what a great split. These are the best breaks we've seen in the tournament so far, Sean.
Yellow ball's in play.
They are, yeah. I mean, previous quarter-finals, the balls weren't breaking at all. Even when, I mean, so I was out there refereeing, and I know the balls were spot on, players were checking them, and yet they just didn't seem to want to split at all. But, Gareth's given himself a great opportunity now to get right back in this match at the early stage. He's taking yellows, and I don't think he'll be wasting too much time in knocking these in. Get himself back in the match at 2-1.
These players out here now playing as fast and as well as they can, and this is just what Potts needs, just a little confidence booster. Again, like Jason Twist had, was a nice easy finish just to get the queuing arm going.
You know, it's that Gareth is just taking his time a little bit. He doesn't want to make any silly mistakes in this finish, so he's just weighing up his options and making sure he gets that cue ball in the right spot.
Well, he's pretty plumb on this yellow, just to the right of the black. Still might choose to take the one that's in the centre of the table into the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, he could do that and come down for the one below the black. Leave himself a roll in to the right middle. No, he's going the other way.
Well, he has to get on this and not leave it straight. Any sort of angle on the one below the black, he'll be in good shape. Well, there you go. He's gone up to the top and does not want to be stuck to the rail. He's going to have to play this into the centre now with a lot of topspin and come to the right-hand side of the table for the last yellow below the black.
Again, that was a feature of previous semi-final with Chris Melling. Tony, he wouldn't have played a shot like that where he was sending the cue ball in unnecessary distance. He was just rolling balls in when he needed to. Sometimes you have to go up and down the table, but if you don't have to, then don't try it.
Well, he's played a good shot to recover into good position again, Potts. Just going to screw back now for the black in the centre. And again, this is as clinical as it comes. Straight black now for Potts. And he's off the mark here in Blackpool. goes back to his chair with a frame on his side of the scoreboard. And Jason Twist is still leading by 2 frames to 1. With Jason Twist now lines up to the table to break off in frame 4. Just in Potts fire one back at him. And again a great split, but this time there's no ball.
Open table.
Chance for Potts to level the match.
And he looks like he could probably take yellows here, Tony. I mean, the black is maybe slightly awkward, but it's not that difficult. All the other yellows out in the open.
Well, we just had another look there of Jason Twist break. Get a ball.
Yellow ball's in play.
As you can see, the only real problem ball is a yellow ball that's fairly close to the rail on the right hand side of the table. I think what he'll want to do, Potts, is attack it as quick as possible.
Oh, Tony might he might just try and play sort of get close to that side rail and play a straightest shot down to the bottom right corner and leave himself on that ball across the table. And like I say, I don't think it's anything too difficult here for Gareth.
Well, Potts has got to go down the rail now. He's not getting himself any better position by playing that ball over the bag. He doesn't want to miss this one. It's a great shot from Potts. But the finish here, he's going to put these 2 yellows now into this left-hand centre pocket. Then the last yellow is going to be the one at the top of the table. The black's going to be down in the bottom left-hand corner where he's got a big pocket. As you can see, there's a red near that bag, but the black flies in off that red.
I'm quite sure he's got the right angle, Tony, to take them both into that middle. I don't know. I say he'd probably just draw back off this, and yeah, he should give himself the angle. But
turn it off, please. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Well, this is probably the longest anyone's took over a shot in this match so far.
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard 30 seconds called, Tony. You're right.
Well, that might have to change his route a bit now. He's going to have to play this one into left-hand centre. If he goes too far up the table, the black will pass the red into the top left-hand corner. But ideally, he'd like to be playing it in the bottom left, where he's got the big pocket with the red. Well, this match has
13 seconds.
The highest quality start to any match we've had so far. Nobody's really missed a ball. Now Potts is just looking to check that black goes down into the bottom left-hand corner. And it does, it goes off the red.
He's just queuing awkwardly here, but say he's got a great action, Gareth, and normally steady as a rock.
He's played that pretty well. Black ball bottom left off the red ball. And there you see, he's just spotted a bit of dirt on the black ball.
Time out.
There's Gareth Potts, he's going to ask our referee, Mr. Armitage, to clean the black. There you see, just getting a bit of the, probably a chalk mark on the ball or just a little bit of dirt there, Sean.
Yeah, you'll notice in the previous semi-final, Chris Melling had the cue ball cleaned on several occasions. So it just seems to be picking up a bit of chalk, the balls do now.
This needs to go in to level the match, and it does. Great finish there from Gareth Potts. That's 2 in a row, and he's leveled the match at 2-2.
So that's an important frame for Gareth Potts, and I just wonder, Alec, what you make of it now that you've seen those opening 4 frames. What's your assessment?
Well, they both settled beautifully. They're really straight into the match. Gareth played that foul earlier in the first frame, but nothing's been missed since. They've both taken their opportunities.
And the quality of the breaking has been pretty good too, hasn't it?
Well, Gareth has been opening him up beautifully, and Jason's getting the ball in, so it's all working well for both.
He's up against, as we know, in Jason, a very formidable opponent, but he seems very cool and composed, doesn't he?
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
I mean, it must be easy for the nerves to get to you when you're out there. We tend to sort of take it for granted, but, you know, you're on TV, live audience and all the rest of it, and the lights.
Oh, it's very difficult, especially when the scoreboard, you know, it was 2-1 down, and he's just done another good out and good break and finish, and so he's on the job. He's settling in real good by the look of it.
And he also looks composed, doesn't he? Not just the way he's playing, but he looks it. The body language is positive.
Yes, very much so. Very, very clean. Very good.
Well, Gareth Potts now breaking off his 5th frame here in his 2nd semi-final. He's just won the last 2 frames in a row. He's yet to fail to pot a ball off the break, and it seems to be in that top left-hand corner he gets his ball as well.
Yellow ball potted.
His break is absolutely awesome.
He's potted a yellow, but I think he'll be taking reds here, Tony. All the reds seem to be fairly open. You see the break shot again there, as you say, in that top left-hand pocket. That's where that yellow ball's gone.
You can see that Gareth Potts has been spending a lot of time working on that break. It's the same every time. Just going to chip this red into the corner.
Red ball's in play.
And once again, the finish is there. And these 2 players, I mean, Jason Twist has not done anything wrong in the last 3 frames. And all he's been seen to do is to press his trousers in that seat. Now Potts probably maybe looking at the red just below the black ball. It's his next option. Wants to get that one out of the way.
30
If
seconds.
you can get that out of the way and then knock the next red into the middle that you can see just in front of it. Yeah, in that little position. It'll be an A1. Getting worried about stretching across. Didn't want to get the rest out for this. He's played that very well. Got a nice little angle on his red now into left-hand centre. Just going to nudge this yellow out of the way. I can't see Potts missing from here. And in the centre pocket again, then he's going to attack the reds at the top of the table. And the last red will be the one that's bottom left. And that will give him perfect position on the black ball. This is a fantastic performance by Potts.
He's going to be stretching again a bit here, but with him being left-hander, it's obviously going to help him. But, he's not too bad there. You say ideal position here.
30 seconds.
Take this red in. No, just left himself a nice little angle there to stun back down the table for that last red.
I'm just going to deep screw this off the side rail. What a lovely shot there from Gareth Potts. He's in cracking position. He's going to bang this one into the bottom left-hand corner. Just use the cue ball to come off the side rail and back out for the black. Just a little punch shot. He'll be in an absolutely perfect position. And just see how long he stayed down on his cue there. Brilliant. And this black to go in front for the first time. That's 3 in a row for Potts. He leads Jason Twist by 3 frames to 2. Well, Twist knows he needs a ball off this break, the way his opponent's playing. And he's got one. Once again, it
Red
seems
ball
like
potted.
Yellow ball's going to be the order of the day.
Yeah, he's got a slightly awkward one just above the middle pocket. Shouldn't be too difficult for a
Yellow ball
player
nominated.
of Jason's calibre. As you hear, he's nominated yellow balls.
Oh, what a great
ball's
shot
in
there
play.
from Twist. Just not just the pot, the way he developed that yellow and pushed it over the middle pocket. It's made life so much more easy for himself. Have another look at this. Just a bit of top spin there, just to nudge that yellow over the centre bag.
Yeah, it's a great shot there from Jason. Using all his snooker experience there, he's taking the long pot on with confidence. And as you say, moved that yellow just into a nice, easy position for himself.
Well, I wonder if Twist is going to think about maybe trying to move that red that's behind the two yellows, bottom right corner. They both go into the pocket, but I'm just wondering if he might just elect to play that way just to make it easier to get on the black.
I'm just wondering whether he could take that the right hand one now, Tony. He can certainly get to it, and he doesn't have to disturb the red. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Well, he's got great position now on the yellow down the cushion. Play this down the rail now. Twist, steely-eyed, Devonian. And Twist knows he's got to up his game. Can't afford to cough and splutter in this match. His opponent's flying out of his skin. And Twist is just a man for the job. And just look at this cue ball control from Twist. Could have done with being a bit further over, though.
I was just going to say, he's not quite come as far as he wanted to there, Tony. I think you just put the curse on him there, because he certainly wanted to be a lot closer to this side rail. Flick the yellow and come back down for his last shot into that right-hand corner pocket. Probably stun back off it across towards the red. Just roll the black in, but it's just made it a little bit more awkward for him now.
Well, he played it with a lot of check side to get the cue ball out, but it's took the pace off the cue ball. You can just see the thin edge of this. We'll have to be a little bit careful we don't run into the black. Well, he tried to play with a lot of side to take the pot in. He's played it too thin and missed it. There you see the side he tried to put on the cue ball. Now then, I wonder if Potts will maybe lay the snooker. Got a red on the bottom cushion. He could just bump that out into the open and leave the cue ball stuck behind that red, so Twist can't go up and down the table, and also can't go across because the black ball's in the way. I feel that's his shot.
30 seconds.
And here we go. This just stops the up and down for Jason Twist, right behind the red here. I think he's played it well.
Yeah, I don't think he can get up and down from there, Tony, because even if you sort of put a little bend on it, that red that's near the right-hand middle pocket is stopping him getting back down for that yellow. So as you say, a very good shot there from Gareth.
Right, the only shot I think Jason can play now is just to push the black right over the top of the yellow.
Foul.
Played a deliberate foul, and just now look what Gareth Potts is going to have to do to win this frame. He's going to have to put all these reds without missing and use 2 visits on that black.
I mean, he's got the opportunity because he can come onto that side knuckle and flick the black out, certainly. But like you say, he needs the 2 visits in hand to do that.
It's easier said than done, that, Sean, because it's quite easy to knock the yellow in trying to get that black out of there. That's just what Twist wanted.
.30 seconds.
Potts just working out which way to go around these. I think that's not going to go in the bag.
Second visit.
Again, it just seemed to go a little bit thin on the old cut.
Yeah, we've had a few of them today. I say early on, Tony, in the match, he didn't quite seem to be getting those pots right into that. It was certainly the top left earlier on, but top right.
No panic for Gareth here because he can still lay an easy snooker.
He didn't have to worry too much about the up and down now, because with that yellow and black being so close together, Jason wouldn't risk that.
So just say, let's say for argument's sake, Sean, if Gareth Potts was to leave the cue ball in the middle of the table and Jason Twist got down and hit that yellow and black as hard as he could and as fast as he could, and you couldn't see it with your eye, if he'd contacted black or yellow first, what would have happened?
Well, you give what you see, Tony, and if you don't see it, I'm afraid you can't give it. But if you were convinced in that situation that the players deliberately smashed it to try and deceive you, you've got to be right in your own mind that he has played a foul. Like I say, you can't give what you can't see.
Well, I wasn't trying to see if there's any way that we can cheat, but it's always good to know for future matches.
Don't worry, Tony, I'll have a close eye on you in future. Although I don't seem too much of you these days.
Well, you'll have to start refereeing in the last 256 rounds. Anyway, it's Jason Twist now. Just looking. He surely can't be looking for an angle to try and go in and hit this yellow. It's just too difficult a shot. I think maybe he's looking at it. He's got to look to try and hit one of these red balls and double it down a table into the area where the black ball and yellow ball are. Well, unless he's going to try and get this black nearer the yellow, this is
30
dangerous.
seconds.
Foul.
Oh, what a good shot. Black ball's a little bit closer to the yellow now.
Yeah, that black just certainly looks like it's just a little bit more in the knuckle now. So that if Gareth was to try and play off the right-hand side rail knuckle into the black, he's probably going to come back and hit the yellow, as you suggested earlier, probably knock the yellow in. It makes it a lot more difficult to try and get that black out now. I think it's what Gareth's just looking at before he attempts anything on the reds. Just weighing up there the angle. But I certainly think now it would come back and knock the yellow in.
You hear the timekeeper call it 30 seconds, so he's going to have to get on with his shot. Just look how close he is to those balls. Good pot there from Gareth. Well, he's going to have a go here now at these reds. It's the reds that aren't the problem. It's obviously going to be the black ball when he gets to it. Played a good pot there. Again, he's still thinking about this black. And there's Kevin Armitage, our referee.
Yeah, paying close attention here. But, you need it out there, Tony, under the lights and in front of the TV cameras. It's total concentration for every shot. And his waistcoat must be extremely close to those balls. We're not going to get a shot of that, but again, Kevin was right on the spot, I think, so he could see what was going on.
Well, Gareth Potts is now going to have to get the cue ball. There you see the angle. This is where he wants to take the cue ball into the cushion first and come out and flick the black out into the open. He can't attack it any other way, but he's got to be very, very careful, obviously, because if he hits it too thick and contacts that yellow at all, he'll be giving a foul to Jason Twist.
I think it'd be a foul that costs him the frame as well, Tony.
Well, here we go. Potts now has nothing else left on the table to play but this black ball. He has an extra visit in hand. As you can see, his first shot is going to be hard enough. He's going to be cushion first and try and flick out the black. Well, he doesn't like it, and you can't blame him for not liking it.
No, I think he wanted to be a little bit further out into the middle of the table with his cue ball.
30 seconds.
Just look at the situation the young man from Stoke-on-Trent finds himself in. He's going to have to get on with it. Here we go. I'll tell you what, that's unbelievable. How's he got that out? And I think he's potted it. Oh, that's unbelievable by Gareth Potts. Incredible shot. He now leads Jason Twist, and he can afford a smile. He leads Twist by 4 frames to 2 here in Blackpool. Well, Gareth Potts stepping up to the table after that incredible shot. And he's got a nice 2-frame cushion as he breaks off. And he's had the most lethal break thus far in this tournament. Look for that top corner. Well, he's not made it this time, and if he doesn't make a ball at the top corner, he doesn't make a ball at all.
Open table.
No, they just don't seem to split quite as nicely as they have been doing previous frames. Here we go again.
Well, once again, looking at Gareth Potts' break shot. Close with a few balls, but nothing found its way to a pocket. But if you're going to not get anything off the break, it might as well be when the balls don't split too kindly.
Yellow ball's in play.
I'm saying that Jason's played an excellent shot here. And I think the only problem ball he's got is there's a yellow, a red to the left of his bottom yellow there. But I'm sure he'll be able to nudge that out of the way somewhere along the way here as he picks his way around these balls. And so he could take the frame here against Gareth's break.
Well, he's won the first 2 frames of this match, but he spent most of the rest of it sat in his chair. It's always very difficult when you come back and it's a bit cold.
30
He started
seconds.
off playing brilliantly. He knows if he's going to reach this year's final, he's going to have to up the pace. He's just looking now for his position onto these 2 yellows at the bottom of the table.
It'd be a lot better for him if he attacks that problem ball earlier than later. You start leaving your problem ball to the end, and that's when you start getting in trouble.
It's not been easy for Jason. He's not had anything to get on it. This has to be the ball in the middle of the 3 that he's going to have to use to attack that one. So he's had no choice but to leave it till a bit later on. Oh, and that was an unbelievable miss.
Red ball's in play.
Just took his eye off that one. And straight away, Potts is out of his chair, looking at his finish.
I'll tell you what he's looking at, Tony. He's taking that red that's probably just to the left of the black spot off the other red, potentially, and free that red up. That was what he was weighing up straight away there.
Well, Potts is going to place in the bottom right-hand corner. Well, Gareth Potts looking every bit class professional that he is. Never been in a semi-final, so this is completely uncharted territory for Gareth Potts.
I do remember a few years ago he was junior world champion. I mean, all right, it's not quite the same stage, but he's still got to have the talent and the ability to get there and take out the finishes when necessary.
That's exactly right, but the junior world final has about 12 people watching. This one has about 350.
I think that's a bit unfair, Tony. If you've not obviously not been in that room when they play the junior world final. It's the atmosphere. It's a little bit special. They're bouncing a little bit. Them young lads there.
I played in the junior world final last year, Sean. Did you see me? Money 12.
Is that the junior OAP's world final, Tony?
Anyway, we'll completely ignore that last comment from Sean as we watch Gareth Potts play this red into the centre, and just look at the way he's cueing it. He's playing with so much confidence now.
Yeah, all he's got to do is just get an angle to leave himself somewhere below the black to get to that last red along the bottom rail.
Well, he's got himself his angle, Sean, as you said, and now he just wants to steer this cue ball off the top side rail, left-hand side, and bring the cue ball down in between the black and those 3 yellows. If he gets down there, the frame's dead. And that is a superb shot. Just going to drag the cue ball back now for the black. You can either choose the bottom right-hand corner or right-hand centre. Potts is bidding to make this 5 frames in a row against a 2-time world champion. Showing absolutely no fear whatsoever. Just look at the position. Brilliant stuff from Gareth Potts. Black's down, has 5 in a row for Potts, and he leads Jason Twist by 5 frames to 2.
Well, now, Gareth Potts in a fantastic run of form at the moment, showing no nerves at all, and Jason Twist 5-2 down. Alec, this is very impressive stuff from this youngster who's never been this far before in this tournament.
No, it's something we haven't seen from him before, and amazing stuff, yeah.
And Jason looks to be a little phased by this. There's 1 or 2 errors creeping into his game and a little bit of uncertainty that we hadn't seen before.
Well, he missed a straight red there, and well, a straight ball, I'm not sure it was a red, but a straight ball, and Gareth just cleaned the table there again, so...
Let's go back to that magic moment in the previous frame when he got out of jail, I mean, and produced the most sensational shot. Not only did he get out of trouble, but he actually clinched the frame with that. Now, was that a fluke?
Well, he's trying to get it out of the pocket, and where it goes, he doesn't know. So I suggest it is a fluke, but with the shot remaining, he had 2 shots. So, you know, with calculated risks, you could call it 2.
But as he went back to his seat, he gave a little sort of thumbs up to his mates as if he almost intended it, and sort of, how about that?
Well, how about that? It's not bad, is it?
Yeah, terrific. Well, if he carries on doing that, I tell you what, Jason's in for a tough semi-final here, isn't he?
Very much so, yeah.
A lot of work still to do, but at the moment, Gareth Potts very much in the ascension.
Jason Twist to break. Trailing by 5 frames to 2.
Jason Twist now. Well, he knows what his opponent's capable of because he sat there and watched him rattle off 5 frames in quick succession. And Twist, once again, failing to score off the break. An interesting statistic in this televised stages so far is the longest run of frames won is by Gareth Potts so far in his quarter-final. He won 7 in a row. Next is Melling in his quarter-final with 6 in a row. And at the moment, Potts is on 5 once again. So he's a man to string frames, you know, a lot of them in succession altogether.
Yeah, I mean, he's that kind of player, Tony, that if he's breaking and finishing and then his opponent comes up dry, like Jason's done again here, he breaks and finishes, and all of a sudden players find himself 4 or 5 frames behind, and they think, well, we've not done anything wrong, I've not had my hand on the table. But that's the quality of the player he is.
Well, that's it. Potts just seems to be the type of player to hammer home his advantage.
Red ball's in play.
Well, I don't think Jason Twist is quite pressing the alarm button yet, but it won't be very long. If Potts continues in this vein of form, Twist has got to start wondering, is the title slipping away?
Exactly, Tony. If, I mean, Gareth continues to knock balls in like he's just done there, that long red, Jason's not going to get a chance.
Like we said in the quarter-final, Gareth Potts started off playing pretty good. And he just got better and better and better with every frame he won.
Yeah, I mean, just before that shot, he was weighing up. There's a little problem at the top of the table. He's got a red, but there's a yellow stuck in front of it. I think he's looking at taking the red that's on the side rail near the top and taking it off the yellow, maybe, and split the yellow out and get his red into the open. He's got the angle for this now because he's thinking of wanting to be a bit straighter on it. He's going to take this ball, probably screw back and try and finish. He's not screw back, but he's getting fairly straight on it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sean. After Chris Melling's semi-final win, I did say you're going to watch your second one, and he said, no, I'm not bothered who gets through. And I'll tell you what, it's a pretty good job Chris Melling isn't here watching this, because this is awesome. This might even scare the big man himself. And everything he touches turns to gold. Gareth Potts is playing a game of his own out there now. He's just said to Jason Twist, there's a new guy in town. Great position again from Potts. And now it's going to be a simple black for Potts. And this is for 6 frames in a row. And this will equal Melling's best. And there's no mistakes from Potts. It's one-way traffic here in Blackpool as Potts storms into a 6-2 lead over Jason Twist.
And welcome back to Blackpool. Well, the real talking point in this second semi-final has been the sensational form shown by 21-year-old Gareth Potts, putting the 2 times former world champion Jason Twist under real pressure. Let's see what happens now as we return to the play, described by Tony Holgate.
Well, Potts comes to the table now, breaking off here in frame 9. Best of 19 match. Needs the big break. And there we are, the balls are going in again for Potts.
He's made 2 reds. And looking at them, he's probably going to go yellows. I don't think he hasn't got a pot on a red, so he's going to go yellows here. And the only potential problem he's got is that red that's stuck to the black.
Just look how straight his arm is when he breaks off. He keeps it straight under his chin.
Notice there, the couple of balls at either side of the black didn't seem to move very far. So whether it was just a slight problem with the rack, I don't know, but they certainly, the rest of the balls have split well. As I suggested, he's going yellows here.
And there you see he's
apologies.
Actually going for the red. Great shot there from Potts.
Yeah, he's fooled me there, Tony. I think I've been listening to you too much in commentary.
Anyway, he's on the red now, bottom of the table. If he knocks this one across this into this bottom left-hand corner, this will equal his personal best of 7 in a row. And you just can't see anywhere where the man can miss. Every time he gets down to a pot, you just know he's going to knock it in.
Yeah, I mean, I've refereed Gareth on many occasions in professional events and at national events, and this is the sort of form he can be in at times. It just doesn't seem like he can miss.
Well, he's left himself the angle. He's going in right-hand centre, should I say now. Getting the cue ball up to the top of the table, leaving himself an angle to come back down. And there's no stopping the man at the table. He can run through. Decided to play the screw shot. Just look at the position. This is Poole at his very, very best. This for 7 in a row and 7-2. In it goes, and there's no stopping the man from Stoke-on-Trent. He leads Twist 7-2.
10th frame. Jason Twist to break. Trailing by 7 frames to 2.
Well, Jason Twist now has it all to do. Breaking off in frame number 10 of a possible 19. And somehow he's got to stop the charge with that young man, Gareth Potts. He's made a couple of balls off the break.
Red, yellow ball potted.
Gareth Potts is obviously going for the record of 8 straight frames. But it's Twist that's trying to stop him. If we look at his break shot once again. A huge smash there. You just thought the cue ball was going to go in the middle bag, and you got a lot of top spin on the white. And managed to steer it away from there.
Just looking at the table here, he's just, I think he's looking at reds. Just weighing up how to get position on that bottom red, or see if it will go in that bottom right-hand corner pocket.
We've still got a bit of work to do here, Jason Twist.
Red ball's in play.
And he's been sat in his seat for so long. You just wonder if he's remembered how to play pool. It's been that long since he's been there. And that's not an exactly a great result there, as you can see the red going behind the yellow down in the bottom right-hand corner. But you've got to feel a little bit sorry for Jason Twist, because he's not done anything wrong, has he?
No, over those 7 frames that he's lost on the spin, he's hardly had a shot. And like you say, you got to feel a little bit sorry for him. But this is the game of 8-ball pool.
Yellow ball's in play.
If you don't pot a ball on your break and your opponent comes to the table and breaks some dishes on you, you're in trouble.
Well, for once, Gareth Potts comes to the table, and there's no finish there. Bottom lips out. You nearly hear a cry of "It's not fair." And Jason Twist has locked up the bottom right-hand corner. So somehow Gareth Potts now got to try and develop the yellows without leaving Twist
30 seconds.
the opportunity of a finish.
I think he's just tried to get that yellow in there because there was a gap. If he got that yellow into the knuckle, he could have just dislodged that red and left the yellow in front of it. But as it is, he's possibly handed that pocket to Jason now, although it's still over to one side. So there's potential for him to get in there, as we saw in a previous quarter-final. We've seen players squeezing those object balls past others into the corner pockets.
30
Jason
seconds.
Twist now having to adopt a more safety position, which he's not very familiar with, and you have to say the tornado is now down to a slight breeze. Well, Potts. Well, last time he did end up with ball stuck behind Jason Twist in that bottom right-hand corner was that black ball that he managed to bash out and fluke into the top left-hand corner. At the moment, it's Twist in control of this frame.
Time out.
I wonder if Potts is wondering if he could blast those two yellows into the red and get them out, with the red also coming out of the jaw.
Time running.
A very hard shot to play.
Particularly the rest as well, Tony. But Gareth is a very good player of the rest. He's quite a decent snooker player. I know he practices a bit of snooker, so he plays a bit of snooker, so he'd be used to using the rest. Not unlike
Foul. 2 visits.
I'm not sure he wanted to knock the red in.
No, because I think that the top one of those two reds will go into the middle pocket.
We'll have another look at this. He just tried to get these two yellows right behind the red, but without the red dropping in, and it's now a foul shot. So Twist has the 2 visits and quick to use the red over the middle to be his buffer, and you feel that this is the best chance Twist has had for some time.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing he's got to do here is get back down for position on the black. I mean, other than that, there's nothing too difficult here for him. Or there wouldn't be under normal circumstances, but it's 7-2 down in the World Semi-Final. Nothing's easy for him.
Well, Potts has benefited from the attention being took away from him in regard to a lot of the people around this tournament have been talking about the Melling Twist final because they've both won the title 2 times, and nobody's really thought about Potts being a winner. The way he's playing at the moment, you'd have to make him favourite. He's come here to upset the script. Jason Twist still has the visit in hand, and he's going to need it.
Just wondering, Tony, if he's looking at maybe trying to the black into the bottom right-hand corner pocket where those 2 yellows are, whether it'll onto into the cushion right by the red, by the yellow, and whether it'll go in.
Well, he's got a couple of options. You could play the double full length of the table up in to where he's leaning over now. I think that's probably the best shot, and that'll be fine. Now he leaves himself the simplest of tasks to knock this in, and this is to stop the rot. Well, Jason Twist gets one back. His first real opportunity for such a long time, and he now trails Gareth Potts by 7 frames to 3. Well, Jason Twist, bit of consolation there for him. I mean, the match is not over. Potts still needs to get 3 frames to make the final to join Chris Melling, but that was a much-needed win there for Jason Twist.
Yeah, and I think that was the first error we've seen from Gareth since the first frame when he gave Jason 2 visits. And no great emotion on Jason's face there. He'll keep going. He knows he just got to keep taking his chances.
Well, there's the shot from Gareth Potts that gave the 2 visits away, and you can see the disgust in his face. His body language as he knocked it in the pocket.
Yeah, just a little bit of shake of the head and say the emotion that's not been there before.
11th frame. Gareth Potts to break, leading by 7 frames to 3.
Gareth Potts wants to continue his good run of breaking here in frame 11. This year's 888.com World Pool Championships. And again, it's that top left-hand corner. When he makes a ball, it's normally up there.
They just look a little bit awkward here, Tony, and he's going to have to make a decision as to which set he's going to take. But reds are potentially the better.
Ball's nominated.
I think. Yeah. No, he's ready. He's nominated yellows, which I'm surprised at the way those yellows are at top left. I think probably what he's thinking is that yellow that's the left on one of the two, he'll play it onto the red, clear the 2 reds out, and hopefully leave a path for the other yellow.
First of all, though, he's got to find a pot from down the bottom of the table to get that shot available. So he hasn't got one. Maybe play a double back into the corner. But there's a lot else there.
30 seconds.
Whether that frame that Jason's just taken off him has just disturbed his rhythm a little bit, because the previous frames he wasn't getting out of position like that. So perhaps maybe just a little bit of nerves telling, but he's gone for the double and he's missed. He's let Jason in here with a chance.
Red ball's in play.
Well, there's nothing easy here for Jason Twist. That's the only consolation there for Gareth Potts as we have another look at the doubled yellow that he missed in the middle. One thing he did do with that yellow is knock a red safe. And Twist trying to cover this pocket. I don't think he really wants to go for these, being as the position of those 2 reds on the left-hand side of the table. Not looking very inviting.
And I think he's just struggling a bit if he is looking to try and cover this pocket, that red's close to the yellow. So if he's to play the right-hand side of the red, he'll perhaps flick the yellow and maybe finish in the pocket.
Well, you just wonder what's going through Jason Twist's mind. He's had plenty to think about. Well, he's been sat in his chair.
30 seconds.
You see he's covered that top corner. So if Gareth Potts could get both these yellows out into the open in the one shot, he would definitely be in the driving seat. Just do that by doubling the yellow that cue ball's nearest to back across into the path of the other yellow. Just wants to be careful he doesn't send a cue ball down and knock those 2 reds out in the open of Jason Twist.
Yeah, because that's the only thing that's stopping Jason, as you said before, going for this frame. The position of those 2 yellows, and if he was to disturb them, he could be handing the frame to Jason unnecessarily.
Well, he tried to knock both yellows out in the open. He missed clipping the second yellow. So now it's Jason Twist's turn to try and knock his 2 reds in the open.
Well, I'm not sure, Tony. I don't know whether he's got a double of the top one, whether he'll double the top one, and that's one thing Jason Twist is very good at, is doubling the ball across the table. And he could, in doing that, he'd probably move the other one as well.
Well, he's got the double, but he's still got that ball tied up at the bottom of the table. So it's going to have to be the same again. So he doesn't want to leave it there. If he comes away from his table and without clearing up, he could play the double in the corner this time. And he's missed it. But he's still in the better position at the 2 players, Jason Twist.
Yeah, he's not left anything easy for Gareth here. The only potential pot he's got on is the bottom left-hand corner, but he's got a lot of work to do with that ball that's still at the top.
Gareth Potts can't just risk bumping this yellow out because he'll be leaving a finish on for
30
Twist. He's going to have
seconds.
to play. I'll tell you what, that was some effort there from Gareth Potts. He's been very unlucky. I was about to say he had to play something more elaborate. But the end result is he's left Jason Twist with game on. And this could be the start of a little mini comeback.
Yeah, this is just what Jason wanted after coming out and taking that nice break and finish to get himself back in the game, and Gareth's handing him a good chance here to get another frame back. As you're saying, it'll be him to break next, so if he can break and dish in the next frame, all of a sudden he's taking 3 fairly quick frames, and he's back in this game.
That's a good position. He's got a nice little angle just to run the cue ball down the table. The cue ball will just hit the cushion just before the right hand middle bag. Just bounce out and leave him a simple black into the bottom right hand corner. And that's absolutely spot on for Twist. The tornado is coming back. It's 2 in a row for Jason Twist now, but he still trails Gareth Potts by 7 frames to 4. Well, Jason Twist now breaking off frame number 12 out of a possible 19. Gets another ball off the break. And look at this for a split shot.
Yeah, it's a fantastic split. That's probably the best split we've seen for a couple of frames now. And wouldn't be surprised to see Jason go out from here. And we see it again. Plenty of power in that from Jason.
Red ball's in play.
A super split there from Twist. And that's a great shot as well now for Jason. Just opened everything up. And we could be witness to one of the greatest World Championship matches of all time. Great position from Jason Twist. I'll tell you what, wasn't very long ago you were thinking Gareth Potts was nearly home and dry, and all of a sudden Twist gets his finish and he's right back in the match.
Exactly. This is exactly what Jason wanted, and
again, just the simple stuff to do for Twist. And that red's in. Holding the cue ball nicely. Next 2 reds are both in this left-hand centre. Twist has suddenly found his game. I don't think it ever left him, just he never got the chance to use it. Great position from Twist. Maybe a little bit awkward bridging over this yellow, but the way this man cues, you wouldn't expect him to miss this. And it's 3 in a row now for Twist. He's come right back into this match. He still trails Potts by 7 frames to 5.
Well, this is the best possible retort, isn't it, from Jason Twist, 3 frames in a row. Alec, really is game on now.
Well, yeah, he's controlled a couple of frames. He's slowed Gareth down a little bit. Saw an opportunity there in the last one and took it out. So 3 in a row.
Suddenly, Gareth himself is under pressure. He can't get to the table. When he can, he's not really getting the chances. And Jason is looking good.
Well, like Tony said, he did nothing wrong before.
No.
And he found himself 4 frames in a row where he'd lost. But he'd done nothing wrong, so he's just coming good.
He knew his chance would come, but certainly he's looked very positive when he's been to the table, Jason, hasn't he? And he's taken every chance he's had. No mistakes at all.
Not yet, no. He's going well.
He's looking pretty good, isn't he? So this really could be, I mean, this is he's coming back from a long way down. He's still got some work to do before he gets parity, but we could be in for a terrific finale here.
Well, if Gareth was to win the next one, go to 8, you know, we could get it a lot closer right at the end, so should be good.
Gareth Potts to break, leading by 7 frames to 5.
Well, Gareth Potts now breaking off frame number 13. He's just lost the last 3 in a row after taking 7 on the bounce himself. But all of a sudden, the break has deserted Gareth Potts.
Table.
Yeah, and as I said before, Tony, the break, this is the big shot in this game, in the game of 8-ball. If you stop making a ball and your opponent's coming to the table and finishing them, there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, Twist now. He's got the momentum with him.
Yeah,
Still a couple of frames behind.
I think he'd be looking at taking reds here as well, Tony. Seems to be the obvious ball for him. But to be honest, they split that well. He either colour here, and I think you'll see Jason go out. I say, and he's right back in the game then.
Well, I don't think he's decided which colour yet. There's a case for both balls, like you say, Sean. He's opted for the reds and trying to get on the awkward one at the bottom of the table straight away. He's not quite got there. And now all of a sudden, he's got a very hard shot to play. And just look at the yellows if he should miss.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying about either set of balls there. They're all in the open. And if he happens to miss here, I think you could see Gareth come back to the table and finish him off. But I'd say the pressure's on now.
Well, you did say Jason was going to clear whichever colour he took on this frame.
Yeah, but I didn't count on him playing such a poor shot on that last ball, Tony, to be fair.
Very harsh from the referee, bless him. But anyway, this is a big shot for Twist. And didn't he knock that in with the greatest of ease? It's all right, you waving your arm, Sean, and trying to come back from it, but this is superb. I mean, just look how still he kept his cue. Never moved an inch.
Yeah, it was a fantastic shot from Jason to say. He played a poor shot on the previous turn at the table, and he's got himself right back in the chance of running out and clearance here.
Well, he's still got to get down on that ball he tried to get to previously. It's not gone away from you yet, Jason. But he's kept himself in with a great chance. A couple of cracking pots. He's starting to talk to himself now, just to give himself a little G up. Like a jockey just cracking the whip. Well, Twist now. He's going to try and get on this awkward ball. He's got a tough cut in the middle pocket, and he's still got to get on that awkward ball. And he's overrun the cue ball. I think he has. Well, this is very tight. If you can see this red, he's been very fortunate because he did overhit that a bit.
Yeah, the thing is, he was frightened of underhitting. I know it sounds a bit daft, but if he'd have underhit it, he would have had no chance of potting it.
Well, he's on it.
He's on it,
down that
yeah.
quick, and what a great shot as well from Twist. But just look where the cue ball's finished. Now, how hard is this black?
This is a massive point in the match here now. This is absolutely critical. He knocks this in. If he misses this, Gareth could be coming to the table and finishing for a...
Just look at this bridge in hand. That's a brilliant shot from Jason Twist. World-class cueing from the man from Devon. And that's 4 frames in a row, and he's right back in the match. He's trailing Gareth Potts by just 1 frame now. It's 7-6 here in Blackpool. Jason Twist there now can afford a smile. I'll tell you what, if I just potted the black that he just did, I'd be smiling as well. What a great finish. I mean, he had about 3 or 4 hard shots there, but none harder than this. Superb stuff.
Yeah, I think we've just seen why Jason's a 2-time world champion. That was an absolutely fantastic black there. you say, he got himself right back in the match at 7-6 down, and he's just a little bit more relaxed now. There's a little bit of a smile there, comment to somebody in the crowd, and he's obviously feeling a lot better about the game now than he was a few minutes back.
Well, this is one of the few matches that you can actually say that neither player is making any mistakes.
14th frame, Jason Twist to break, trailing by 7 frames to 6.
Well, Jason Twist up at the table to break off frame 14. And what a great comeback the man has produced. And again, he's got balls off the break, and again,
red and yellow ball
it's a very open table, and I think yellows look the order of the day.
Yeah, he's got a fairly long pot for his first one, but as you say, they're well split. There's a couple of reds that are stuck together that are slightly awkward.
Poor old Gareth Potts worked hard to build up his big lead, and all he could do is just sit there and watch it evaporate.
Oh, he's going reds here. Obviously, he had the opportunity there to get into those two that were stuck together, and he gave himself a great chance here now to take this frame out.
I'll tell you what, there has to be a loser in this match, but whoever does lose will not have deserved to.
We've had a match here so far worthy of a final. And it's been top class pool, barely a mistake from either player. I think we've probably seen one mistake from both players. In how many frames have we played now, Tony?
We're in frame 14, Sean. Twist now, just trying to hold the cue ball for the next red into the centre. Just decided when he's going to play this ball down into the bottom left-hand corner. That's his only problem one. And he's got himself an angle on this red now. He just wants to knock this in and just try and stop the cue ball dead. He needs to leave just a tiny little angle just on the red into the centre, just to drop down for the black ball. Big shot here. This will be 7-all if he gets this right. Oh, what a shot. Wow, that's unbelievable. I thought that was in.
Yellow ball's in play.
I can't believe that's not gone in. That looked in all the way.
Well, this is incredible. Just thought that was going to creep in off the jaw.
May just been a little bit pacey to keep it out. And does that yellow go past that red? I'm pretty sure it does.
Well, I bet Potts can't believe that he's got back to the table. There you see the gap. Has to go off the jaw first and then behind the red. Just pull the cue ball up now for the top yellow. Well, how huge is this frame? It was looking like it was going to be 7-all, but Potts now has the opportunity to restore a bit of daylight between him and Twist. But the shot that's going to be key to this frame is that yellow, to see if it goes past the red in the corner. Now, is he on it right now? There you can see he can get through to it, and I feel this is the time to play it. Well, he's made the pot. Just a slight nudge on the black, but that's not going to affect him. Potts now has the frame at his mercy.
I don't know whether that yellow goes into the right-hand middle, but he's got the option of taking the one into the left-hand middle and coming back down the table, which is what he's going to do here.
Lovely shot there from Potts. And this just goes to show that the man can sit in his chair for a long time, but when he is required to come out and do battle once again, he just carries on from where he left off. And that is a super positional shot from Potts. Just the simple stuff left to do. He's going to just dribble this into the corner pocket. And he's out perfect for the 8 ball. And he's going to go back to 2 in front. Down goes the black. And Potts now leads 8 frames to 6.
Well, now Gareth Potts just stopping that little resurgence from Jason. And Alec, that was important for him, wasn't it? Because otherwise it would have been parity.
Well, Jason really is starting to fire right up. You can see it in his eyes. He's starting to concentrate really hard on every shot. I think Gareth needs the 2-frame start to make it a 9-all match.
But it was an error, a crucial error there from Jason that really lost him the frame, wasn't it?
Most certainly, but look at the 4 frames before. You're being a bit harsh on him there.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's what happened. And as you say, a bit harsh, but nevertheless, that's what happened. And it even surprised the commentators because they couldn't quite believe that he missed it. He seemed so safe, and you were pointing out to me that he's so good at those sort of shots.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, the pressure's building.
Even the best players. I mean, is that nerves, or is that just, you know, you can't be 100% all the time?
I guess you can't be 100% all the time. Otherwise, you wouldn't play him. He'd just beat you every time.
OK, so who's your money on now?
I think Jason still.
We shall see.
Well, Gareth Potts now coming out to break.
15th frame. Gareth Potts to break.
Frame number
Leading like 8
15
frames
of a
to 6.
possible 19. And that was a very brave call there from Alec in the studio. Still back in Jason Twist, and he's 2 behind. Effectively needs to win the match 4-1 from here. He's made his ball off the breakers, Potts. And just look at the yellows.
Just going to say he's going to go yellows here. Definitely going to go yellows. I mean, that's a great split for him. And that break just did desert him for a couple of frames. It seemed to he's regained it. And this is exactly what he needed after stealing that last frame.
The ball's in play.
Well, Potts now with a chance to get to within 1 frame of the promised land.
Yeah, and I think he's got to just keep this tempo. He's just picked the pace up again a little bit, and he needs to keep it. If he stops and starts to think too much about, you know, where he is and what he might just be about to achieve, then it might just get to him a little bit. So if he keeps the tempo high here, I think you'll see him run these out.
Well, Gareth Potts now just wants to drag the cue ball back to the rail. He wants to get rid of that yellow on the left-hand side. He knows the balls are there for him. He's played that very nicely indeed. He's picking a bit of fluff off the cloth.
Time out.
You see Gareth Potts calling a timeout. I think he's going to use the rest, Sean.
Yeah, you're not taking any chances with his waistcoat over that ball because it's looks extremely close. So as I say, Gareth is a very good player with the rest, as I said earlier. So it looks like he one good shot here with it, and he could be finding himself 1 frame away from the world final.
Very nicely done there by Potts, and it's perfect position. Be very happy with this shot, Gareth Potts.
Yeah, it just wiped its feet a little bit, but it was played at the sufficiently slow enough pace for it to drop in.
He got a good cue ball on it, and now just 2 balls away from his 9th frame, and this is absolute perfection the way this young man has been playing. But down goes the black, and now Gareth Potts is 1 frame away from the final. He now leads Jason Twist by 9 frames to 6. Jason Twist needs to get a ball off this break. He leaves an open table for Gareth Potts. I'll be kissing the tournament goodbye. He's got a yellow.
Yellow ball potted.
I think red balls look the colour.
Yeah, the one that's just below the yellow near the black. He should probably take that as his opening ball. There's a couple of yellows on the left-hand side that are just making the yellows awkward. I'm pretty sure he'll nominate reds here.
Red ball's nominated.
Well, he's not taking the one I suggested, but he has gone reds here.
Red ball's in play.
A great pot there from Twist.
Yeah, I think he may have been trying to get on that one on the side rail, as that's probably the most awkward ball that he's got. And as we've said before, it's always best to get that awkward ball out of the way as early as possible and leave yourself a nice easy finish.
Well, Jason Twist will want to be careful. People who watched his quarter-final will know. One of the frames he leant over the table and did move a ball with his waistcoat.
30 seconds.
Twist needs to be perfect position. He's actually refusing the ball down the rail now. Do you think he's going to leave that one now to get on the black? I'm not too convinced about that shot. Seems to landed a bit in between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Yeah, he's going to have to go up the table now and clear those three up at the top of the table, and then trust to getting back down the table for those other two. But getting position is not going to be easy here.
And he's forced to play the red at the top of the table, and like you say, Sean, position now. It's going to be very awkward with that yellow sat there as well.
30 seconds.
Come into the equation. It's done well though, Jason Twist.
Yeah, he nudged into that yellow. Been quite easy for that ball to just come back off the cushion and maybe blocked out this pot. And but he's played it well there. He ran full in the face to it.
Twist. Still got a nice little angle to get back.
Well, he's played a great shot there, and I think when he takes this one down the rail, the red will go into the left-hand middle pocket, and he'll probably just take the black into the right-hand middle pocket.
Great shot there from Twist.
It's a great shot, but I don't think he's come as far as he wanted to there, Tony. He wanted to be a lot straighter on this red. He's now got to take the cue ball back down the table and back up for the black.
He's played that shot brilliantly, Jason Twist. Considering the amount of pressure that he's under here, that was a super shot. Jason Twist not going away. Drags one of them back, but he still trails Gareth Potts by 9 frames to 7. Well, he held himself together so well there, Jason Twist. And the most extreme pressure. This was an awkward ball. That went in, and like you say, Sean, he didn't have the perfect angle on this red. Played a big screw shot there and a great black.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing in Gareth's favour here now, he's actually got 2 break shots still. It's with 3 frames to go. It's him to break at least twice in those frames. And if he can find a break and finish in one of them, he'll be in the world final. And Jason will be on his way home to Devon.
Well, his destiny is out of his own hands, though, because it's going to be Gareth Potts to break. Well, Gareth Potts waits patiently for Kevin Armitage to rack these balls up. He at least has 2 breaks left, Gareth Potts.
17th frame, Gareth Potts to break, leading by 9 frames to 7.
Gareth Potts to break off frame 17, a possible 19. If he gets a ball off this break, he's going to have a chance to run out and to finish to get into the world final this year's 888.com World Championships.
Open table.
Nothing down, and it doesn't look like there's anything obvious here, because there's a red and a yellow stuck together, bottom left. So here we see the break shot again, and had plenty of balls flying around, but none finding their way to a pocket there, unfortunately, for Gareth.
Well, he's just going to have to wait in his chair patiently and see if he gets a chance in this frame. There's a tornado Comes to the table.
Red ball's in play.
And he opts for the reds. Now the only problem is the red ball on the left-hand side, tucked behind the yellow, and he has an angle on this red in the centre pocket to the left, just to kick it away. But I think by playing that shot, he needs to land on it as well.
Yeah, that's the only danger of that, because he's not got anything, no safety ball, a ball that's right over a pocket that he could get back to. So here we go. Let's see what happens on this shot.
30 seconds.
And he has landed on it. Great shot from Twist. Well, he's given himself chances, his Twist. We'll have another look at this shot, how he kicked this red out. Just look at the using the yellow as a buffer just to hold the cue ball for that red.
Another good shot required here, though. And that's only just found its way into the pocket, but it's a great shot again from Jason. He's given himself a great chance here, because this is against the pot's break.
Yeah, but it's amazing pressure out there for Twist, because every one of these pots that he's knocking in is like a winning black ball to win the world title, because if you miss it, you're gone. Jason Twist, his heart's got to be pounding. He doesn't get any rest because, don't forget, it's only a minute a shot. And when you're out there in this sort of pressure, that minute can seem like about 5 seconds.
And now we hear the 30-second call from timekeeper Warren Ross, and like I say, he's going to have to get on with this. But, he's down on the shot. It's in, and it's still not easy, though. Still not easy.
Well, and he's got choices. All 3 reds he could get at. But only one of them's the right shot to select. I prefer to take the red that's over that corner pocket, maybe try and drag the cue ball back for the red in the centre. But I'm rubbish. And that's why Jason Twist is playing the red to the top corner instead. Well, there's another good steady pot there from Twist, but it's still maximum pressure for the Tornado.
Yeah, he needs another good long pot here. And again,
that one's in.
All of his snooker experience come to bear again there. He's played a great shot.
Well, it gives himself a little bit of a breather, because this one's a fairly easy shot, but he's just got to watch his waistcoat. This is the easiest pot of the lot for Twist. Now this black ball, and all of a sudden, this match is just... Oh, it's on a sixpence now. Anything can happen. Black in the bottom corner for Twist. It's 9-8 here in Blackpool. The Tornado will just not go away. It's pots 9, Twist 8. Well, what an unbelievable match this has turned out to be. This is... I've got to say, this is the best match I've seen for a number of years here in Blackpool.
Yeah,
because nobody's made a mistake.
No, I think this match is the Melling Twist final of 2 or 3 years ago, where it was just break and finish, break and finish.
Well, there's Angie, Gareth Potts' girlfriend, and I bet she can't bear to look now. Smiling a lot earlier, but now the tension's written all over her face as well. And that's Lee Kendall, previous studio guest and commentating England captain, looking on at 2 of his teammates playing away.
He's a great friend of Gareth and mentor in his early days, and I think he'll be feeling the tension as much as Angie is there as well.
Well, I think everybody in the crowd is going to be enjoying this now. It's nail-biting time here in Blackpool.
Well, this match is all about the next 2 break shots. This is all about the next 2 break shots. Whoever breaks and makes a ball could end up winning this match and find themselves in the world final to face Chris Melling.
Well, it's frame 18 of a possible 19 maximum. Twist is 1 adrift of Potts, and he's breaking off. Desperately wants a ball off this break. And he's not going to get one, so now the first
Open
opportunity for Gareth Potts to haul himself into this year's 888.com World Final.
And yellows look excellent here, Tony. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gareth take the yellow balls. He's got the one into the top right first as a starter, and from that he can just pick his way around them. They're all out in the open, and this is a golden chance for the young Cuman from Stoke to be in the World Final.
Well, he's took the yellows as Gareth Potts.
And what you'll probably see here, he's going to take the 3 that are in the top half of the table. Go down and say the only one that's slightly awkward, he's going to have to take there's a yellow on the right hand side just above a red. He's going to have to take that into the right hand middle probably, but I can't see that being a problem for him. He just needs to steady his hand here, and he'll be in the World Final.
Well, Gareth Potts just plotting his way around these yellows. The one at the top right hand side of the table is going to be his last one. And there's Angie, Gareth's girlfriend, and she's probably feeling more nervous than him right now. In fact, she's making me look nervous.
Yeah, he's left himself a nice angle here, Gareth has, to run round and take that yellow into the right hand middle.
He's only 21 years old. Okay, he's been World Junior Champion, but that's nothing compared to the pressure.
30
Being
seconds.
one frame away from getting in the biggest tournament's final of the whole pool calendar. Well, Gareth Potts now just 4 balls away from this final. And now he knows the simple stuff is left to do. This is the biggest 2 balls of Gareth Potts' life. Simple shot now, just screwed back for the black ball. And Jason Twist's dream is over. And look at Potts wave his cue. Angie looks on, the black's down, Potts is in the final. And what a fantastic match, a fantastic performance from Potts. He beats Jason Twist by 10 frames to 8 and goes straight to Angie, his girlfriend.
Well, big celebrations, and quite naturally, Gareth Potts, what a moment for him, and without doubt, it's been a brilliant performance from the 21-year-old from Stoke-on-Trent, getting the congratulations of fellow players and spectators alike and family. And Alec, what a performance from the kid.
Just never thought we'd see that. I mean, we were in for a good game, but how good was that?
High quality stuff, wasn't it? Right from the, you said to me, the hardest ones to win are the first frame and the last. And what a performance.
And he got both of them. He got the first frame, he got the last frame without making a mistake. I thought he might feel the pressure a bit.
Yeah.
When that match-winning ball comes along, that's the hardest one to put away, and he didn't struggle at all. He just, no problem at all.
And make no mistake, there was real tension out there tonight. You said to me earlier, 2 or 3 frames back, listen how quiet it is. Everyone was, you could hear a needle drop. It was so quiet.
People were fidgeting in the crowd. They're sort of a bit like, what's going to happen next, you know? And he's gone for the toilet break, and they're all giving a chance to get a bit shaky.
Yeah. Yeah, but what a performance from Gareth. I mean, he really is, he's arrived in style, hasn't he? You know, he's had a great season so far, and this, I mean, he'd never been this far before in the tournament, and now he's in the final.
No, and as if you're not going to come back and watch to see who's the winner between Chris and him, like, it's going to be a great final, isn't it?
And just a word about Jason, as you said, really, he's done nothing wrong. It's been such a high-quality match. Both players playing really, really well.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, he didn't get a ball in the last break, and that was the end of that.
So there we are. We now know who the final is going to be, and what a match it promises to be, because after Chris Melling has put out Phil Harrison and Gareth Potts has really put out Jason Twist in the most sensational semi-final, the final itself is now between those 2 players, and what a match it promises to be. Chris Melling taking on 21-year-old Gareth Potts. It promises to be one of the great games in this championship. Anyway, make sure you're with us for that. We'll be back very soon. In the meantime, from everyone here at the Hilton Hotel, it's goodbye for now. Hello there, welcome once again to Blackpool. It's the 888.com World 8-Ball Pool Championships 2005, coming to you from the Hilton Hotel on the seafront in Blackpool. And tonight it's the men's final. In many ways it's the final that so many people wanted. It's the young star Gareth Potts up against the two-time former champion Chris Melling. And with me here in the studio, Lee Kendall, who's a former finalist himself. This really should be quite a match.
Yeah, it should be a fast match, both aggressive players, so it'll be very, very entertaining, I would have thought.
Gareth is the man very much in form. He's had a great season, hasn't he? But Chris, of course, can be brilliant at times. Well, they both can, so this is going to be some treat.
That's right, you've got a two-time world champion against somebody who everybody says will be a world champion one day, and he's going to try and make it tonight.
For Gareth, of course, he's just 21. It would be a wonderful thing to become the new world champion, wouldn't it?
That's right, he's had a great 12 months. He's moved up to Provisional 1 in the rankings, so he'll be very pleased if he takes a world title as well.
Let's have a look then at the record of the two players. Chris Melling, first of all. Here we are. This is what he's done in the latter stages of the tournament, and he really has been pretty impressive all the way. There's been the odd moment when he's looked a little unsettled, but he's always relied on his just inspirational play to get him out of trouble.
That's right, but he has dropped quite a few frames in most matches he's played, so that will give Gareth a lot of hope.
He seems very relaxed at the moment, though. He can't afford any mistakes against his opponent, Gareth Potts, who has been absolutely brilliant on his progress to the final, and he was particularly impressive, wasn't he, Lee, in that semi-final against Jason Twist?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to give Jason Twist every credit for that performance. Gareth put him under loads of pressure, and Jason come back at him, and Gareth held his nerve and took a memorable win.
You are good pals with both of them, but Gareth in particular, you seem to have struck up a good bond with him, and he's a pretty close friend of yours now.
That's right, yeah, we're from the same area. We've practised together. I've known him since he was about 13 or 14, so we're good buddies.
And he's looking forward to the big moment.
Oh yeah, he can't wait to get out there. He just wants to get his hand on the table.
So there we are, we're nearly ready then for the start of this final. Just a few moments ago, I spoke to both players.
Well, Gareth's been the best player over the last 2 or 3 months on the tour. He's won 3 out of the last 4 events he's been in, and it's no surprise really to me to see him in the final of this World Championships.
Yeah, Chris is playing great. You know, Chris always seems to perform well here at this tournament, and you know he's twice world champion. And I always said that if I get to a final of an event, I want to play the best player, and without doubt, you know, Chris is one of the best players. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm playing well enough to win it. You know, I look at things where my opponent has to beat me. I don't have to beat my opponent, and if I get my chances, hopefully I'll get 11 chances and win 11 frames.
And on a personal note, you've had a tragic loss in the family not long ago. Obviously, a lot of that will be with you tonight.
Without a doubt, yeah. I've no doubt that, you know, he'll be with me. And, you know, I'm here and playing for him.
So let's hope your dad's watching then.
Without a doubt, yeah.
Thanks. Well, Lee, that's what Gareth was saying just a few moments ago. He obviously had a lot to deal with the death of his father, but he's obviously used that in some ways as inspiration for him this season.
Yeah, he's not long since passed away, and Gareth's done really well to keep his game and keep his focus to this stage in the World Championships.
So if he makes it, there'll be a special thought for the man upstairs who's watching, eh?
Without a doubt.
Terrific. Thank you for that. OK, look forward to your company later on tonight. Then it should be a terrific match. In a moment, we'll be getting commentary from Tony Holgate and Keith Brewer. But first of all, once again, Alan Hughes.
Thank you, David. And first, a man having a tournament young players can only dream of. And this very talented and likeable 21-year-old is trying to become the second player in the game to win the World Junior and Senior titles. Ladies and gentlemen from Stoke-on-Trent, will you welcome the pride of the Potteries, Gareth Potts. Ladies and gentlemen, his opponent trying for a record of his own to win the world title 3 times, and he's breezed his way to today's final with consummate ease. A terrific entertainer is sure to make it a match to remember. Will you welcome, please, the magician, Chris Melling.
We're down to just the last 2 players here in Blackpool. Chris Melling has already won his title twice, and he's up against the young man from Stoke-on-Trent, Gareth Potts, bidding to win his first world title. What a final we have in prospect here. Got Keith Brewer with me,
first frame,
an international and quarter-finalist as well. And this, well, I'll be looking forward to this for a long time. This is going to be an absolute belter.
Well, I don't think we could have much of a better world final, really. With Chris, probably the greatest player I've ever seen play on the big table, Tony.
Time running.
I can't remember the last time he's lost a match. He hasn't got off to the best of starts here, scratching straight away on the main break. But his opponent today, it may be a surprise to one or two that he's got here, but certainly not to me, because he's certainly, in the last 12 months, has been the best player on the circuit, and he's now in the provisional #1 position as well. So that tells its own story.
Well, Gareth Potts, through his quarter-final and semi-final, what was very noticeable was his break shot. It was absolutely fantastic, better than anybody else's, even Melling's. You see Melling waste his break shot in the opening frame. But his semi-final against Jason Twist was something special. I mean, Jason Twist played absolutely brilliantly, but Potts held his nerve and he barely missed a ball in that semi-final. He's elected to take the yellows in this opening frame. What an occasion for this young man, playing in his first world final. And he's been queuing like a dream all the way through this tournament.
Well, he's elected to go on the yellows because they were by far the easier of the two suits. But straight away kind of dropped slightly out of position. It's not the end of the world because he still had the ball along the rail and he's still in position now. But he's made it a little trickier than what he wanted. It looks to me like the black may be his only problem ball, and I think that goes into the left-hand middle. So if that's the case, we won't see him play any cannons or anything. He'll just go... The main players, Tony, they always tend not to play cannons if they can help it. They're just going to go for the main shots, work around the offending balls that are in the way, and if every ball pots, they'll just pick them off.
Well, a nice, comfortable pot there into the centre from Gareth. And he's also trying to stop Melling from rewriting the record books and being the first man to win 3 world titles. So it just shows you what he's up against.
30 seconds.
Must have a couple of early nerves there, you know, his first world final. We've both been there, Keith, and we know what it's like. The opening frames can be the most awkward, can't they, Keith?
Well, I think in all these televised matches, you know, I always found them... It's hard to get straight into your stride kind of thing, but the world final in particular, because it's obviously a packed house, it is different than the others. It's just a privilege to be involved in, and I know like it's Gareth's first one, and it will be interesting, Tony, just to watch and see if he is affected,
30 seconds.
especially in the early parts of this game. I mean, he's dropped out of position once or twice, but he is experienced enough to know what it's all about. He's played on TV before in other tournaments, and he's a full England international, and of course he is a former world junior champion as well.
Well, he looks very focused out there, there's Gareth Potts. Perfect position on the yellow, black's going in the centre. And he's dealt with the early nerves very well indeed. The left-hander from Stoke-on-Trent. And he has drawn first blood here with Blackpool. Leads Chris Melling by 1 frame to 0. Well, a lovely finish there from Gareth Potts. And it just goes to show there's no nerves there, is there, Keith?
Looked pretty good there to me, and he was out of prime position once or twice, but always got back in. And as I said before, the black only went in the one pocket and he got on it perfectly, black into the centre.
Just very good cue action from Gareth Potts. And now it's going to be him to break as well in a second. And if he can manage to use that break like he did in the semi-final, he's going to be very hard to beat.
Second frame. Gareth Potts to break. Leading by 1 frame to 0.
Well, Gareth Potts strides to the table. Frame number 2 of this world final. Just try and watch the bottom right-hand yellow that flies up towards the top left-hand corner on his break normally. And that's what he's been so good at all week. Well, he went a bit wide this time, but he's made a couple of balls. But again, it's a very solid break, Keith, isn't it?
Yellow balls
nominated. Yeah, most of the top players, Tony, of course, have very good solid breaks. It's something we do work on. It's a little bit different when we're on the big table like this. We have to put a bit more extra effort in. But what Gareth's worked on there is getting a good solid break. And as you can see, all the balls are flying around the table, and that's what you want. Because if you're going to make a ball on the break, you need them to be moving.
Well, this is what Potts wants. Keep Chris Melling firmly in his chair. He's just been so solid throughout.
Yellow ball's in play.
And he got away with that one a little bit. Could have been stuck behind that yellow, but he can get to the yellow on the bottom rail.
Just reminds me of the first frame there, Tony. He drops his first ball into the middle pocket and hasn't got A1 position straight away, but of course he has got the ball along the bottom cushion, and he's on the right suit as well, because even if he was to rattle this in the pocket, if you look around, the reds are pretty much dead. He'd have the bottom two pockets covered straight away.
30 seconds.
And even if you are, I mean, there's going to be times in this match here where the players are going to break down on a few shots, and if they do, then you've got to have the tactical side as well. I'm not sure we'll see much of it today, because both of these players are very aggressive. But there will be times, you know, and look how easy Gareth makes this look with this particular pot here. Along the rail, along the bottom cushion. No problem at all, just like the first frame, exactly the same.
Very straight arm again. Kuhn is super, he just gets rid of a chalk mark there on the table. And like you said, Keith, there won't be much tactical play during this final. Very down-to-earth young man, Gareth Potts, as well. Very well liked through the pool world. And if he did win it, he'd be a very popular champion. And just look at the shot he's played there. He's one bad yellow, got rid of the red off the top of it, and he's landed on the yellow that's very central. He's going to play this in the centre pocket. We're going to see Gareth Potts going out again.
Yeah, and this is what the match is really going to be all about. I think both players are going to go for their finishes at every opportunity. They both manoeuvre the cue ball round very well, and that is the secret to the game. Cue ball control, making your finishes easy. And if you just watch Chris and Gareth play today, you'll learn the secret of the game, and that is to make it easy for yourself.
Well, I'd say probably 60% of this match is going to be on the break. I mean, Chris Melling's been up to the table once, broken, gone in off. He's not been back to the table since, as Potts plays a great positional shot. Okay to the cue over the red, but this is going to be no problem to the potter from Stoke-on-Trent. And down goes the black ball, and it's all Gareth Potts at the moment. He now leads Mellings by 2 frames to 0.
Third frame, Chris Melling to break, trailing by 2 frames to 0.
Melling now breaking off as a packed arena, staring right at the Yorkshireman. Needs a ball off this break. And once again, come up dry, but he's been lucky. And Keith, just look where the cue ball's finished.
Yeah, quite incredible. I saw the top red rattle in the pocket, and I'm thinking, oh no, you know, if you just watch this break, everyone, you watch the top right-hand pocket, look, the ball goes in and just rattles, and then the cue ball comes across the table, nestles right up to the yellow. Incredible.
Well, that was the only saviour there for Chris Melling. Nothing available for Gareth Potts. And all he can try and do is get the cue ball safe so Melling can't pot anything. And that's going to be easier said than done.
Time out.
We're just getting our referee Sean Baker to clean the cue ball. Very steady hand. Also spent some time in the commentary box during this tournament, Sean Baker. He's perfectly placed back for Gareth Potts. Potts is going to try and flick off this yellow and just get the cue ball dead on the bottom rail, not leave anything for Melling.
Open table.
He's left him a gap to the red at the top of the table, Keith, isn't he?
He's definitely left him on the red, that's for sure. I can only imagine there Gareth was trying to get the cue ball right underneath the yellow and hasn't quite made it. Now, I'm not saying that either suit are very easy here, but the way that Chris likes to play, he'll definitely be taking on the pot on the red and going reds.
I think Melling would just be happy to get his hand on the table and loosen his arm up. He's been sat there in his seat for the first 2 frames of this match, not cued at a ball. So this is a tough shot. He slapped that in with the greatest of ease. And Chris Melling, lovely pot again. Well, what a treat we're in for here. Both players firing bombs at each other. I think he's all right. He's a little bit closer to that red than he'd like, but he's okay. And as you can see, just that dodgy safety shot that Gareth Potts played, and in the blink of an eye, Melling is off the mark. As the Yorkshireman goes back to his seat, that's his first goal at the table, and he cleared straight up. But he still trails Gareth Potts by 2 frames to 1. A little smirk there for Chris Melling, as his supporters are quite pleased with themselves, and just look, there's not one empty seat here at the Hilton in Blackpool, and Chris Melling can share a joke with 1 or 2 of the spectators. He'll be a little bit happier now, Keith, when he's got his arm on the table. Hit a couple of balls.
Well, this was the shot here, of course, Tony, where Gareth tried to get the cue ball right underneath the yellow. And let's face it, these reds weren't easy, but he made them look easy, and that's Chris Melling for you.
Well, Potts now breaking off frame 4. It's a race to 11. And now it's Potts' break that's deserted him.
Open table.
And Melling nearly overtook Potts as he came round the table. We'll have another look at this. And again, the breaks have been
red balls in play.
Hard to come by getting balls from them, and the reds are very open for Melling. And when he gets in his flowing rhythm, he's hard to keep up with Chris Melling. I know the cameramen have a job to keep up with him down there. And by the time, I know that a couple of times we look round for the finish, Keith, don't we? And by the time we look at one ball, it's already gone in the pocket.
I think this is just one of them matches, Tony, where the players are going to break off, and unless there's a cluster somewhere, you're going to get the finish just about every time.
Well, he's minimised his options here, Keith. Have to play a snip back into the middle, I think, with this red. No, has he hit it hard enough? And he's hung it.
Yellow ball's in play.
Just hit that a bit too thin and caught the jaw of the middle.
But what he's done here, Tony, as he's trying to pot this ball, he's trying to develop the other red, and in doing so, he's overcut the red. That's something we do sometimes, you know, just to make sure you get the cannon right. But this will be a challenge for Gareth, because there's nothing easy here for him.
Well, looks as though he's only got a cut with that yellow that's nearest the cue ball into the
30 seconds.
left-hand centre, and that'll have to go off Melling's red. I don't think he has a clear path to anything at the bottom of the table, Keith.
And I certainly can't see anything of a safety shot anywhere on the table, so he's got to play something aggressive. Oh, I'm only wrong. Let's have a look. That's quite a good shot, actually, trying to get the black save.
Well, you see Melling acknowledge that by tapping the table. Well thought out shot there from Gareth Potts. Just showing everybody he's not just a one-trick pony, he can play safe.
It's nothing more than a containing shot, though, Tony, to be quite honest, because people like Melling, they're good enough to manoeuvre the black back out, and there you go. What a great shot that is.
Well, it didn't stay safe for long, did it? And Melling, well, this is such a great shot. Straight away, powers the ball into the centre and played to kick that black into the open. And there's a super positional shot again from Melling. Just going to drop this red in. He's got the black in the bottom left-hand corner. And this is just pull of the highest quality. This for 2-2. In goes the black, and Melling's right back in it. With 2-2 here in Blackpool. What a match.
So terrific stuff at the start of this men's final, and what do you make of it so far, Lee?
Well, it's terrible, really, isn't it?
Brilliant stuff from both players.
Absolutely brilliant. There's been 4 very good clearances under the pressure. Credit to both players in this final.
Yeah, and really Chris needed to get back that frame there, didn't he? I mean, he's just come back into the match. He looked a bit uncertain at the start.
That's right, because Gareth got off to a good start, went 2-0 up, and Chris potted one good ball, then he was 2 seconds later he was back on the black, so yeah, he's a great player to watch.
So far, though, living up to expectations. If it carries on like this, it's going to be a really heck of a final, one to remember.
Yes, it will be. I'm sure it will be.
And still think that Gareth's just going to shade it, do you?
Yeah, on the breaks, I think it's going to be on the break. I think he's breaking better than Chris at the moment.
Yeah, that's something that Chris will have to improve. I know he says he's aware of that, and I guess he's been working on it, but we'll see if he can improve as we go back to play.
Well, Melling there just checking the rack. And Sean Baker, the referee, making sure there's no gaps in there.
Okay. 5th frame, Chris Melling to break. 2 frames all.
Well, it's Mr. Melling up to the table to break off in frame 5. With 2-2 in this year's 888.com World Final. And he's made a ball, 2 balls, make that 3 reds off the break. But unfortunately for Melling, he's not landed on any of them.
Well, it's an awesome break, this one. It's certainly picked up here on this. It's not always an advantage to pot, you know, 3 or 4 balls of one suit, because obviously you've got less to work with after that. You could have done with one of them reds staying over the pocket. Even better, Tony, you could get through to the yellow. Yellows are the better suit to be on here anyway.
Well, that's incredible. We thought he couldn't get through that gap. And if he did clear up from here on those yellows, it would effectively be an 11-ball finish. As he potted 3 reds off the break. And he's missed the cannon into the corner. And he's left half a chance for Gareth Potts now, who's going to be on the red balls.
Well, I'm not really sure what to say. He didn't have to play this shot, Tony. He's played a very aggressive shot. The problem is when you're playing a ball into a ball to make a cannon plant kind of thing, what he was doing there is when the first ball hits it, it does shunt to the side. And the harder you hit it, the more it will. So when he's played that shot quite hard, that's why it's actually gone 2 wides and hit the far jaw. But if he played the shot just a little bit slower, it would definitely have worked.
Well, what a super shot this is from Gareth Potts. Well, I think he's going to have to play the one along the bottom rail. Get an angle on the one in the middle. Still a little bit tricky. He could take the one in the middle, but if he does that now, he's got to get an angle on his last red to get down for this red on the rail.
30
so
seconds.
I think he's approaching it in the right manner. And again, the jaw has kept the ball out.
Cannot believe that stayed out. Just watch this. It's in the pocket, Tony. I can't believe it stayed up.
Well, I have to say that I do feel that this year the pockets on the televised table have definitely been a little bit tighter.
Yeah, certainly when you need to play shots with some weight, like Gareth was playing there. Yes, I agree with what you're saying. In years gone by, there was times you could really shunt them up the rail and they'd have it even if they were slightly off.
Well, you've been out there, Keith, and you know what that table plays like. And there's been a few matches in your game and other quarter-finals that, you know, it does seem to be that pocket a lot as well. I don't know why. We see that one just drifted up the rail. It just glanced it, but anything with pace just seems to stay out. Melling. Has he landed a little bit straight on this? He needs to get the cue ball down at least below the two centre pockets. He wanted an angle on the one in the middle to get on his large yellow at the bottom of the table. And this is going to be hard work now, Keith.
Very hard work. Two options. He's got one is he could clip off it and play the safety, Tony, make sure he hits the rail. And now not often we see this from Melling, but there's the shot.
Well, I think that might be Chris Melling's first safety shot this season. Never mind in a tournament. And Potts is having a look. He can definitely get through to hit the red. He just wants to see if he can get through and pot. And I'll tell you what, I think he can. Very close. So Melling had to play a safety, and it wasn't a very good one.
"30 seconds.
Well, that was careless from Melling to leave him that shot. I know if you'd have been playing that safety shot, Keith, you'd have been super clubby on that ball.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, this is a wonderful pot from Gareth, though, off the cushion as well.
Well, just the simple stuff to do for Gareth Potts now. Just checking his waistcoat. He's quite near that yellow ball at the top. And he's not going to let Melling get in front of him, at least for the moment. And then goes the black. Gareth Potts goes back in front. He now leads Melling by 3 frames to 2.
Gareth Potts to break, leading by 3 frames to 2.
Gareth Potts comes to Melling's side of the table to break off. Frame number 6. Just having edged in front once again. He didn't really strike those that well. That break.
He broke different there, Tony. If you watch the break again, the white, he's just killed the white in the middle of the table. If we just watch the cue ball here. Now look at the cue ball. Stunned that dead, but what he's done is took some of the power out. He's trying to concentrate on getting a very good cue ball on the break. Just released a bit of power. Of course, if you make a ball, it's great because you're right in the correct position with your cue ball. But unfortunately, on this occasion, not made a ball, and they're all there for Chris. He has got one awkward ball, of course, up there on the side cushion. Now, they're awkward for me and you, Tony, but they're not awkward for the magician.
No, exactly right. They've got time to play, still on one leg. That is going to be his problem. I wondered if he was going to take it earlier, but he's refused it. So he's going to leave it till last, I think. Maybe not. He might try and get up onto it now. I think that's probably the order of the day. And there you see he's looking at the line he needs to be to cut this one in. He's going to leave the red that's closest to the left-hand corner till last to gain position onto the 8. He's just got to get the weight right of this shot. Gently cutting it up the rail. Bringing the cue ball past the 8 ball. That's a lovely shot from Melling, and he's perfect. And we'll see that again. Superb. And it's just, you just run out of superlatives to use for both these players. It's just an incredible match. I'm stunned. And then goes the black ball, and it's Melling back level again. 3-3 here at the Hilton in Blackpool. Well, this 888.com World Final is just unbelievable. The standard is the highest that I can remember ever seen. And Chris Melling, he's rather pleased with himself. made short work of those reds. This was his tough ball. He just glided that one up the rail. And then the easy black into the corner. There we see Sean Baker just racking the balls.
7th frame. Chris Melling to break. 3 frames all.
Well, if Melling can get his break going, maybe get his nose in front. He's not led yet in this match. And again, that was a lot softer break than his last one, Keith, wasn't it?
Open table.
Well, they've both eased up on the break. Just wonder if they're thinking that when you really smash in the break, they're not getting the momentum that they want. By just taking a little bit of power out, they get more. Yeah, and definitely Chris has took some more off that. And once again, he's broken very well, but nothing down. No friends at the table here. All the yellows at the bottom pocket. They were queuing up to go in.
Well, it's like they're taking it in
Yellow
turns
in
just
play.
to clear up now, these two lads. Amazingly, both of them have been World Junior Champion as well. As Potts just has a little look at that plant down the bottom of the table. Probably be going to leave that till a bit later. Won't be a lot later. We're averaging about 2 minutes a frame at the moment. Bearing in mind you get a minute a shot, that's not bad going. Well, here we go into the plant. Played it very well. Once again, the finish is now there for Potts. All Melling can do is sit and watch. And they just make this game look ridiculously easy. I can say some of these finishes they're knocking in that are by no means as simple as they're making it look. And this is just brilliant. Just going to stop the cue ball dead now. He's going to have a simple 8 ball into the corner. And once again, it's a flawless visit to the table by Gareth Potts. And he goes back in front. It's now 4-3 to Potts. Well, it's just unbelievable, Keith. And I mean, how do you cope with it?
Well, it's some kind of dream pool, isn't it, really? The players are just going to go for the finishes no matter where they are, as I said before, and that's what makes it look so exciting. But as you said before, Tony, you know, the game could be won and lost today on the break. If someone gets their break going...
8th frame.
Well, they're getting their money's
Gareth
worth
Potts
here
to
in
break.
Blackpool.
Leading by
It's
4 frames
packed
to
house.
3.
Treated to probably one of the best matches you'll ever likely to see. Potts then breaking off frame 8. It's possible 21, and who's to say we wouldn't go all the way? Yes. 2 reds winning at the top,
Red
a yellow at the
balls
bottom.
spotted.
Amazing break
Yellow
that.
balls in play.
We're going to have another look at this. It's like all 3 balls fell in at the same time. Got a bit more oomph into his break. It's like the 3 balls all fell in roughly around at the same time. Incredible break. But has he actually landed on anything, Keith?
Well, he can definitely go yellows because he can go cushion first and make this one near the pocket, although it looks to me like
30
he's playing
seconds.
directly at it. Yes, he could. And such are the way that they're opening up on the breaks. You know, no, it doesn't really matter what set you put them on, I don't think.
Potts got a nice angle on the yellow at the bottom left-hand corner. And if you can get this frame, it'll be the first time anybody's had a bit of daylight since Potts took those opening 2 frames. So when he got 2, Melling fired back with 2. And they've just been going alternate wins since then. fact, the last 4 frames have all been against the breaker. And most of these matches, from quarter-finals to here, the break has not been on anybody's side, apart from the player that comes out the chair afterwards. But this is going against the grain now, because this was Potts' break. And he'll so want to get this frame and just to stretch his lead a little bit more. Melling's going to consider seeing Gareth Potts trying to get away from him and off into the distance. And again, lovely control by Gareth Potts. It's just fabulous to watch. Black ball into the centre pocket. Down it goes, and Potts has restored his 2-frame lead he had earlier. He now leads Melling by 5 frames to 3.
So there's 2-frame lead then for Gareth Potts, and Chris Melling yet to get his nose in front in this final, and it's looking as if he's got more and more of a task on, Chris.
Yes, Gareth's asking him all the questions at the minute. He's making a few balls off the break, getting good splits, so he's in the driving seat at the moment.
Why do you think Chris is maybe not firing on all cylinders? Is there something wrong with his game, or has he just got a brilliant opponent?
I think it's a break. He's just not making balls off the break. That's the only difference in the match so far.
This is Gareth's ability. We've seen what he's been doing, but in fairness, he's not the only one, because Gareth's not been breaking brilliantly all the time.
No, but he's getting more than Chris at the moment.
Yeah, which is the difference. So let's go back to play.
Well, it's Chris Melling here now, breaking off frame 9. Desperate for a ball, and he's got a yellow, 2 yellows. And this is a better break by Melling. He got a bit more force in that one, Keith, and then you wonder why he just took it off the last time.
Well, I think he just maybe experimented. I mean, you shouldn't really do that in the middle of a match, I know, but I think he tried it, didn't like it. He's gone back to the big heavy break, and straight away 2 balls down. It's frame over, Tony, I'll tell you that now. Melling won't miss these. The Reds are very good. And he likes a challenge, Chris, as well. That is for sure. If someone's trying to take his mantle away as being the potting machine on the table, he'll be up for the challenge.
Well, I will confess, just before they went out into the arena, I spoke to Chris Melling and I told him about Potts' semi-final. I said he was out there stealing your thunder, Chris. And he said, I'm not bothered. He said, I only miss a couple of balls in my match. He said, it's not about then, it's about now. It just shows you the confidence of the man. Another good pot by Melling. I mean, for somebody who's 5-3 down, you know, I've seen players like hold up, but did you see him shaking there? His hand was shaking at the back of his cue then, Melling. I've never seen that before, have you?
No. He played, I'll tell you where he's played the careless shot was 2 shots ago when he's left that one into the middle. He had to go up and down the table, didn't get A1 position, and what he's trying to do there, he's trying to just stun that in the middle. Yeah, you're quite right, Tony, there we can see it as clear as day. Shaking as he's stroked the ball, and that's why the mistake's been made. Tried to stun the white into the yellow, missed it completely.
Well, that's the first sign of any nerves I've ever seen from Chris Melling, and he's gone through the gap and found the corner pocket, and that's going to be 2 visits now to Potts.
2 visits.
And all of a sudden we are now seeing a gap maybe developing here.
Yellow balls in play.
We'll have another look. Well, how unlucky is that to come through there? Looked nice on a trick shot table, but not in the world final. And now I was just wondering if Melling is now asking himself the question for the first time. Am I going to be beaten? I know it's early and it is a race to 11 and it's only 5-3, but you're going to fancy Gareth Potts to get these with 1, never mind 2 visits. And there you see very solid cueing once again from Potts. And a 3-frame lead. I mean, that's big in this match, isn't it, Keith?
Well, yes, it is, because the break is a bit like a tennis serve, isn't it? And you can't afford to drop 1, but when you've dropped a couple, you really are up against it. And as you say, I mean, this is an easy enough visit, just with the 1 shot, but to have 2. That's why Chris didn't roll up to the yellow before. He could have just rolled up to the yellow and took his chances, but not with an opponent like this. You can't do it.
And look how quick Potts is now going around the table. And he's perfect on the black ball. Chris Melling's in his seat, and Potts knocks in the black again and now gets a 3-frame lead. Crowd are going wild. Potts now leads by 6 frames to 3. Well, Gareth Potts, I wonder now if he's just thinking that maybe he can get his hands on that trophy. Well, this is unlucky, Keith. You wouldn't fancy coming through that gap again, would you?
Well, it's harder to get through the gap than hit the ball, isn't it? Simple as that. If you'd have played for the gap, you'd never have got it. So, yeah, you can count yourself a bit unlucky, but unless he'd have fluked a ball out of that shot, I think Gareth would have cleared up anyway.
And there it is, the 888.com World Trophy. Both players trying to get their hands round it. At the moment, it's Gareth Potts that's the man that's the nearer to taking it.
Hello again, welcome back to Blackpool. This eagerly anticipated men's final really is living up to all our expectations. The new young star Gareth Potts playing absolutely brilliantly, and the twice former champion Chris Melling struggling to stay with him. Let's see what happens now as we return to the action, and Tony Holgate.
10th frame, Gareth Potts to break, leading by 6 frames to 3.
Gareth Potts now breaking off frame number 10. He's got a 3-frame cushion in his final. And he's not going to make a ball. Well, that's very important, that for Melling, to get to the table.
It's a good solid break though, Tony, to be fair. If we just watch here again, stun the white in the middle of the table, plenty of power. You can't do no more than that, you know, and then you're relying on just a little bit of luck to make a ball. My first sight of this was, I'd say reds are slightly better, but both suits are there to be taken. Chris will just be pleased that he's getting a chance, because obviously Gareth really isn't missing anything at the moment.
Well, Melling's the man that we've seen a slight chink in his armour, just maybe with a bit of nerves. Well, he's gone to try and move the one off the rail. He's not moved it far enough. It's still going to be awkward for him. Once again, he's very quick to keep going. Doesn't stop to think about it. Just carries on regardless.
It's the way he plays, Tony, you know. But he's got to have a little think here, because he's got to go up for this one on the rail at some point. Oh, well, Tony, we're leaving this till last. We're going to be putting this in the top bag and screwing down by the looks of it. Now, this is a big shot, Tony, coming up now.
This is huge, because we know how tight these pockets have been with balls going at pace into them down the rails. And he's missed it. And we said, and you said, Keith, should never have left that to last, knowing what the table's playing like.
Yeah, this was an enormous shot to be taken on, really, and as soon as you put any pace in, Tony, you've got to be absolutely millimetre perfect, or it just won't happen. He did well, he was on the black, but unfortunately, if you just look at the reds, they're all there for Gareth now.
Well, Gareth Potts now knows he has a great opportunity here to go into a 4-frame lead. Earlier in this championship, we saw a brand new ladies champion crowned. Are we going to see it followed by a brand new men's champion? Gareth Potts has just been flawless throughout this match. They started off throwing bombs at each other. Both players were firing on all cylinders, but the one that's dropped to his knees a little bit now has been Chris Melling. You just can't see him missing, Keith, can you? Every time he cues at a ball, you just know it's going to go in the pocket.
Well, when they both started off, Tony, I don't think any of them were going to miss. But the difference in the match to date has been the fact that Chris has missed a couple and Gareth just hasn't. Gareth's made one bad safety where Chris has cleared up, and that's really all he's done wrong. He's been pretty solid.
Well, again, A1 position for Gareth Potts. And he just makes life so easy for himself. And he's down very quickly. He's looking very smooth now. Well, he's even putting a bit more extra topspin on the cue ball there. And down it goes, and Potts now leads here in Blackpool by 7 frames to 3.
Frame. Chris Melling to break, trailing 7 frames to 3.
Well, Chris Melling now has it all to do. He's breaking off. He finds himself 4 frames adrift. He's lost 4 in a row to Gareth Potts. He needed something off that break, and it's just not happening.
Open table
for the former 2-time world champion. You see the determination on his face as he thrust his cue into the pack. He's come up dry once again. And it's Potts back at the table.
Red balls in play. Time out.
That the finish is there on reds, and he didn't like the contact again on the cue ball, Gareth Potts. Once again, Sean Baker giving the cue ball a bit of a polish.
Time running.
Gareth Potts very observant to the rules. He went straight to his corner there while Sean Baker was cleaning the cue ball. Some of the players have been trying to gain a little bit of advantage by looking at the table, but not Gareth Potts. And this should be a simple out now, Keith.
Yeah, once again, as we said earlier, you know, both sets were there straight away. I actually thought the yellows were just as easy as the reds, but it was just where the cue ball had stopped after the break, so away he went on reds. And as you can see, 4 left, all near the bottom pockets. Can't see Gareth making a mistake.
Well, he's doing the simple stuff exactly right. He's making the hard stuff look simple. He's gliding towards the finish line at the moment. You can see it firmly in his sights now. Sometimes it can, the last few frames can be the hardest, but the pressure will be off him slightly by maintaining that healthy lead he has over Melling.
The only thing that would be interesting, Tony, really is if Chris can make something of a fight back, how Gareth will respond. At the moment, he hasn't been put under any pressure.
And another great shot there from Potts. He has the Midas touch out there at the moment, the young man from Stoke. He's left himself a straight black ball into the left centre. And that's now 5 frames on the spin for Potts. And he marches into an 8-3 lead here in Blackpool over Chris Melling. Well, he's getting ever nearer his dream of landing the world title. Wasn't this a good shot, Keith, just to come round the back there and just flick into the red. Made everything simple once again. You just can't believe how well he's playing out there for his first ever world final.
12th frame. Gareth Potts to break, leading by 8 frames to 3.
Gareth Potts steps up the break. One of the few players who doesn't walk around and inspect the pack. He does trust the referee. And the big slam, and that's a great break-off. But nothing from it. And now this is where Melling needs to capitalise.
It's a great break-off, Tony, if we just take another look at this. Balls flying all around the table, and that's all you can do when you break. Put the power in, get the balls moving, and you've got to try and make one. The only thing I would say, having a quick look at the way it's finished, is that the yellows are very easy, and there's no pot on the yellow to start with. So what's he going to do? He can pot a red, but as we can see, there's 3 or 4 reds that are in terrible positions, really. He's got to be trying for yellows. I cannot see an opening pot.
Well, he's going for a yellow. Throwing caution to the wind. And he's missed it. He had to go, Keith, like you said, because reds just weren't available. So in one respect, Gareth Potts was slightly fortunate to leave such a hard starting ball for Melling. Went for this thin cut. And Melling just cannot get back into this game at the moment.
Unfortunately, Tony, that the way the yellows are as well, you cannot see Gareth missing because he hasn't really made any potting mistakes in the whole match. Apart from where he maybe rattled the one down in the bottom pocket where he's going for now.
Well, if you look back to Potts' quarter-final against Yannick Beaufils, he strung 7 frames in a row together to win that match. He was 3-all. In fact, he was 3-2 down. And he won those 7 in a row. And then back in the semi-final, again, he strung another session of 7 frames together against Jason Twist. And here we are, he's got 5 in a row against Melling. And that's been paramount in his success in this World Championship, as he's managed to keep stringing frames together, one after the other.
Yeah, running racks is what it's about, isn't it? And as I've said before, because we do obviously alternate break, it's a bit like tennis with the serve, and if you can break your opponent's serve a few times, and in this case obviously making the frames that your opponent's breaking on, and that's going to win you the game. Unfortunately for Chris, he hasn't been making many balls on the break in his matches, and when Gareth has, he hasn't left anything for Chris. And this frame was a typical example of how the game's gone. And that sometimes is the deciding factor. I think we've got to remember, though, that in years gone by, Chris has got 2 world titles under his belt, and the shoe's been on the other foot. There's been times where Chris has been breaking off, and he's been getting all the running. So it evens itself out. You can't have it all the time, and that's just the way it goes.
And Potts just making doubly sure now of locking up this frame. Every one of them just edging closer to that world crown. Well, is there any way back for Chris Melling? If he loses this frame, I don't think there is. I just can't see how he can stop Potts from getting to the table, because he's still going to have a good few breaks, even if Melling gets balls off all of his. And just look at the position there. Absolute brilliance. This black for 9-3 and 6 frames in a row. And in it goes. And Potts marches on, and he's got to be feeling it now. He now leads Melling by 9 frames to 3. Well, Gareth Potts, that's now 6 in a row. And Keith, you just can't see Melling get back in this now, can you?
Well, as I said, there wasn't really much of a shot. He's took this one on into the middle. It was such a hard shot, but he had to go yellows. He could have looked maybe for some kind of a safety, but there wasn't really one there. And there you go. And in days gone by, of course, Melling makes shots like that.
Work for Chris, isn't it, Lee?
That's right. It was important that he didn't let Gareth get to 10 and 1 frame away from the world title, so I'll be pleased just to keep him 2 frames away at the moment.
But the gap at the moment is such that surely everything is now against Chris. I mean, it's really not been his night.
That's right, you feel that Gareth's going to get 2 more chances to win.
Let's just have a look quickly at the list of former champions here, and it really is impressive reading. Some great names there. And you see there Chris Melling, of course, doing it back in 2003, 2001. But some great players there.
Some great players, and obviously there'll be a new one on the trophy in a few moments' time.
Yeah, with Mick Hill gone, there'll be a new name back on there. But obviously Chris Melling hoping for the hat-trick. Not to be, I don't think.
Well, Gareth Potts breaking off now. Frame number 14. Leads 9-4, and you know he's going to get plenty of opportunities yet.
Red ball potted.
And this is going to be one of them. He's 2 frames away from being this year's 888.com World 8-Ball Pool Champion.
Interesting break, this one. The black's tied up with a red. He can't get through to the red. At least it doesn't appear he can. So I'm just wondering if he will take the reds and then come back to that one later. Okay, he's taking yellows, Tony.
Yellow balls in
The
play.
yellows are easier, apart from the fact that you can't get at the black unless he leaves himself a snick somewhere. So let's see how he goes about this. Be very interesting. He's obviously full of confidence. He hasn't really made any mistakes in the potting department. But the black ball here will be very interesting. Well, he's not 100% ideal there. Wanted to cannon that red right out of the way of these 2 yellows. Can't see if he's 100% straight. If he is, he can just do a screw out. If he's got a slight angle, he can stun back into the red. But what's going to be important here is if he's going to dislodge this black, he's got to pick a ball somewhere where he's going to do it. And he's also got this other yellow down by the cushion and the bulk cushion there. I don't know how he's going to get around that one either.
Maybe he might just leave himself the double, Keith, into the centre pocket. He's got this in the middle. And that's unbelievable. Just when you
Red balls
thought
in play.
that Gareth Potts couldn't miss a ball. And he was dead straight as well, Keith.
First open pot he's missed. Simple as that. If we just look there, he's just tried to pinch the pocket maybe, Tony, has he? Look, he's just come back off the draw. Now, is this the inspiration that Melling needs?
I wonder how important that miss could be come the end of this final. You just never know.
And this is a makeable finish, Tony, because the red next to the black will pot in the middle pocket. He hasn't got to start moving the black or anything. That will be his last ball before the black. Well, I can't believe he's even looking at that shot. Well, would you be playing this one, Tony? Because I don't think I would.
30 seconds.
That's a great shot, Tony. It really is.
Well, it just goes to show his confidence hasn't ebbed away, taking on that long pot. Maybe if it was just an act of defiance, Keith.
Well, for me, that middle pocket shot was the last one, you know, to get on the black. But no, not Chris. Here we go, around the boat again. Ball in the middle, leave a nice angle down for the black. Now, he's already missed one up the rail, Tony. I wonder if that will be in his mind when he takes this black on. Needs to get on it nicely. He looks a little bit straight here.
Might be able to top spin into the far cushion and off the side rail and behind those yellows and get straight on it that way. I think that's what he's going to play. Oh my word. He didn't need to hit it that hard, Keith, did he?
Well, he was inventing an angle, Tony. Simple as that. I think he was dead straight and he's inventing the angle. You just cannot do it. If we just watch here, yeah, he's played it into the side of the pocket.
Well, I think he went the wrong way round those balls anyway, Keith. You were dead right. I'd have definitely left that red next to black to give you position onto it. But Gareth Potts gets a reprieve. And now does Gareth Potts yellow next to the black go into that middle, because I'm sure he'll be trying to leave that till last. He's left himself a little bit thin on this yellow ball. Could play safe, but he's not going to bother with that. And he's forced to take this yellow into the centre pocket, because he can get back to the yellow ball on the bottom rail, and I think he'll be looking to play the black ball up into the pocket where the red is of Chris Mellings, because should he miss it, if it just hangs over the bag, he's still in a great position, isn't he? Mind you, I'm not sure he can now. He might have to come back out and have the black in the same pocket. Well, this black ball to put Gareth Potts 1 frame away from winning the title. And that's a huge shot from Potts. And there's his girlfriend Angie. Not the one clapping, the one just before. And she'll be very happy. He's now leading 10 frames to 4 against Chris Melling. Well, Gareth Potts, I expect he can't believe he got back in that frame after he missed that yellow in the middle. We're going to have another look at it. And like you said, Keith, this was the first open pot that he missed. I mean, there you are. Like you said, Keith, he tried to just borrow a little bit of the angle there when he had no need.
If he'd have played it a bit slower, for sure it would have gone. But that was unforgivable from Chris, really.
Well, a bit too much of the showman there for Melling, probably. Chris Melling
15th frame.
To do.
Chris Melling to break, trailing by 10 frames to 4.
Well, Melling to break. Frame 15, possible 21. Melling needs to win at 7 frames in a row to land the title. If anybody could come back, you feel that Chris Melling could, but it's going to need better splits off the break than this.
Yellow ball's nominated.
Having a look at his break, see him make the red into the centre pocket, but just look at all the balls nestled together at the bottom of the table.
Yellow
He's took the yellows.
Well, sometimes, Tony, when your back's to the wall, you know, you do produce your best, and if Chris is going to get back into this match, he's got to produce one of the greatest comebacks of all time, I think. Not for the just simple fact he's got to reel off all these frames, but he's just playing an inspired opponent here tonight.
Well, Chris Melling, he's tried to get a double and in off the ball. I know he doesn't like safety, but
red ball's in play.
That is a shot of a frustrated man. It's like he's given up the ghost. I mean, that, well, is lunacy.
Exhibition shot, really, Tony, wasn't it? You know, it's the kind of thing we do in our exhibition matches. To play it in a world final when your opponent's on the hill, so to speak. So Chris, of course, has always been the showman, no matter what the situation may be. He likes to play very attacking, aggressive shots.
Well, I'm not sure if Potts wanted to cover that pocket, but if he has, he knows that Melling is just throwing his arm at balls at the moment, and might not be a bad idea to cover a bag and just let Melling go out there and probably win the frame for him.
Well, I'd have been doing it the whole match, Tony, so it makes no difference to me. But there hasn't been many tactical shots at any time from either player. Sometimes when you've got two very aggressive potting players, you know, the odd tactical shot is sometimes the key to unlocking a frame. Anyway, well, let's see what Chris does now. Still going for the out.
Well, every ball, it seems to me that Chris Melling Potts is one ball nearer his room and packing his case. He's not going to adopt any of your safety shots. And what a little shot there from Melling. And just when you think he's shooting himself in the foot. Well, I never thought this one would go past.
Cheeky little shot, Tony, isn't it? Now he's got to get this shot perfect. Cannon on the red, hold for the last yellow. And it's there.
Well, just when you thought he was dead and buried, he's back again. And it's an amazing finish, this, from Melling. And down goes the black. He refuses to just walk away quietly, Melling. Pulls one back, but he still trails Gareth Potts by 10 frames to 5. Well, Chris Melling, well, he just didn't think there was a finish there.
Well, incredible shot, this one. There was a little gap. What he's done is hit the cushion first before the red, steered the yellow into the pocket, and held for perfect position as well.
And Gareth Potts won't be too disturbed by that just yet. He knows he's going to get a couple more chances, at least, to get over the line. He's just got to stay focused now, Keith, isn't he? Just wait for his chance, and when it comes, he's got to take it.
16th frame.
Yeah, it'd be hard to believe, Tony,
Gareth
if he didn't
Potts
get
to break,
one more crystal
leading by
clear
10 frames
chance
to
in
5.
this match. All he's got to do is take that chance.
Frame number 16. Potts breaking off. If he gets the ball off this break, he's going to have a chance. And that was a gentle split there. Gareth Potts.
Open table.
Well, once again, you see, he's took some power out of this break. If we just have another look, he's tried to control the cue ball, nearly gone in off. He's just put a bit too much topspin on it. But what seems to be happening, and this, of course, is the way it goes when you're playing a match and you're not having a lot of running, is when your opponent isn't making a ball, he's not leaving you an easy out. And once again, if we look at the top rail, you've got a red and a yellow locked up tight, and there's a little cluster around the black spot as well. So, I mean, Chris likes to invent finishes, that's one thing, but this have to be something very serious if he's going to finish this one.
Well, you just know you're not going to see any safety from Melling. There he goes. Regardless of where the yellows are, he's still going to try and pot them out. You'd have a yellow hidden in the referee's pocket and he'd try to bang it out there and into play. He's a complete madman. But he's very, very entertaining to watch, and you've got to love Chris Melling. He doesn't come any more flamboyant than this man. Well, the only way I can think of him trying to move this a load of top and spin and try and arc this cue ball round and kick the yellow out. And the shake was there again. He did not cue that well.
I'll tell you what I noticed there, Tony. How often have you ever seen Chris move slightly on a shot?
Okay.
You know, I mean, he's one of the best cueists in our sport, as we know. And for sure there, he was moving on the shot. Bit of an anxious shot there, I do believe.
Well, a good containing shot there from Gareth Potts. The only yellow that Melling can see is the one that's tied up on the top rail. And let's have a look at this. Just look at the cue. The cue on his bridge hand. It's bouncing along there like a tractor down a dirt track.
Chris's problem here, of course, is the only really yellow he can go at is the one on the cushion. And of course Gareth wants him to play that, so he's unlocking the last red, because all the reds are there. So what does he do? He can see the yellow, so he can't just come off a cushion and roll up to one of the others.
We just had a little look at the clock. Not often seeing him doing that. Oh, that was incredibly close. He's unlucky, but now the balls are there for Gareth Potts. Let's have another look at this. He tried to go in off the red into the centre. It's just the pace kept the ball out. And Melling now knows that he might not get back to the table again. Potted the first red, and you can hear some of the crowd there say, yes, Gareth. And there's Angie Layton, Gareth's girlfriend, centre of the picture. And she will be probably feeling this more than him. She's been very supportive throughout the tournament. And probably been his strength through a lot of time recently as well. Now Gareth Potts, this I'd say is the key ball. If he can make this plant. Well, he's made it, but he's put the red safe. Well, it's not safe, but he's made it very, very awkward, Keith, hasn't he?
Well, it's not over yet, Tony, is it? Because what he's tried to do is roll in absolutely dead weight and then just leave this red. But he's nearly missed it. He's actually lucky to get the shot at all. Now, although he's ideal on the 3 reds down the bottom near the black, he's got these 2 on the rail to deal with.
Well, the balls are still there. They're in the open. Not exactly easy. But Gareth Potts is 4 balls away from being crowned the 2005 888.com World Pool Champion. Well, he's going to play the double.
Well, he's not ideal on the double, Tony. If that's what he's played for, he's definitely gone too far. If he had a straight double, he could just stun the white dead. So he's electing to take this up to the rail and using the yellow as a bumper to hold.
How tough a shot is this? And he's nowhere near it. And we've seen him fall over. Well, that last frame is proving to be the hardest one to get for Gareth Potts. Well, he gradually made those harder and harder, those reds. If Melling could get himself together, he could maybe put an ounce of doubt into Potts' mind.
This is the big shot now. Gets this one. He's pulled another one back.
Great shot there from Melling. And Chris Melling is going to be mopping up and pull another one back, and down goes the black. And Melling's now back to 10-6. The match is still alive here in Blackpool. Melling's break. And now he's going to be thinking to himself, this is very, very important. Now, if he could get a ball here and run out, make it 10-7. And he's made his ball. And this is a better split for Melling, Keith.
I think that's one of the best breaks he's had, Tony, here. Really powerful break. Look at this. Look at, he's actually bent the cue as he's broke off. That's an awesome break, but he's got to make the most of it.
Red ball's in play.
Well, Melling just ought to just have a little think here and just take his time, because he's still in this final. Should have been buried a frame ago.
Time out.
And Melling. Sip of the water as he waits for the rest.
Time running.
Let's see him miss anything with this. Great snooker player as well as Chris Melling, so he's used to all the equipment. But what sort of psychological scar could this have on Gareth Potts should Melling get these?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Tony, I think he's gone the wrong way there. I think he should have played the ball in the middle first and then gone back to them 2, take the one past the yellow, then the one near the black. But we all see it differently, of course, and the way Chris plays, because he's so fast and fluent, he's back to where I said anyway. So that defeated my objection, didn't it?
Well, he's gone the coastal route, but he's still there, and he's now in prime position where you would be, Keith. And now a simple red, and it's going to be followed by a simple black. He's straight down. And all of a sudden, it's now 10-7. And Melling is back in the match. Well, that's 3 in a row now for Chris Melling. His best run that he's put together in this final. And at last, he took one from the break. And the crowd will be starting to wonder if this could be, well, it would be the best comeback of all time should Melling get over the line and actually win this world title. He's starting to look a bit more confident. And Potts, after he made that mistake 2 frames ago, he hasn't been back to the table since. He's going to need a ball off his next break. So if he loses the next frame and it's Melling to break afterwards, and he does the same again, then we are in the twitch zone.
18th frame. Gareth Potts to break, leading by 10 frames to 7.
Destiny still in his hands. Gareth Potts breaking off, requiring 1 frame to win the world title. He's made the yellow in the corner. And once again, the balls are there.
Yellow ball potted.
For Potts to win the title.
Once again, a powerful break. They've both experimented with the brakes taking the power off, and now they've both gone back to the big power brake. Of course, Gareth wants to concentrate on getting this last frame. The only problem, of course, when you give it all the power, you can't stun the cue ball in the middle of the table. It's kind of flying around the table somewhat. But I think he feels that with Chris mounting a bit of a comeback here, it's time to take a chance.
Potts opting for the yellows. And he's got his cue ball up far enough. Just. And you can see by the little skip in his step there, he knows that he's in prime position. He's got to be turning over inside, full of emotion now. Well, this is the most pressure he'll ever have in his life. It's so easy to start thinking about all the demons. And the thing that does get into your mind when you are trying to clear up to win a world title, that last frame is please don't miss. And that's what was going through my mind a few years ago. And I did miss. So I pulled my arm back on one ball and my leg fell off and my arm landed on the M6. But Potts now 2 balls away from getting on the black to win this year's world title. He knows he can see it there now, and surely this is Potts' moment. Just got to bring the cue ball back as Angie looks on. She's biting her tongue. He's got this black to be the 2005 world champion. In it goes, and Potts is a champion. And just look at his face. He's done it. And what a fantastic performance. He's defeated Chris Melling. And he goes straight over to his girlfriend Angie, who's, well, showing the emotion and embraces him, and why wouldn't she? What a brilliant performance from this young man. And there, I think his grandmother and grandfather and all his friends from Stoke-on-Trent congratulating the man. Darren Appleton's down there. Les Church, the junior manager, he was his manager when he won the junior world title. And Lee Kendall's girlfriend, and you've got to say, that is one of the best performances you'll ever see in this world final. He's defeated Melling by 11 frames to 7.
So brilliant stuff from Gareth Potts. I think the emotion of the moment just getting to him here. Lee Kendall, we've just sat and watched a brilliant new champion. What a moment for him.
Fantastic, a great performance and a worthy world champion.
Yeah, I mean, he is a good buddy of yours. We've known all along how good he's been, but I mean, he was just brilliant tonight.
Fantastic. Well done, mate.
Emotional stuff, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
it's a good one for him, yeah.
Absolutely. I tell you what, let's just spare a thought for Chris Melling. He's been a great champion in the past. Wasn't quite his night, but he was a good opponent.
He's a very good opponent, 2 times world champion, and I'm sure he won't begrudge Gareth a world title.
Yeah, terrific. But we've got a new champion. He's here for a while to come. Let's just, yeah, we are. Tears all around here. It's a great night. It really is a very emotional time. And let's now just look at some of these faces here as we savour the moment. And I think we ought to cross back for the big moment and the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, in what has been a very high-class final, can I ask you to show your appreciation to both of these players? Thank you. First of all, Chris, you're always involved in great matches. One or two unfortunate errors tonight. It could have gone either way. What are your feelings about the match?
I think I lost the match in the first session. I missed 3 chances which I probably could have closed my eyes and potted them. You know, and I don't normally do it. I'm not used to coming second in these events. But, you know, Gareth played brilliant. You can't take it away from him. He's been the best player in the world for the last 3 months, so, you know, he deserves it.
Well, I've got to ask you this, Chris. I know that you play the other cue sports as well. Are you going to stick with 8-ball now?
I'm still going to do both, you know. I'm always going to play snooker and pool, you know. Snooker's a lot harder than pool, but, you know, you can earn a living doing pool, so why not do it?
You've always been a great entertainer. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Melling. Well, Gareth, you just heard what Chris has said. You really came here, the man in form. You won 2 of the last 3 tour events, yeah?
Before I say anything, I just want to dedicate this win to the man who made it happen, really, which is my father, who passed away a couple of months ago. So if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be standing here now.
Well, there's not many dry eyes in the audience here. You've had some tremendous support from the people from Stoke, yes?
Yeah, they're absolutely fantastic, a lot of them, you know. They mean as much as me Paul, you know. They come and support me, and, you know, they pull me through, you know. They're always there.
What about your lovely girlfriend? She's crying her eyes out there, look.
That's no surprise.
When you came here this year, did you really fancy your chances of winning?
Yeah, without a doubt. I come here full of confidence. Like I said, I've won 3 out of the last 4 UK tours, so my confidence was sky high. And I just knew that, you know, I just had to get the chances to win the matches. I hadn't really performed under the cameras until this event, so that was sort of a weight off my shoulders when I won the first match, the quarter-final. And then after then, I just sort of grew in confidence and, you know, just started potting balls off the break, really, and believed that if I got my chances, I could win.
Well, you only missed a couple of balls all evening, and it's been great to watch you play. Ladies and gentlemen, a great champion. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask you to welcome the presentation party consisting of Rob Mitchell, Sports Marketing Manager, 888.com, accompanied by our Tournament Director, Dave Higgins. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, first to the runner-up is a cheque for £3,000. Our congratulations for another wonderful tournament goes to Chris Melling. And now to the winner is a cheque for £10,000, the trophy, and the title of this year's 888.com World Pool Champion goes to Gareth Potts.
So it's a standing ovation then from the crowd here at the Hilton Hotel on the seafront in Blackpool for our new world champion, Gareth Potts. He really has been an outstanding new champion, and I think he's going to be around for many years to come. Remember the name, Gareth Potts, just 21 years of age. A memorable final. Chris Melling well beaten, and Gareth Potts is the new world champion here in Blackpool. Lee Kendall, well, he's left us to go and see his mate, and why not? They're going to share, I'm sure, a couple of drinks at least. In the meantime, well done to our new world champion. Thank you for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed it. We'll see you next time. From all of us here in Blackpool, for now, it's goodbye. Take care.
This.